Still, Parker was not about to chance a leap as large as Europe, and when he needed to get what he called some important papers to Germany for Elvis's signature, he called upon an unlikely courier, Judy Gay, Connie B. Gay's teenage daughter. Her father, who knew of Parker's illegality, told her that the colonel had a fear of flying and thus couldn't take the papers himself. But Judy, so in love with her boyfriend she couldn't stand the separation, declined, leaving her father's secretary to make the trip instead. For 2 years, a helpless Parker, always nervous at the prospect of advice Elvis might be getting from others, watched as some of his most important business partners went to Europe for private meetings with his client. First, Gene Aberbach and Freddie Beanstalk visited Elvis on leave in Paris, and then in August '59, Hal Wallace arrived in Germany to begin location shooting for GI Blues, calling on Elvis at Bad Nauheim. Wallace had asked the colonel to accompany him on the steamer, but Parker deflected the invitation in several letters that suggested the producer might have more fun sharing his cabin with the more colorful members of Elvis's entourage. As to his conspicuous absence, people thought it was strange, Beanstalk recalls, but nobody asked him about it. In an effort perhaps to help Parker rectify his passport problem, Gay, who had been an advisor to several U.S. presidents and organized special services shows for the Department of Defense in Europe, invited the colonel to a number of his famous Vienna, Virginia barbecues, attended by an array of well-placed politicians. Parker zeroed in on one in particular, Texas Senator Lyndon Baines Johnson, and in the fall of '59 volunteered Eddie Arnold's services when LBJ honored the president of Mexico, Adolfo López Mateos, at his Johnson City ranch. Ordinarily, Parker, who continued to handle some of Arnold's bookings, would insult anyone who dared ask for a free performance, but he sanctioned this one for a different payoff, a chance to insinuate himself into photographs with Johnson and former President Harry S. Truman. That began a 9-year correspondence between Parker and the future president and his family, including daughter Linda, who would visit on the set of one of Elvis's films. Almost immediately, Parker inducted Johnson into the Snowmen's League, making a supremely useful ally. 2 months after the Virginia barbecue, Johnson wrote to Parker using words that must have seemed golden. "I hope our paths cross again in the days ahead, and that you will always feel free to call on me as your friend at any time for anything." Apparently, the colonel did just that. A mere 2 weeks later, Johnson told him he was certainly counting on you to give the office a ring when you get to Washington. Parker had several reasons to visit the nation's capital in late '59 and early '60. In August, he and Marie had gone to Hawaii for what appeared to be a simple vacation, especially as Marie had nagged him to take her there, only to develop a severe case of diverticulitis from eating raw pineapple. But Parker had more than just sightseeing on his mind. In 1958, President Dwight D. Eisenhower had approved the creation of a memorial to the USS Arizona, the resting place for 1,177 crewmen who perished on the battleship in the surprise attack at Pearl Harbor. Now the colonel wanted to see if he might be able to use such a noble cause to his advantage, meeting with the chairman of the Arizona Memorial Committee, H. Tucker Grants, to offer Elvis for a benefit show. With Grants's backing, Parker flew to Washington in September '59 for a meeting at the Pentagon. There, he first met with E.J. Cottrell, the Army information officer who was Parker's chief liaison in Washington. Cottrell would soon fly to Germany to confer with Elvis about the benefit show. He reported to the colonel that Elvis was homesick, but in good shape and continuing to do a fine job for his country. He would also arrange for Presley to lend his byline to a recruitment article for This Week magazine, later reprinted in the Army Blue Book as What Elvis Presley Learned About the Army. "If I had only one piece of advice to give a friend, I'd say don't keep your troubles corked up. Work harder. Talk to a good friend. Don't jump with all 4 feet into a mess you'll never be able to wipe away." Just what transpired during the Pentagon meeting isn't known, but Parker tantalized Joe Hazen with the barest details in a letter. "My special meeting in Washington Tuesday for lunch was fun, and I must tell you about it next time," he wrote. "I did meet a new general, and he now wants a snow cart into my club. This I told him would be rather hard to do, as we have no way of knowing if he deserves one at this time." Might the high potentate have swapped a membership and the promise of an Elvis show for a secret from his past? Was the favor of destroying his own military records, or perhaps any mention of his illegality in the files of the FBI and the INS, too much to ask in return? There's no proof that he did, but with Parker, who used every ounce of human flesh for even the slightest leverage, it is inconceivable that he did not. What a high he must have had that day, this military deserter and illegal alien, with a general in the U.S. Army groveling to belong to his phantom club and addressing him as Colonel. Parker's interaction with Army officials buoyed Hal Wallace, who hoped Elvis might receive an early release to begin work on GI Blues. Paul Nathan, Wallace's associate producer, learned in the summer of '59 that the Army was willing to accommodate the actor Russ Tamblyn, who had a picture waiting for him at Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. Nathan apprised Wallace and added in an interoffice memo that Abe Lastfogel feels they would do the same for Elvis if we notify them that we are ready to go. But when Hazen spoke with Parker, the manager was adamant that no such request be made. Elvis must not be seen as shirking even one day of military service. Besides, despite the USS Arizona concert and the movie deals, which included at Elvis's request 2 serious pictures at Fox, Parker was still finalizing his plans for Presley's return. With Lastfogel's help, he had just arranged a splashy television special to be called Frank Sinatra's Welcome Home Party for Elvis Presley. The appearance would net Elvis $125,000, more than Sinatra would receive as the host, and expose him to an older audience. Cleaned up, tuxedo-clad, and defused of his rock and roll passion, in effect neutered, Elvis would now be safe and palatable for adult consumption. After the Sinatra special, even the pompadour would be gone. What remained was negotiating a new royalty deal with RCA, the endgame to Parker's steady rationing of product. The Colonel hammered the last nail of the deal in place only 2 days before Elvis's plane touched down at McGuire Air Force Base near Fort Dix, New Jersey. Under the terms of the contract, any soundtrack recording would count toward Elvis's quota of 2 LPs and 8 single sides each year. Both Elvis and the Colonel would receive a 0.75% recoupable royalty on top of the usual 5% royalty, and Parker, who was granted approval on all advertising, promotion, and publicity, would receive an annual $27,000 for supplying photographs for record covers and general exploitational support, over and above the cost of postage and materials. The last clause especially rankled RCA's Ann Focchino, who believed that Bill Bullock had let Parker into her office one weekend to appropriate all of her picture files and negatives, thus allowing the Colonel to charge RCA for property it already owned. Elvis's consent on the contract was required but assumed, even as the overall deal benefited his manager more than him. To Elvis and Vernon, it didn't matter. What they had was so much more than they'd ever expected, and the Colonel had kept his client's name in the headlines for the 2 years he was away, something Elvis never thought possible. Often, Parker said, he used his own money to do it, all the while turning down requests to manage other artists as diverse as actress Natalie Wood and comedian Brother Dave Gardner, with whom the Colonel often supped in Hollywood. No matter that he had done so because Parker considered both performers too headstrong to control. All Elvis knew was that he and his manager were an unbeatable combination, and in the Colonel's eyes, they were more than a team, more even than a partnership. It was not something either of them could easily explain. When newly promoted Sergeant Elvis Presley arrived at Fort Dix in the early morning of March 3, 1960, he was met with a fanfare usually reserved for returning war heroes. The band played Auld Lang Syne as he walked from the plane in the midst of a late winter blizzard, beaming for the fireworks of flashbulbs as snowflakes pelted his uniform. Startlingly handsome, his features lean and chiseled, Elvis looked happy to be home, even as one reporter noted a suggestion of sadness when he smiled. "Go get him, Elvis," somebody yelled, and he shot a lopsided grin. In truth, the nervous flyer was somewhat sedated, having spent a restless night in the arms of a new girlfriend, this one named Priscilla, and he had ingested a fair number of pills on the flight to steady his nerves. The colonel quickly led him into a press conference, where he said about the only thing on his mind was to rest up at home for the next few weeks. The following day, Estes Kefauver, the Tennessee senator who made his reputation as a crusader against organized crime, now a friend of Parker, would read his tribute to Elvis Presley into the Congressional Record, praising the singer's willingness to become just another G.I. Joe. On hand to greet Elvis that morning at Fort Dix were Steve Scholes, Gene Aberbach, 19-year-old Nancy Sinatra, who brought 2 lace shirts as a promotional stunt for Elvis's upcoming TV special with her father, various William Morris representatives, and Hal Wallace, who had momentarily distracted the colonel, allowing a Life magazine photographer and his assistant to move in and pose Elvis outside the C&C barracks for a cover shot. The colonel, always quick as a cat, suddenly appeared and planted his full girth in front of Elvis, barring the view of the cameraman. "Unless they had a check for $25,000, Parker said. "You don't think I'm going to let you put my boy on the cover without us getting paid for it, do you?" Life would have to wait. Starting at 3 a.m., the colonel went through that day like a force of nature, just this fierce constructive energy, says Robert Kotlowitz, now a noted novelist, but in 1960, a 35-year-old RCA classical music publicist ready to jump to magazines. He got the nod to accompany Parker to Fort Dix because he was the only one back from lunch when the colonel came in to arrange the trip. Parker storming through the office, stopping briefly to call an Army recruiting officer and float the rumor that Elvis would re-enlist. Kotlowitz had seen how Bill Bullock took orders from him, but even on a military base, the manager was in charge. "None of the relationships I saw were in any way conventional or even normal," he says. "You did what he told you to do, or if you didn't, he was finished with you." Soon, Kotlowitz would see a very different side of the colonel, as Elvis spent 2 days at Fort Dix and then began a welcome home train trip to Memphis, courtesy of RCA. Parker wanted the pleasant young publicist to come along and told him to be at the Trenton, New Jersey station to make sure the train arrived on the right track and to prevent anyone from boarding their private cars. But first he uttered a warning. Under no circumstances should Kotlowitz tell anybody what time this train would be stopping in any town. They'd be deluged with reporters and fans, and everything would be a horrible mess. "Of course," Kotlowitz says, "every little village we went through, there were 2,000 girls out there at 2 o'clock in the morning. He'd tipped off every station master by saying, 'Presley's coming through at 2:15 a.m. Do not tell press.'" Parker, however, hadn't just alerted the press. He'd had his staff call them collect and invite them aboard. One reporter who accepted was David Halberstam, who beautifully captured the freewheeling atmosphere for the Nashville Tennessean. Elvis, he wrote, was like a happy young colt. He wrestled with some of his bodyguards, winked at the girls in the station, and clowned with his ever-faithful manager and merchandiser, Colonel Tom Parker. "Man, it feels good to be going home," Presley said. "So good." Then he put a hand over the colonel's receding hairline and said, "Andy Devine, the tubby Hollywood character actor. That's who it is, Andy Devine." "Quit pulling my hair out," the colonel said. "I'm just massaging it for you," Presley said. "Every time you massage," the colonel countered, "I have a little less left." When the train reached Memphis, Kotlowitz was ready to fly home to New York. But Parker asked him to stay. Elvis was traveling to Nashville for a recording session, and then he'd take another special railroad car to Miami to do the Frank Sinatra television special. Certainly RCA would want a press representative along, he said, though Kotlowitz's main function was to be an audience for the colonel, who seemed to have adopted him. On the train, he would wake me up every morning by standing on my bed, straddling me and ringing this cowbell. I knew I was in when I saw him doing that, and it was wonderful. I had the time of my life. But we were an unlikely couple, let me tell you. The next time Kotlowitz heard from Parker, some 2 months later, the manager invited him to join Elvis and the entourage in Las Vegas, that sunny place for shady people, as the old-time mob called it. Parker kept his gambling to minor stakes, as far as Kotlowitz could tell, but the colonel never liked to let any of his young acolytes see him stay too long at the tables. A year before, he had written to Hal Wallace about his exploits in Vegas and at the dog tracks in Phoenix and Tampa. "One of the dogs may sue us for betting on him while he had piles." having lost the $50 that Wallace had in place as an investment. But lately he had again become preoccupied with the spin of the roulette wheel, the siren call for his favorite diversion, his road game. Often he would get the itch and decide overnight to go, telephoning Freddie Beanstalk to fly out from New York. He would lose fortunes, Beanstalk remembers. Besides the roulette table, he would stand at the craps table and lose and lose. He couldn't stand it. One time I said, "Come on, let's go," and he got furious and said, "Don't you tell me, it's my money." I never said anything anymore. I think the reason for his gambling and going to Vegas was primarily to look like a big shot, says Julian Aberbach. That's the way they treat the high rollers, and that is the way they get them. Undoubtedly, Parker wanted to rub shoulders with all the ruling lords of Vegas, particularly as he began to gamble all around town. George Wood and Hershey Martin of William Morris's variety department were Lastvogel's emissaries to the mob, providing much of the talent for the nightclubs and showrooms of the mafia-owned hotels. The Colonel got to know Martin, a Damon Runyon-esque character, during Elvis's ill-fated engagement at the New Frontier in '56. Now he asked Martin to introduce him to Jack Entratter, the co-owner of the Sands Hotel. Entratter booked only the biggest and classiest entertainers for the Copa Room, but with an illegal twist, paying one amount specified under the contract and another in money meant only for gambling. By the early '60s, the Sands was known to be controlled by more mobs than any other casino in Nevada, an estimated 16 from Brooklyn to L.A. Entratter's connections were legendary. He'd been the manager of the mafia-owned Copacabana in the '40s, when it was New York's most popular nightclub. There, Entratter, 6 foot, portly, and flashing a crooked smile, first became friends with Frank Sinatra, a relationship that ushered in the Rat Pack's dominance at the Sands. Since Parker never dealt with underlings, only the top power people everywhere, it was the syndicate-owned Wilbur Clark he chatted up while gambling at the Desert Inn, and Jack Entratter, known as Mr. Entertainment, that he sought out at the Sands, the hotspot for high rollers from Texas, New York, and Hollywood. On more than one occasion, he dined there with another William Morris client and the host of Presley's Welcome Home special, Sinatra himself. Parker would find more and more reasons to go to the mob paradise of Vegas, which was also becoming a favorite playground for Elvis. But the Colonel was always careful to stop Presley from appearing in photographs with the wise guys who wanted to brag about an association. It was one thing for Elvis to be photographed with Prell, who through some kind of arrangement, believed to be only a wink and a handshake, served as mafia protection, buffering Elvis from the more obvious and frightening mob leaders who would otherwise demand performances, payments, and more. In fact, Elvis would spend his 27th birthday in Vegas, at one point posing with Prell while cutting a ridiculously tall cake, festooned with 2 confectionery Hotel Sahara marquees, to Elvis from Milton Prell, to commemorate the occasion. But beyond Prell, whose reputation was cleaner than most, Parker drew the line. He'd seen what the appearance of such friendships had done to Sinatra. The Colonel demanded everything to be squeaky clean, says one former RCA employee, but it would have been impossible for him to do some of the things that he did without the mafia, in the music business, in television, and in the movies, because until the early '70s, it was as important to have a working relationship with the mob as it was to have a lawyer and accountant. Elvis had gone back to Las Vegas immediately after completing GI Blues with Juliette Prowse in June 1960. Prowse, a sometime girlfriend of Sinatra, pursued a career as a dancer in European nightclubs before coming to Hollywood, and her brief sexual trysts with Elvis stirred his fantasies of wicked nights in Paris. Parker had succeeded in emasculating Elvis's dangerous hooligan image of 1956, but underneath it all, the seemingly conservative, sanitized Elvis had come home from Europe a more licentious man than the boy who left. The showgirls of the Lido and the Moulin Rouge in Paris were far more decadent than the Vegas dancers he'd known, and his familiarity with pills, especially uppers, was so educated and obsessive that he talked seriously of buying his own drugstore for a steady supply. Furthermore, other members of his entourage, especially Lamar Fike, who'd accompanied him to Germany, also shared his fondness and encouraged his indulgence. He got just wild as a goat in '60 because he was loose from the Army, which he hated with a passion, says Fike. After the service, the biggest change, other than becoming harder, was that he became much more what people thought he should be. That included playing the good soldier ad infinitum, beginning with GI Blues, the first of several pictures in which he wore a military uniform, a plot device that deeply pleased the colonel. A musical comedy, GI Blues was light, semi-autobiographical fare aimed straight at his hardcore fan base. With Elvis romancing a Fräulein, babysitting an infant, and crooning Wooden Heart to a group of children gathered at a puppet show, the picture would prove a howling success, in the words of Paul Nathan, ranking the 14th highest-grossing film of 1960. Until those numbers came in, the studio would consider Elvis for a version of The Threepenny Opera and a remake of The Rainmaker, but never again would Paramount put him in a gritty drama like King Creole. To promote Presley's return to Hollywood, Parker rolled out the snow machinery as never before. First, he reprised the triumphant cross-country trek, so reminiscent of the great political campaigns, setting Elvis up in a private car of the Southern Pacific Sunset Limited, with a gaggle of reporters who also witnessed the massive fan turnout on the 50 stops of the 3-day trip. "We feel sure that by the time GI Blues appears on the screens through the world, some of this effort surely will pay off," Parker wrote Wallace, enclosing a list of plugs he'd secured on TV shows, journalists he'd personally contacted, and even foreign rulers visiting the film set. But it already had paid off. Elvis's arrival in Los Angeles was the lead story on radio and TV, with newspapers shoving Charles de Gaulle's Canadian visit and the Humphrey Kennedy debate below the fold on page 1. Reporters noted Elvis's attire, which took a nod from his European stay and reflected what he thought was his new level of sophistication: a black silk mohair tux, ruffled white shirt, black silk ascot, and black suede shoes topped with silver buckles. "His be-rhinestone cufflinks," said Billboard, "were the size of 50-cent pieces." With a change of studios, Elvis was optimistic that his next film roles would also present him as a changed man. He had barely a month off before he reported to 20th Century Fox in August to begin work on Flaming Star, a dramatic western in which he played the son of a white father and a Kiowa Indian mother torn between the cultures. Producer David Weisbart saw the picture as a showcase for Presley's acting skills and appealed to studio head Buddy Adler to keep the musical numbers to a minimum. Unlike Paramount, which presented Elvis primarily as an entertainer, 20th Century Fox believed that selling Elvis as a dramatic actor could attract an even wider audience. "I have sweated over the script for the past couple of days trying to find places for Presley to sing," Weisbart wrote 2 months before filming began. "I cannot see how it is possible for Elvis to break into song without destroying a very good script. Instead of presenting a gimmicked-up picture with Elvis Presley, we'd be offering a pretty legitimate picture that represents growth in Presley's career and therefore should be fresh and exciting as far as his fans are concerned." But at a lunch with the Colonel the following day, Weisbart was overruled. "We want all the best possible results for this picture," Parker said, "including the hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of exploitation represented by a good record release by Elvis Presley." The Colonel had no interest in reading the script, he added, and became paranoid when Weisbart asked his input for selecting a director. "I would not know whether you would need a sensitive director or some other director, even if I had read the script," he followed up in writing, "as this is not one of my qualifications. If someone is using me as a scapegoat, I would like to know the reason. I do not wish to work under any unpleasant conditions over which I have no control." Parker continued to fight the producer at every turn, even when Weisbart asked Freddie Beanstalk to find a good title song and 3 or 4 others in keeping with the era. "The most important thing," Weisbart said, "is that the material be selected purely on Elvis's singing and not be dependent on a modern arrangement and band." The Colonel was quick to balk at those criteria and at the studio's selection for the title song, insisting it wouldn't be a hit single. Weisbart needed to understand the formula. Elvis's movies would promote the soundtrack albums, and the single from the soundtrack would publicize the film. It was an ideal commercial equation. "I think Parker is more interested in selling records than he is in building a motion picture career for Presley," and making fortunes out of his picture reruns. Charles Einfeld, Fox's vice president of advertising and publicity, wrote to Weisbart, "It's a hell of a way for a partner to act. Too bad." In the end, only 2 of the 4 musical numbers remained in the final cut, which especially pleased Elvis, who found the songs embarrassingly lightweight and inappropriate. Director Don Siegel, later to make his name with Clint Eastwood's Dirty Harry, was so impressed with Elvis's dramatic ability that he suggested the picture be advertised with the tagline, "Elvis Acts," a takeoff on the Garbo Speaks campaign for the actress's first talking picture. Those issues were still being sorted out when the studio began planning its next Presley picture, Wild in the Country, with producer Jerry Wald and director Philip Dunn, who had won acclaim for his screenplay of How Green Was My Valley. Already Parker was proving difficult, wanting to cut the 45-day shooting schedule in half, and, over the objections of his client, harping that the picture must have a minimum of 4 Elvis songs, preferably 5 or more. On that point, he had the backing of studio head Spiro Skouras. Fox based the film on J.R. Salamanca's novel The Lost Country, with its plot of an innocent farm boy enmeshed in a tragic affair with his older teacher. In casting Hope Lang with her icy blonde beauty, director Dunn added yet another dimension of class discrepancy, though screenwriter Clifford Odets made the relationship even more taboo in altering the boy's character to that of an Appalachian delinquent and transforming the teacher into a court-appointed psychiatrist. Dunn found Elvis an excellent dramatic actor, a natural actor, and perfect to portray, as Wald said in the story conference, the gifted individual, the soul born with special wings, whose specialness is at once a thing of wonder and beauty and compliment. Throughout filming, Parker, as before, seemed more preoccupied with his record release schedule than with looking out for Elvis's welfare. He busied himself writing nasty letters complaining about a proposed title change in England. He'd already notified the fan club as to the original title, and about the importance of not leaking any information about the music, as it confused fans about upcoming singles. "I've never advised a studio how to make a picture," he wrote to Wald. "I am always willing to cooperate, but we know our record business." Indeed, the Colonel was negotiating a new amendment to Elvis's RCA contract, which guaranteed Presley $1,000 per week from an earlier contract, plus an annual payment of $300,000 against royalties. Parker instructed RCA to divert $100,000 of it to all-star shows for promotion, as per his 75-25 split with Elvis. Otherwise, the Colonel spent his time at the studio writing press releases, including one with an oddly defensive tone in which he denied being a Svengali who has hypnotized a country boy into becoming one of the great entertainers of our times. Furthermore, he wrote, "Elvis picks his own songs for all occasions, including motion pictures. The Colonel's control in this area consists only of suggestion and eliminating patently unsuitable songs." But for whom? Like Flaming Star, which initially flopped, appearing only 1 week on the National Box Office Survey, Wild in the Country never found its niche. One faction of the audience came for Elvis's glitz and grind, another for the pathos of Odets. Both were disappointed. When we previewed, Dunn remembered, the audience laughed when we came to the songs. They were going with the story. I shot them so they could be dropped out, and I wish they would drop them out of the prints now. They'd see a good movie. Without significant box office, Wild in the Country would be Elvis's last challenging dramatic role and his final alliance with a serious director. He seemed to sense it, asking Dunn if they might work together again after his next picture for Paramount, Blue Hawaii. Dunn declined, knowing the future would hold only more typical vehicles, the usual bikinis, you know. Elvis started principal photography on Blue Hawaii 2 days after his much ballyhooed USS Arizona concert. Apart from a pair of Memphis charity shows, in which he warmed up the old magic using elements of Negro cotton field harmony, camp meeting fervor, Hollywood showmanship, beatnik nonchalance, and some of the manipulations of mass psychology, as the hometown paper raved, the Hawaii concert, produced like the Memphis charity shows by Parker's old friend Al Dvorin, would be Elvis's first real return to the stage in more than 3 years. While Hawaii always nurtured the Colonel's jovial side, he did a hula dance for Bob Moore when the bass player brought his home movie camera out on the beach. He positively reveled in his opportunity to lord it over the admirals and generals who came to a meeting in Parker's suite at the Hawaiian Village Hotel and invited two of Hawaii's top radio DJs, Ron Jacobs and Tom Moffat, to witness his fun. As Parker predicted, the brass arrived full of skepticism about this Tennessee colonel, whose suite resembled a carnival booth, with Elvis's promotional pictures and movie posters plastered on the walls and RCA nipper dogs peering out from behind the furniture. "He started snowing them," recalls Jacobs, "telling them how important they were to the security of the world. After that, he said if they just line up, why, he'd give them a little something from Elvis. So all these guys in charge of the military in the Pacific and Asia got in line and stood there anxiously, and Parker went over to a trunk that was full of Elvis memorabilia. Then the colonel reached in very carefully, almost secretly, and stingily started handing out these tiny Elvis pocket calendars, one to each admiral and general. As they left, one of the admirals saluted him," Moffat adds. "It was 'Yes, sir,' to the colonel." Yet not everyone was awed. When one high-ranking officer had the temerity to ask for a complimentary pass to the show, Parker refused, barking that ticket sales were to tally nearly $52,000, and "every penny must go to the fund." Why, even he and Elvis were buying their own way in. But then the colonel got a glint in his eye and reconsidered, purposely seating the admiral between the black chauffeur he'd been assigned and a Navy seaman who'd just joined up. To have such authority figures under his thumb, aggrandizing him and soiling themselves in public in one fell swoop, apparently brought the colonel supreme joy. Parker had booked his old friend Minnie Pearl on the bill, and until the moment they arrived at the Honolulu International Airport, she hadn't realized how encapsulated Elvis was in his fame. With 3,000 screaming women scurrying to get to the plane, I began to get these chilling feelings that maybe I didn't want to be all that close to Elvis. The fans were all along the route he was taken to the hotel, and my husband was afraid that we'd be trampled trying to get inside. I felt myself being lifted completely off my feet by all these people. We did the show on a Saturday and Sunday afternoon. A bunch of us were down on Waikiki Beach, cavorting and kidding and having a big time. We got to talking about how we wished Elvis could come down and be with us, and we turned and looked up at his penthouse, which was facing the ocean. He was standing on the balcony, looking down at us, this solitary figure, lonely-looking, watching us have such a good time. He was just getting ready to start making the film, and he literally was a prisoner because of the fans. We sat there on the beach and talked about how it would be. What a price you pay for that sort of fame. In preparation for Blue Hawaii, Wallace wrote Parker with strict orders for Elvis to get into shape. "It is very important that he look lean and hard and well tanned. He should have a good overall coat of tan on his body as well as his face. I will appreciate it if you will talk to him about watching his weight." At the end, Wallace recommended a good sun lamp. Blue Hawaii, Elvis's first fun-in-the-sun bikini picture, would follow the musical format of G.I. Blues, whose success had made it the prototype for all the Wallace Presley musicals to follow. But now Blue Hawaii would surpass it. The 1961 film would easily recoup its $2 million cost and effectively doom Elvis's chances of moving beyond its stultifying structure. It would also mark the first of 7 Elvis pictures directed by Norman Torrig. In wedding an exotic setting and plenty of romance to a 14-song framework, 3 more than even G.I. Blues allowed, Wallace perfected his winning Elvis formula. Nearly all the movies Elvis made after 1960 would be assembled around Elvis's personality, or the Hollywood mogul's perception of it, the way larger movies were once fashioned around female stars such as Shirley Temple or Mae West. The Wallace productions especially were the last in a series of Hollywood vehicles guaranteed to pull a certain bankable gross just because of who was in them, leading the producer himself to remark, "A Presley picture is the only sure thing in show business." Couldn't Parker see that such somnambulistic fare would squander his client's talent and suffocate his spirit? Most likely not. As the Colonel indicated to Weisbart, he was woefully aware of his inability to judge either a good script or a fine director. Likewise, he had difficulty discerning a good performance from a mediocre one, and relied on the judgment of others to plan Elvis's future in films. Despite Presley's remarkable portrayal in King Creole, Wallace believed that Elvis couldn't carry a picture without music, and Byron Raphael remembers going with Parker to a meeting with producer Joe Pasternak long before he made Girl Happy and Spin Out in the mid-'60s. Pasternak, famous for musicals, had a dramatic property in mind for Elvis and asked him to do a reading. Afterward, the producer told Parker, "He really can't act. He just doesn't have it." In their 4-year association, Raphael says, "The only criticism I ever heard the Colonel make of Elvis was about his acting. He never believed that Elvis was going to be an actor, not for a second. And nothing he saw changed his mind." Parker used to tell his staff that the key to successful management was trying different tactics. "It doesn't matter if you do 10 stupid things," he'd say, "as long as you do one smart one." Here was his prime example. As long as Elvis made the upbeat musicals that Wallace wanted, he was assured of working in Hollywood. Blue Hawaii was the first of a new 5-picture deal with Wallace, which paid $175,000 for the first 3 and $200,000 each for the remaining 2. Elvis was surprised to learn of such a demanding movie schedule. It didn't leave much time for touring, and he wanted to go to Europe, or making records apart from the movie soundtracks. In Germany, he'd worked on expanding his range and making his voice fuller, and he was eager for more operatic songs like "It's Now or Never" to show it off. But after the USS Arizona concert, the Colonel was in no hurry to return Elvis to the concert stage anytime soon. He'd rather people paid to see Presley in the movies, and they might tire of him if Elvis did too many personal appearances. While Parker had been an extraordinary promoter, in time he would turn into an unconscionable manager. In fact, the Colonel no longer thought of his clients' needs so much as he did his own. In Hollywood, Parker was a steel wall of power, something he could never be in representing Presley the concert artist. Therefore, California was where they would stay, where the Colonel would have almost anything he wanted, free for the asking, with the biggest names in show business at his beck and call. In making or confirming all the big decisions on Presley's pictures, and by refusing to let Wallace or even William Morris have direct access to Elvis, Parker became not only a true power broker, but the producer of Presley's pictures. He'd just picked up a 2-picture deal with the Mirisch brothers and United Artists for $500,000 each, and 50% of the profits. In January 1961, he'd close a 4-picture agreement with MGM at a salary of $400,000 per picture, plus $100,000 for expenses, with profit participation equal to the Mirisch deal. Until the end of his life, Parker told a story that was likely untrue but illuminated his core philosophy. According to the tale, the Colonel, Wallace, and Abe Lastfogel met at the Beverly Wilshire Hotel to discuss a deal for Elvis to play a part in a picture based on what Wallace promised was an Academy Award-winning script. "That's fine," the Colonel said. "When do you start?" Wallace gave him the date, and the Colonel turned to Lastfogel. "Sounds good, Abe. We get $1 million and we'll be there." Wallace spoke up. "No, Colonel, you don't understand. I said this was an Academy Award-winning script. I only want to pay $500,000, not $1 million. "Oh," the Colonel replied. "I didn't get that part of it. Well, tell you what we'll do. You send us the $1 million, and the day Elvis goes up and gets the Academy Award, we'll send you back $500,000. Parker put little store in industry kudos. "They'll never win any Academy Awards," he said of Elvis's films in 1960. "All they're good for is to make money." At last, the Colonel had his dancing chicken. Chapter 14. Mistakes Someone May Have Made. While negotiating the film deals that would carry Elvis through the decade, the Colonel was heavy with worry. Since the late autumn of '60, he had received a series of troubling letters from Holland that threatened to topple the delicate balance of his world. In the spring of 1960, a Dutch housewife named Nell Dankers van Kook visited her hairdresser in Eindhoven and thumbed through the new issue of Rosita, a Belgian women's magazine. There she saw a photograph that stopped her heart. A young American singing star, Elvis Presley, just home from the army in his handsome dress blues, waved to his fans from the doorway of a train. But it was the big man standing behind him who caught her eye. He looked so much like her younger brother Jan. Then she saw his name, Tom Parker, Wasn't that the same name scrawled at the bottom of those strange letters from the States some 30 years before? "My God," the stunned Nell said aloud. "That is our Dries." Afterward, Nell had telephoned her brother Ad. First Ad gazed at the face in disbelief, and then he compared it to old family photographs. Now Ad was certain that the famous Colonel Parker was their own long-lost brother. "It seemed like a fairy tale," he said, but the rest of the family also saw the resemblance. Through the years, they had received the odd postcard or an envelope containing a miniature American flag, a not-so-subtle statement of their brother's loyalties. Now, several of them began writing, mostly in their native language, which Parker could barely read anymore. They got only Elvis memorabilia in return. Finally, 19-year-old Ad Jr. decided to send a plaintive letter, an appeal to the Colonel's heart. He could understand that Parker wasn't interested in relatives he hadn't seen in so many years, he wrote in English, but the family needed to know if at least they had found the brother they had mourned so long. "Are you," he asked, "really my uncle?" On January 31st, 1961, Parker sat down and answered Master Advancourt Jr. as he addressed the envelope, writing at once the most enigmatic and revealing document of his life. He typed it himself on plain paper, retaining all the odd syntax and spelling, some-1, that characterized his letters to Hal Wallace. The letter began in the third person, as if the author were a secretary. Throughout, in guarded self-protection, he showed himself to be deeply disturbed about an episode that he never quite defined. He repeatedly asked in a paranoid tone that all his relatives stop writing until they heard from Mr. Parker, as the letters were getting mixed in with the fan club mail, and "I'm sure you will agree that this matter, if it involves Mr. Parker, must be handled very carefully and privately." As for why the family had not heard from him, he assured Ad Jr. that Mr. Parker has felt the same longing and hopes as all of you, but must have had a very good reason and many problems so not to bring them to any of his people at any time. Then he cryptically referred to friends who might assist them in the future. "We will try to help in some way to at least make up for any mistakes someone may have made without meaning to do so." With that, he bizarrely switched to first person. "Remember me to all of them," as the text hinted of past deeds and secrets. He signed the letter with a signature that only his Dutch family would know, Andre. Ad Jr. was proud to have received such a reply, but was baffled by its contents. What was Uncle Andre really trying to say, referring to mistakes someone may have made without meaning to do so? The letter, sent by air and marked special delivery, useless in Holland but still communicating a red code of urgency, arrived in Breda on February 4th, 1961. 16 days later, in a surprise turnabout, Ad Sr. was invited to visit his brother in America. The trip, which Parker paid for, was arranged through a Dutch husband and wife with a similar surname, Van Cauck, living in Hackensack, New Jersey. Ad Sr. flew to New York on April 9th. There he was met by the Van Caucks, who entertained him for 11 days until the Colonel returned to Los Angeles from the location filming of Blue Hawaii. Then the three traveled to California. Parker, suspicious that his visitor was a crook from Europe to blackmail him, as Ad Jr. says, asked the man outright if he had come for money. Ad Sr. assured him he had not. Parker stared at his sibling, only 4 years younger, and then said finally, "Yes, you are my brother." They spent a week together, with Parker putting him up at his apartment in Los Angeles, conning a William Morris trainee into showing him the sights, even introducing him to a few colleagues as a business associate. Still, the Colonel kept his distance. He showed no emotion when Ad Sr. told him news of his brothers and sisters. Ad Sr. had promised the family that he would bring back pictures of himself with their brother, but although Marie obliged, Parker refused to be photographed with him, as if such evidence might somehow be used against him. Yet it was important that the family understand just how successful he had become. Before Ad went home, Parker did the unthinkable. He took him to Elvis's rented home on Perugia Way and introduced him as his brother. Elvis, watching television with the guys, rose to shake his hand. The Colonel doubtless had a story for why his brother spoke in a thick foreign accent, though according to Ad Jr., Elvis was neither impressed nor especially curious. Lamar Fike believes Presley never understood the connection. If Elvis had known, he would have said it. He couldn't keep a secret. When Ad Sr. returned to Holland, the family was eager for news. What was he like? How had he explained his awful absence? Ad Sr. had few answers for them. They hadn't talked much about private matters, he said, other than how Andre had painted sparrows yellow and sold them for canaries, and gypped Rube carnival-goers with a quarter glued to the side of his ring. Ad Sr. had the distinct impression he shouldn't ask too many questions. But he did meet Elvis Presley, the singer their brother had made the most famous man on earth. In the following months, Ad Sr. wrote his own story for Rosita, and in 1967, as the owner of a drugstore where the jukebox played only Elvis records, he gave an interview to Dineke Dekkers for the Dutch fan club magazine, It's Elvis Time. Ad Sr. died in 1992 of emphysema, never fully elaborating on the events to his siblings. The family connections in Holland were not close at all, says Ad Jr. To me and my mother he told a little more. But Ad Jr., a language teacher living in the Dutch village of Oostburg, keeps it to himself. Chapter 15. Trouble in the Kingdom. The Colonel tightens his grip. In March 1963, Parker worried about the arrival of a different kind of visitor, though there was nothing in her demeanor to indicate that she would become a pivotal figure in anyone's life, let alone the Colonel's. Petite, pretty, empty-headed except for the usual teenage obsessions, and positively goony-eyed with love, 16-year-old Priscilla Ann Beaulieu had captured Elvis's heart in Germany, and now she was moving to Memphis. The stepdaughter of an American Air Force captain, newly stationed near Friedberg, Priscilla had bragged to a girlfriend back in Texas that she was going over there to meet Elvis. She achieved her goal in a week and a half. Lamar Fike remembers that she showed up at the house that first night wearing a blue and white sailor suit and white socks. I said, God almighty, Elvis, she's cute as she can be, but she's 14 years old. We'll end up in prison for life. I watched that from the very beginning with abject fear. Parker had long known about her, both from his spies among the entourage, who reported Elvis's every move, and from stories in the press. Life magazine had photographed Priscilla at the Rhein-Main Air Base as she waved Elvis goodbye, captioning their picture, "The girl he left behind." Elvis denied that he was smitten. Not any special one, he told reporters when they asked if he'd left any hearts in Europe, but an elaboration. There was a little girl I was seeing quite often over there, and a telltale grin said otherwise. It was she he'd spent his last night with in Germany, and he hadn't stopped thinking about her, instructing her to write to him on pink stationery so her letters would stand out in the avalanche of mail. On several occasions, he'd brought her to the States to visit. Now, Elvis had persuaded Captain Beaulieu to let Priscilla come to Memphis and attend Immaculate Conception High School, where, he told him, the girls wore uniforms and studied under the tutelage of stern-faced nuns. The implication was that Elvis would marry Priscilla when she was old enough, but he didn't give them a time, she remembered later. He just said, I want her here. The immediate promise was that a chaperoned Priscilla would live on nearby Hermitage Road with Vernon and his new wife, Dee. That arrangement lasted only a matter of weeks, Priscilla slipping back and forth between the houses. With Grandma Minnie Mae Presley serving as lenient watchdog, the teenagers soon took up residence at Graceland, sharing Elvis's bed, though chastely, she maintains, and learning the drug protocol that allowed her to participate in his night-for-day world. During Presley's Army years, Parker had steadfastly refused to allow Elvis's most serious girlfriend, Anita Wood, to travel to Germany to see him. We had to keep everything so quiet. The Colonel said it would hurt his career. But though the Colonel took an unusual liking to Priscilla, he was furious at such a Lolita-like setup. Elvis was now 28 years old, with 12 years difference in their ages. Not so long before, in a redneck hormone storm, The piano-pounding Jerry Lee Lewis had ruined his career by marrying his underage cousin. This situation wasn't nearly as dangerous, but if discovered, it would still be a scandal, and Presley's movie contracts had morals clauses in them, a fact along with paternity suits that was never far from Parker's mind. If Elvis insisted on living with Priscilla for any length of time, the Colonel saw, they needed to marry, and Parker told him so. A marriage might calm Elvis down, especially in Hollywood, where the starlets lined up to be admitted to his parties. After first joining Elvis in California, where he was making Fun in Acapulco for Paramount, Priscilla was relegated to Memphis, where she waited impatiently for him to return between pictures. Priscilla was not alone in noticing that his behavior, fueled by a steady stream of uppers, downers, and sleeping pills, was becoming frighteningly erratic. In fact, one night Elvis's temper was so raw he threw a pool cue at a female party guest who had insulted him, injuring her shoulder and collarbone. He was sorry. He broke down and cried and said he hadn't known what had come over him, except he felt increasingly boxed in by the lightweight movies he derisively termed travelogues for their quasi-exotic locales. He was doing 3 and soon 4 a year, rubbed thinner with every picture, and suffering nosebleeds on the set from anxiety. Fun in Acapulco, Elvis's 5th film since Blue Hawaii, was a perfect example of the kind of empty fare that continued to satisfy his fans, if not the actor himself, and is memorable only for a quavering, if coincidental, connection to the life of Andreas van Kuijk. In it, Elvis plays an ex-circus performer, an aerialist, who in a moment of fright and misjudgment allows his brother to fall to his death. Traumatized, he flees the circus world to escape his past and assume a new life in a foreign country. The film, which at one point has Elvis's character, Mike Wingren, sending a telegram to his hometown of Tampa, Florida, was directed by Richard Thorpe, Jailhouse Rock, who again explores the theme of a young man jeopardizing his future through the tragedy of accidental death. As in his earlier film, Thorpe includes the character of a talent manager, a pint-sized Mexican shoeshine boy. "You sure you're not a 40-year-old midget?" Elvis asks, who takes 50% of his client's money, insisting he's not an agent, but a partner. Since Elvis was unable to travel to Mexico, the studio relied on a variety of process shots, mostly background projection, to place him south of the border. By now, in keeping with the Colonel's cross-promotional synergy, RCA culled most of Elvis's singles from the largely dreadful soundtracks. Since 1961, he'd enjoyed a chart-topper with Good Luck Charm, and watched a pair of hits, Can't Help Falling in Love and Return to Sender, climb to number 2. Yet no Elvis release was a sure bet anymore. Some singles failed to crawl out of the 30s, and Parker put the pressure on Bill Bullock in RCA's New York office to make things happen. "I may not type good," Parker joked, a comment on his 2-fingered keyboard style, "but they sure do know what I mean up there." Indeed they did. A memo went around at RCA with the instructions, "Always remain friendly with the Colonel," a directive that struck fear in the hearts of those who remembered how he'd gotten one executive fired over an altercation regarding brother Dave Gardner, whom Parker had brought to the label. Now, if Presley wanted his records mixed one way, with his voice as part of the instrumentation, and Parker wanted Elvis more out front, it was Parker the label obeyed. In early '62, he worked out a new arrangement with RCA concerning previously released material. The agreement provided both Elvis and the Colonel with substantial new revenue from special side deals, which Parker would later refer to as joint ventures. They would split those monies 50-50. The contract, which Parker insisted be no longer than 1 page and contain no legalese, would be renegotiated 7 months later. "It was changed so often," said one employee, "that RCA has nothing to say about anything Elvis does or anything we do for him." Though the label's lawyers insisted the company back out of promoting a 43-city tour in late '62, an artistic disappointment for Elvis and a financial loss of more than $1 million, Parker was regarded as the absolute power. Consequently, the staff went into a frenzy if he happened to drop by unannounced. Joan Deary, Scholz's secretary, worked out a signal with someone downstairs so she could get the office in order before she met him at the elevator, when Parker would just explode out into the hall. The first time it happened, she rushed to put out an autographed picture the Colonel had sent her boss for Christmas. None of us liked it, she remembered, and we'd put it in a drawer behind the door to Steve's office. I went flying in there to pull it out, and I banged into Steve, who was also trying to get the picture out of the cabinet and on display. Bill Bullock was only half kidding when he sent Parker a large office clock inscribed, "Colonel, it's whatever time you want it to be." Unlike the men at RCA, ever present for Parker like dutiful sheep, publicist Ann Fulchino was the only one to contest the Colonel. Concerned about Elvis's morale and the erratic chart placement of his records, she asked Tom Diskin to take her to see Presley on the Paramount lot one day in early '63. "That kid was not only unhappy, he was ashamed for me to see him prostituting himself with those crummy pictures," she remembers. She sat down with him and explained her campaign for promoting his records, practically drawing him a diagram on how you build a star. Elvis realized he needed to make major changes in the direction of his music and his movies, and promised Fulchino he would do so. But though she believed Elvis knew Parker was not the right manager for him, the way the Colonel wanted him to go was not the way Elvis wanted to go. He allowed himself to be hamstrung with unsuitable projects. On the set of Kissin' Cousins, filmed only months after his talk with Fulchino, Elvis told co-star Yvonne Craig that he figured the Colonel would know when the time was right to return him to dramatic pictures. Was Elvis merely saving face? The Colonel's dominance was so strong that Presley may have thought he was incapable of standing up to him, even to demand stronger scripts after Parker turned down his one request to approve them. "If they're smart enough to pay you all that money, they're smart enough to write a good script." But Elvis's reticence, his lack of emotional backbone, proved to be his fatal flaw. Fed by his father, who was beginning to question the Colonel's choices, though still bowing to financial concerns, keeping the books and fretting over every penny, Elvis's constraint found its genesis in the mother-son teachings of Gladys. After her husband went to prison in 1938, it was she who taught her young son to fear authority, so that he might survive in a hostile world, never dreaming that he would rise above his social class, where such behavior would become inappropriate. Elvis made fun of the Colonel to the guys, yet he remained subservient to his face. His refusal to challenge the Colonel factored into the stunting of his personal growth and development, as well as his self-loathing and escalating drug dependency. He turned his anger inward and numbed it with pills. A turning point came in 1963 with the filming of Viva Las Vegas, Elvis's best MGM picture in the post-Army years. With the casting of Anne Margaret, the first co-star to generate real electricity with Presley on screen, Parker should have seen that Viva Las Vegas plugged two live wires together, made a formula musical sizzle, and ensured that future films reconnected such high voltage. But Parker was threatened by an actress who both competed with his star and engaged Elvis's attention off-screen, as Anne Margaret did from the start. And it's true, as the Colonel complained, that it was difficult to distinguish just whose film it was. Instead of playing up their natural chemistry, he grumbled that Anne Margaret got more close-ups and flattering camera angles, and fought to cut their duets to just one song. Finally, he vetoed special billing for her in the advertisements that MGM hoped would help draw audiences beyond the usual Presley fans. "If someone else should ride on our back," Parker told the studio, "then we should get a better saddle." Parker was likewise clueless as to how the movie rejuvenated his client's spirits and musical dynamism, particularly with the jumpy title tune. During filming, the Colonel brought his friend Gene Austin to the set and had Elvis rehearse the tunes to the old crooner for comments. "He was singing one song," recalls Austin's wife, Lucille, "and the Colonel said, 'Now, Elvis, I don't like about 8 bars of that. Call David Houston, Austin's godson, then a hopeful country singer, and sing it to him, and then tell him to give you the Gene Austin licks for those bars.'" Elvis was angry and embarrassed, but kept it to himself, concentrating instead on his banter with Mrs. Austin. When you'd pay him a compliment, she remembers, he'd always say, "Thank you, ma'am, honey." After a string of disappointing flicks, Viva Las Vegas, directed by George Sidney, Annie Get Your Gun, would topple Blue Hawaii as Elvis's highest-grossing film ever. By 1969, revenues would reach $5.5 million, up from Elvis's usual picture gross of $3 million. Its success should have shown Parker that spending money for more alluring co-stars, creative directors, and imaginative scripts would go a long way to assure his client of longevity. However, at the time, all he saw was that Viva Las Vegas had soared over budget. At MGM, Parker preferred working with men like Sam King of the Quickies Katzman and Joe Pasternak, who guaranteed tight shooting schedules and production costs, and welcomed the fact that the Colonel rarely requested story conferences. Katzman nonetheless asked the Colonel to read the screenplay for Kissin' Cousins, but Parker told him it would cost him $10,000, and then diffused such an outrageous demand with a vote of confidence similar to what he'd told Elvis. "If you didn't know what you were doing, you wouldn't be here." Kissin' Cousins was an embarrassment to Elvis, however, and Katzman would go on to make the worst picture of Elvis's career, Harum Scarum. When Joe Pasternak made the first of his two Elvis pictures, Girl Happy and Spin Out, both shot in 32 days, the producer took the Colonel aside and said, "Look, you can't make a picture where the star takes 70 or 80% of the cost." Parker was resolute. He said, "I'm sending you Elvis Presley." He didn't want to boost the price up, but he wouldn't budge on Elvis, and he'd want to save on everything else. Elvis resented the financial shortcuts on his films, as well as the shoddy technical workmanship on Kissin' Cousins that prominently showed his stand-in, Lance Legault, in the finale march. "Sam Katzman said, 'It's too expensive to shoot it over. No one will even notice,'" remembers Yvonne Craig. But he was particularly crushed to read an interview with Wallace in the Las Vegas Desert News and Telegram, in which the producer said it was the profits from the commercially successful Presley pictures that made classy vehicles like Peter O'Toole's Beckett possible. "That doesn't mean a Presley picture can't have quality too," Wallace added, but the damage was done. Still, while Presley usually managed to remain calm and professional on the movie sets, his frustration sometimes poured out in the soundtrack sessions at Radio Records, where he could barely hide his discomfort at recording bland and pathetic pop songs like "There's No Room to Rumba in a Sports Car," "Do the Clam," and "Petunia, the Gardener's Daughter," provided by the Hill and Range writers. One day, anguished at a song put before him, Elvis made a crack about somebody in the business. Everyone laughed, but he quickly recanted. "I didn't mean that, guys," he said. "The Colonel told me to always say nice things." Freddie Beanstalk understood the predicament, but was powerless to change it. "Once we started on the MGM contract, with 4 pictures a year, it was like a factory," he says. "Each producer would send me 10 or 11 drafts of the script, and I would mark those scenes where a song could be done without being absolutely ridiculous. And then I would give those scripts to 7 or 8 songwriting teams. I'd wind up with 4 or 5 songs for each spot, and then I would take them to Elvis and he would choose which one to do. But there was no way to have better music, because from the moment one picture was finished, we would have to get started on the next one." Presley was especially embarrassed to be locked up in Hollywood doing mediocre films while the Beatles, who would visit him at his Perugia Way home in Hollywood in August of '65, threatened his supremacy in musical history, even as his roustabout soundtrack would best their latest album on the charts. But an argument can be made that whatever Parker's intent, Hollywood helped keep Elvis a big star and in the money during a period when his record career might have languished, especially in the protest and psychedelic era. The popular consensus that Parker denied Elvis a significant place in '60s music history comes under fire from several music journalists, including Michael Streisguth, who doubts that Elvis, working strictly in music, would have escaped the fate of other '50s stars. RCA was slow to respond to '60s rock and roll, and since Elvis wrote none of his own material, the label would have had difficulty knowing what to do with Presley during those rapidly changing times. "By dumb luck," says Streisguth, "the movie years had the effect of preserving Elvis economically while the wild music environment passed over. Elvis was not spent from years of musical rejection, so when the time was right and people were ready to see him in concert, he was fresh and ready to pounce on the opportunity. Inadvertently, Parker's decisions in the early and mid-'60s gave us the great Elvis music of the very late '60s and early '70s. Starting around 1963, the Colonel, whose physical meetings with Elvis had always been sporadic, became even more remote, spending much of his time in Palm Springs, the hangout for Frank Sinatra and the good old boys of Hollywood. For several years he'd commuted on the weekends, filling the car with weighty bottles of Mountain Valley spring water and schlepping Marie's favorite houseplants from Los Angeles, staying first at the Spa Hotel, where he enjoyed the baths, and then at a house at 888 Regal Drive, compliments of the William Morris Agency. Then one day in the mid-60s, he fell over in the driveway with another heart attack, his third, which left him using a cane. Once he grew stronger, he employed it as a prop. Byron Raphael ran into him at the Tic-Toc restaurant in Los Angeles not long after, and he could tell that something awful had happened. He'd really changed. He had that cane and he was bent over. It shocked me because he was like an old man. To most people, Parker explained he just had a bad back and pointed to an exercise contraption and the elastic brace he wore around his waist and upper torso for proof. But he was convinced he couldn't survive yet another coronary, casually telling associates, "You don't see any hearses with luggage racks on them," and made the decision to spend the rest of his life as if there were no tomorrow. Only the biggest and the most would do. First, he wanted a new house in Palm Springs. He went to work on Abe Lastvogel's wife, Frances, paying her a visit while she was in the hospital, hauling in a big vase of flowers, and sweet-talking her into letting him have the larger $250,000 one-floor plan house at 1166 Vista Vespero. There, Marie would make everything in the house blue and white, right down to the drapes and bed sheets and even gravel in the driveway. And the Colonel could relax by the pool and get RCA to install a commercial freezer for the vast amounts of meat he bought and inventoried like gold, even as he struggled to keep his weight in check. Parker didn't mind being fat. As far as he was concerned, his size suited him and added to his psychological heft, but his doctor dictated otherwise. Sometimes Parker showed up at Elvis's recording sessions and tried to lift his client's mood. On occasion, he ordered lunch in for everyone and routinely traded jokes with bassist Bob Moore, who had known the Colonel since the Eddie Arnold years and considered Parker a great, great man, and with Buddy Harmon, who drummed on at least 9 of the soundtracks, and likewise found him to be a pretty nice old codger, really. It was a sentiment Parker went out of his way to foster with the Nashville musicians, if not necessarily with the L.A. players. Moore, who'd been on nearly all the movie recordings, remembers the time he walked into the control room where Hal Wallace was sitting in the producer's chair. "Boy," the Colonel said to Wallace, "get up and go get me some coffee. Let Bob sit here." At other times, it was Elvis he humiliated in front of the movie execs. After Wallace sent Parker a letter complaining that Elvis looked soft, fat, and jowly around the face in Viva Las Vegas, asking the Colonel to have a talk with him about his weight, Parker grilled Marty Lacker about his boss's eating habits at a recording session. "He's just been eating what he always eats," Lacker said, at which point Parker banged his cane on the floor and then raised it in the air, yelling, "Don't lie to me! Tell me!" But it wasn't so much Presley's eating habits that altered his looks as it was his pharmaceutical habit, according to Lacker, one of the entourage members who alternately carried Presley's black makeup kit, which the singer filled with pills. Often they dictated his moods. At the next session, it was Elvis who couldn't contain his rage. "He had this big orchestra in there," remembers Lacker, "and he started singing. He didn't settle for the first take. They were getting ready to do it again, and Elvis reached his breaking point. He started ranting. 'I'm tired of all these fucking songs, and I'm tired of these damn movies. I get in a fight with somebody in one scene, and in the next one I'm kissing the dog. What difference does it make how many times we do this song? I'll tell you what, you just cut the tracks for this next movie, and I'll come in later and put my voice on.'" Shortly after, the Colonel invited Elvis to join him and Marie and the Tuckers for dinner, but Presley declined, much to Parker's embarrassment. "Colonel just damn near begged him, and he wouldn't do it," Tucker remembers. For years, the Colonel had boasted of never mixing business and pleasure with his client, not even the simple sharing of a meal. "You do your thing and I'll do my thing, and it'll be beautiful," he had said. Elvis was in no mood to start now. With the movie and record deals in place, Parker found himself with plenty of time for something he now considered doubly important: having fun. When he got a call from a promoter about possibly taking Presley out on tour, he'd tell him Elvis was tied up for the next 3.5 years, but he'd be happy to rent the gold lame suit for the weekend for $5,000. Or maybe they'd be interested in Elvis's cars. He had a tour of those going out soon, and he wasn't even kidding about that one. Parker spent much of the day in his funhouse offices at Paramount and MGM, cutting up with the cost-free additions to his staff: Jim O'Brien, his private secretary, on loan from Hill and Range, Irv Schechter and John Hartman, supplied by the William Morris office, and Grell and Landon, courtesy of RCA. Soon Gabe Tucker would also be there on the Morris dime. On occasion, Parker referred to O'Brien as Sergeant, but as usual, nobody had any real rank except Diskin, whose desk, a third the size of Parker's, was in the Colonel's private office at MGM. The rest were privates who helped Parker carry out his schemes. Each morning the staff arrived at the maze-like Elvis exploitations offices at MGM and prepared a list of VIP birthdays so the Colonel could make his congratulatory calls, the aides lining up in front of a microphone in the office and singing to whomever their boss had on the phone. "I thought it was kind of rank," remembers John Hartman, who went on to manage David Crosby and Graham Nash, Canned Heat, and the group America, "but I did it anyway." "We didn't hurt ourselves working," says Tucker, whose MGM office was in Clark Gable's old dressing room, and whose duties included tamping down the Colonel's pipe, which replaced the cigars when Parker got upset. Tucker also ran the cookhouse, a so-called carnival kitchen Parker made by throwing an oilcloth over the conference room table, adding ketchup bottles and kitchen chairs, and promoting a stove and refrigerator from the studio so Parker could cook slumgullion, a boiled stew that harkened to his hobo days. Most of the time they ordered food in, but after Easy Come, Easy Go, the Colonel would appropriate actor Bob Eisenberg from the cast to wear a chef's hat and serve occasional lunch guests like Abe Lastfogel, who choked down the slices of ham the Colonel piled on to watch the little Jewish man squirm. When that grew tiresome, Parker totaled up the free meals he'd gotten in the last month, instructing Tucker to pick a name from the directory of MGM executives and call to say, "The Colonel thinks he ought to invite us to supper." Soon the requests grew more elaborate and grand. The president of RCA sent him a check for $1 million without any paperwork when Parker asked for a loan for Vernon Presley, allegedly to buy a Memphis skating rink. The Colonel liked his tests. He began spending weeks at a time in Palm Springs, where Milton Prell had a house. They both also kept an apartment at the Wilshire Comstock in L.A., and where he could keep a closer eye on his neighbor, Hal Wallace. The producer continued to humor him, sending him, while on a trip to England, a small dish from the Elephant Club for Parker's collection. Parker wrote him a letter thanking him for swiping it. "I could tell you that I bought it, but I know that you would have a lot more respect for me if you felt that I had lifted it," Wallace replied. Their relationship remained cordial but strained, although Wallace succeeded in getting the Colonel to read perhaps his first script for the carnival-themed roustabout, which Wallace produced in part to honor Parker's colorful past. "Of course, we want you to be associated with the project, as I know how close this type of life is to you," he wrote. Afterward, Parker sent Wallace an affectionate letter in which he complimented the producer's ability to make a picture gel. "You have a certain magic wand that makes these things come out even if other people don't understand it all the time," he said. "This I respect more than I can put in words." Parker may have meant the flattery as a kind of balm. "When I was doing Roustabout," recalls the screenwriter Alan Weiss, "I went down to Palm Springs and spent a weekend with the Colonel, interviewing him specifically on his circus background. When I got back, Hal Wallace said, 'How did it go?' I told him it went fairly well, and I thought we had a good subject for Elvis. Then he said, 'It was an expensive weekend.' I thought, 'Oh my God, is he referring to the hotel I stayed at, or what?' I learned later that the Colonel had billed him for his time." Wallace took such things in stride, but the two could also go for days and not speak. Afterward, in Palm Springs, it would be as if the incident had never happened. Parker going to dinner and tossing his hat on one of Wallace's priceless Rodin sculptures just to rankle his host, or asking the producer to play golf with Marie's grandson, Tommy, when the boy and his sister Sharon came for the summer. Later, the Colonel would throw a black-tie party and invite Wallace, among others, answering the door wearing nothing but Bermuda shorts. Underneath his various guises, however, the Colonel wrestled with increasingly dark moods of depression. Aside from his concern about his heart and his growing estrangement from Elvis, he was deeply worried about Marie. In the past, there were times when he'd avoided going to Palm Springs because he didn't want to have to put up with her carrying on about her cats. A dog lover, his ardor barely extended to felines, and he was jealous of her doting on a particular male cat named Midnight. "I was in the house one day," remembers Lamar Fike, "and Colonel and I were sitting in the den talking. Marie comes in all distraught and said, 'Midnight's on the roof! Midnight's on the roof!' Colonel said, 'He'll come down.' She came back in a little while and said, 'Midnight's still on the roof. Do something.' So Colonel went out with a hose about as big as a fireman's with tremendous pressure and aimed it at that cat and blew it over the garage and the porte-cochere and out into the street. It landed on its feet, but boy, was it surprised. Colonel came back in and said, 'Now that's how you get a cat off a roof.'" Lately, though, he'd demonstrated more compassion. Marie's health had begun to deteriorate. She complained to Gabe Tucker and to her brother Bitsy that living with the Colonel was constant stress, and sometimes he got on her nerves so badly she suffered debilitating headaches that left her unable to think straight. But the Colonel believed it was more than that. Her mind seemed to be slipping, and sometimes her rantings, he said in off-the-cuff remarks, drove him crazy. Since she was also becoming severely arthritic, after the Tuckers moved out, Parker hated to leave her alone. So first he had RCA sales manager Jack Burgess stay up all night with her and play cards. When Burgess grew weary, it was Irv Schechter, one of Marie's favorites, who got the call. Schechter was probably only too glad to be out of Parker's office, where the Colonel thought his William Morris recruit had developed ulcers. It was during the 1964 making of Roustabout that Elvis met Larry Geller, who would become one of the most significant members of the Memphis Mafia, and perhaps Presley's purest friend. A hairdresser in J. Sebring's Tony Salon, Geller first showed up at Presley's home on Perugia Way in April '64 at the invitation of Entourage member Alan Fortas. Elvis had heard good things about his work, Fortas told him. Affable and expressive, Geller talked at length to Elvis about his dedication to spiritual studies and the metaphysical, which seemed to set the singer's curiosity on fire. "What you're talking about," Elvis said, hungry for discussion, "is what I secretly think about all the time. You don't know what this means to me." They talked of Elvis's purpose in life, and the singer confessed he felt chosen but didn't know why. "I've always felt this unseen hand guiding my life ever since I was a little boy," he said. "Why was I plucked out of all of the millions of lives to be Elvis?" The next day, at Elvis's request, Geller showed up at Paramount with a copy of The Impersonal Life, a book he thought would aid Presley in his quest. From then on, Elvis would read such books every day, dedicating himself to the study of Eastern religion and the spiritual path, with Larry as his personal teacher. Almost immediately, the entourage, as well as Parker and Priscilla, viewed Geller with suspicion, seeing him as a disruptive interloper who threatened the status quo. Toward the end of 1964, however, Parker had much bigger things on his mind than bickering among the Elvis camp. That December, he signed a contract with United Artists for 2 pictures, Frankie and Johnny and Clambake, at $650,000 each. But more important, with the help of Abe Lastvogel, who said it couldn't be done, he succeeded in completing a deal with MGM for the benchmark figure of $1 million. Lastvogel thought Parker was crazy, bringing Gabe Tucker in for some light banter to distract the studio lawyers and insisting he wouldn't do the deal unless MGM threw in the ashtray that lay on the conference room table. But in the end, he nailed down a deal for 3 pictures, the first commanding $1 million, $250,000 of which would be paid in $1,000 weekly installments over 5 years, and the next 2 drawing $750,000 each. Profit participation was set at 40%. The Colonel couldn't contain his glee. He'd finally gotten the best of them all: Wallace, Hazen, Lastvogel, everyone. By sheer gall and snowmanship, Parker had succeeded in making Elvis the highest-paid actor in Hollywood, and his career total was even more impressive, Since the beginning of their relationship, he'd brokered deals that had earned Presley $35 million. But to the Colonel's great disappointment, Elvis didn't seem particularly pleased about the new contract. In fact, since the May departure of Joe Esposito, the foreman of the entourage and the Colonel's chief spy, Parker couldn't even get his client on the phone. Elvis had picked this time to show a rare spurt of independence. In early October, when he reported to Allied artists to begin pre-production on Tickle Me, he told the Colonel and everyone on the set that it was important to him to be home in Memphis for Thanksgiving. As filming wore on and delays ensued, Elvis realized that the schedule would be tight, but still he kept quiet. Finally, he got his release on Tuesday, November 24th, 2 days before Thanksgiving, with a caravan of cars and a Dodge mobile home yet to transport cross-country. In late February, Presley went to Nashville to record the soundtrack for Harum Scarum, the first of the 3 MGM pictures, a Sam Katzman quickie with a plot that called for Elvis to wear a turban, be kidnapped by a gang of assassins, and perform with a Middle Eastern dancing troupe. A scenario that seemed to combine Rudolph Valentino's The Sheik with the Hawaiian and gypsy stories Parker had suggested to Hal Wallace years before. The session, Presley's first time in a recording studio in 8 months, went poorly as the former rocker balked at singing such lyrics as, "Come Hear My Desert Serenade." Parker, who had kept tabs on Elvis's mounting dissatisfaction, began sending letters to Marty Lacker, the new Memphis Mafia foreman, stressing the importance of the caravan superintendent, as he called him, getting Elvis and company to the coast on time to begin filming. Elvis, however, was in no hurry to report to California, preferring to spend time with Larry Geller in meditation and study. Weeks went by, and Parker's continuous calls went unheeded. "Elvis is not ready to come back," Marty reported, and it did no good for Parker to scream. He was beside himself with anxiety, the studio telephoning night and day and talking breach of contract. To duck their calls, he finally staged an elaborate ruse, having Marie phone Harry Jenkins, who in late 1963 replaced Bill Bullock at RCA in New York. "My husband is deathly ill," Marie whispered into the phone. "It's a bad situation." She just ordered a hospital bed for him, in fact, and she needed Jenkins to get the word to MGM and to Gabe Tucker, relaxing in Houston after months out on the road touring Elvis's cars. Jenkins dutifully reported the grave news. "Gabe, Colonel is bad sick. Marie wants you to come out and take care of him." Tucker, afraid that Parker had suffered another heart attack, caught the first plane, only to find the Colonel himself waiting to pick him up. "Goddamn, Colonel, you scared the hell out of me. Mr. Jenkins said you was in bad shape." "Well, I didn't feel good yesterday." They went home, and Tucker knew there was something wrong after all. He said, "Let's sit out by the pool," and Parker told him the whole story. Secretly, the Colonel's employee rooted for Elvis. "I thought, well, by God, Elvis showed him this time. For a change, he stood up." But Parker was somehow sympathetic, too, craving a kind word and a compliment. No manager had ever accomplished what he had, or taken a star to such heights. Now he'd made a once-in-a-lifetime deal for a client who didn't even care, a client who was surely slipping out of his grasp. He asked me, "Gabe, would you get my bed turned?" And I said, "Sure." Afterward, Tucker rolled it out beside the pool for him, helped him into it, and made him as comfortable as he could. He wondered if Parker wasn't sick after all. Then he plugged in the outside phone. The two old friends sat there for a minute, reminiscing about how far they'd come in 25 years. Soon the phone started ringing non-stop. Elvis still hadn't reported to the studio. "They was on him something awful. I never heard such cussin' and carrying on, and he didn't usually do that." Finally, I said, "Colonel, why don't you just tell him to kiss your ass? You got all the money you need. You can just tell everybody that you manage the highest-paid truck driver in the world." And he laughed, but he said, "God damn, Gabe, that ain't funny." It was March before Elvis gave in. The caravan left Memphis so late in the day that they needed to drive straight through without the usual night's rest in Amarillo or Albuquerque. But during a brief stop at a motel for a shower and a change of clothes, Elvis took Larry aside. Intellectually, he understood all the books Larry gave him, but he'd never had the kind of profound spiritual experience they described. I explained to him that it had nothing to do with an intellectual perception, Geller says, that it was more of an emotion, a surrendering of the ego to God. They continued their discussion on the drive, Elvis steering the mobile home and Larry riding shotgun, the other entourage members in the back and following in separate cars. They drove the rest of the night, and it was well into the next day before Elvis realized he'd gotten separated from the rest of the group. Elvis told Larry he was glad they were lost. I need to be away from everyone because I'm really into something important within myself. By that time, they were in Arizona, near Flagstaff, approaching the famous San Francisco peaks in the land of the Hopi Indians. It was coming on dusk when Elvis peered into the electric blue sky and suddenly said, Look, man, do you see what I see? What the hell is Joseph Stalin doing in that cloud? Larry said he saw it too, and then the image dissolved back into a fluffy cloud again. Suddenly, Elvis pulled the mobile home over and, jumping out, yelled, Follow me, man! Then he took off into the desert. When Larry caught up with him, Presley had tears rolling down his cheeks. It happened, Elvis said, hugging his friend. I thought God was trying to tell me something about myself, and I remember you saying, it's not a thing in your head, it has to do with your heart. I said, God, I surrender my ego. I surrender my whole life to you. And it happened. The face of Stalin had turned into the face of Christ. It was like a lightning bolt went right through him, Geller recounts. He said, Larry, I know the truth now. I don't believe in God anymore. Now I know that God is a living reality. He's everywhere. He's within us. He's in everyone's heart. When they returned to California, Elvis took his friend into the den of the rental home on Perugia Way and told him he'd made a decision. After such an intense experience, he couldn't go back to making teeny-bopper movies again. He wanted to quit show business and do something important with his life. In fact, Larry, he said, I want you to find me a monastery. I'm not making a move until you tell me what to do. Geller froze and then, thinking fast, told Elvis he could use his vision to make a difference in his films and in his records. You've got the greatest career in the history of show business, Geller told him. You are the legend of them all. You are Elvis. Geller's words found their target. He got that gorgeous grin on his face, and he said, Yeah, well, to tell you the truth, I can't imagine Priscilla next to me in some monastery raking leaves. But Larry knew the conversation meant trouble. At the word monastery, collective groans rose from the other side of the louvered doors. Says Geller, I realized that 5 minutes later, Colonel Parker would know everything, and the little wheels in his head would start to turn. Soon Parker would also learn about Elvis's involvement with an ecumenical movement called the Self-Realization Fellowship, based in Pasadena and run by a disciple of Paramahansa Yogananda named Sri Dayamata, and the colonel certainly wouldn't like that. The fallout started several weeks afterward on the soundstage of Harum Scarum. To keep their relationship strictly business, the colonel made few appearances on the movie sets, and when he did, he held court, saying, Where's a chair for the colonel? And expecting the Memphis Mafia to snap to attention, bringing him water and lighting his German cigars with the yellow tips. Geller was always uncomfortable when he added, And bring a chair for Larry. You sit with me, Larry. He knew that I had Elvis's ear, and that Elvis was changing, and he couldn't figure me out. Sometimes Parker even asked Geller to give him a haircut or invited him to share the whirlpool bath at the spa in Palm Springs. It was always tense between them. But this day, Geller knew the colonel had a different tack, and he wasted no time in getting to it. Larry, he began, I think you've missed your calling. You're tall, and you have such a commanding presence. I can see you dressed up in a tuxedo, standing on the stage. You have the quality to hypnotize people. By now, the colonel had reinstalled his pipeline, Joe Esposito, who shared co-foreman duties with Marty Lacker. Elvis seemed resigned to the arrangement, telling Geller he knew the colonel had been taking care of Joe all of those years, and that he didn't care. Several days later, with the picture completed, Esposito reported that Parker had called and wanted his client to come over to MGM right away. Geller was blow-drying Elvis's hair in the bathroom, and they stopped and gathered the rest of the guys and piled into 2 cars. "We went over to the lot," Geller says, "and about 10 minutes later, Elvis walked out. We knew he was ticked. He got in the car and he said, 'That motherfucker, man, he accused me of being on a religious kick. My life is not a religious kick. I'll show that fat bastard what a kick is.' He fumed for days." It was as if his resentment about everything had finally boiled over. His embarrassment about the scripts, his frustration at seeing his music reduced to pabulum, and Parker's constant interference. "The Colonel really cares about me? He's supposed to take care of the business end, and that's it. He's not a personal friend. He's my manager, and he better stay that way." Parker never criticized Elvis to any of his acquaintances, but now he drew a radical plan of action. While the Colonel had always directed almost every facet of Elvis's existence, he rationalized that he had involved himself only in Presley's professional affairs. With both his client and their partnership disintegrating, he would rule with an iron fist. This was the right thing to do, he told himself, since Elvis was incapable of taking care of himself. Besides, they had wrung almost every dollar out of Hollywood. Wallace and Hazen strongly believed the next movie, Paradise Hawaiian Style, would be, as Hazen termed it, Elvis's last good picture, and would go for only one more, easy come, easy go, once their deal ran out. Charles Boasberg, president of Paramount's distributing company, had sounded the final knell, writing Wallace that Frankie and Johnny, a United Artists film, is dying all over the country, and this is his second poor picture in a row. If it weren't for you lifting him up with some good production in your pictures, Presley would be really dead by now. Parker fought Joe Hazen on virtually every clause of the new contract, and while Wallace defended him, "I think the Colonel has kept his word with you and has shown fine spirit characteristic of him," he wrote to his partner. Hazen at one point called Parker's changes in the agreement the height of duplicity. He is trying to get his, and we have ours. But the Colonel also saw it as a triumph. "One day," remembers Marty Lacker, "Elvis came up to me and said, 'The Colonel wants you to take him to Palm Springs.' I'd never done that before, and I thought it was a very strange request, considering our relationship. I went over to his office, and I remember I had on a black pullover sweater. The Colonel looked at me and said, 'You're not dressed right. Let me give you a shirt.' He opened up a closet and pulled out this ugly old man's yellow and white striped shirt, and it had a cigar burn on the front. I said, 'Colonel, I don't want your shirt.' He said, 'You sure?' And he put it back in the closet. We started driving, and we got about a half hour out of Palm Springs, and we hadn't said a word to each other. He was sitting next to me in the front seat. All of a sudden, he started chuckling, and he said, 'Boy, I showed those goddamn Jews, didn't I?' Just out of the blue. Then he chuckled again. Now I'm saying to myself, you no-good bastard. You gotta know I'm Jewish. I wanted to take that car and head it into a pole, figure out how to kill him without hurting myself." In 1966, Parker would persist in wooing the producers for another film, issuing a Snowmen's League annual report, a tongue-in-cheek document listing bogus expenses, grosses, and profits. At the end, Parker insisted a photo of Elvis and Wallace shaking hands, onto which he had pasted a bizarre likeness of himself standing behind them and wielding a machete. "If you don't sign a contract," it seemed to say, further suggesting that only he had the power to sever ties, "I'll cut off your arm." By now, though, the producers were immune to the Colonel's ploys. Easy Come, Easy Go would almost not be released, Paramount believing it was doubtful the picture could recoup its cost. After Paramount backed off its advertising campaign and Parker relentlessly complained that he had spent too much of his own money to promote it, Wallace sent him a check for $3,500. But the veteran filmmaker would never do business with him again. Things were nearly as dismal at MGM. The prefab method by which the Elvis movie was assembled had become painfully obvious, with its tiny production budgets and lack of location shots for the film supposedly set in Europe and the Middle East. The grosses were also way down, and the plots had deteriorated to cartoon-like absurdity. Harum Scarum, released in late '65, had been so ridiculous, the Colonel suggested, that only a talking camel could save it by making the picture an intentional farce. Parker had always told Elvis never to admit he'd made a mistake, but the manager doubted his own judgment in going along with Sam Katzman's 18-day shooting schedule. It would take a 55th cousin to P.T. Barnum to sell it, the Colonel said, and the best thing to do was book it fast, get the money, then try again. Before long, rumors swirled in Tennessee that Elvis was retiring, or that he was looking to hire another manager, or that the Colonel himself was ready to quit managing his star. In February 1966, the Colonel got on the phone to the Memphis Commercial Appeal and explained that there wasn't a word of truth to the rumor, diffusing the situation with bravado, saying, "Heck yes, I would retire, and so would my boy, if we received enough money to retire. We have contracts for 14 additional motion pictures to be made over a period of several years." Still, Parker's judgment remained cloudy. His code of loyalty made him stick with inappropriate directors, including Norman Torrig, a quasi-hack best known for directing Boys Town with Spencer Tracy in 1938, and Elvis's own Blue Hawaii. Torrig had made a string of Elvis's films, and Parker requested him more often than his talent or his health warranted. In meeting with Irwin Winkler, who came aboard as the producer of Double Trouble, the nearly 70-year-old Hollywood veteran admitted he was blind in one eye and couldn't see well enough to drive. Torrig would be completely sightless within 2 years of finishing Double Trouble, during which time he would direct 2 more Presley pictures, Speedway and Live a Little, Love a Little, which would rank among Elvis's most disappointing efforts. Even the die-hard fans grumbled that the films weren't opening at the choice suburban movie houses, but at drive-ins. Worse, they relied on the same old formula. Elvis as a virile stock car racer, nightclub singer, or crop duster, saddled with a philandering, bumbling sidekick, and searching for true love through implausible dialogue and hackneyed songs. The president of the Hampshire, England Elvis Presley Club wrote that the movies were an insult to Elvis and fans. Another pleaded to Wallace that someone must help Elvis now when his career is beginning to falter. While an even more prescient voice opined, "I realize that there is not much you can do if Elvis doesn't care, and sometimes I doubt that he does." Despite the fact that exhibitors would soon claim that something must be radically wrong with Elvis, judging from his appearance, a lucrative movie offer came from Japan, but Parker turned it down, saying Elvis was booked through 1969. Byron Raphael used to ask the Colonel how he could be so strong, refusing certain offers and holding out for unprecedented money elsewhere. Parker explained it was because he had a 3-tiered client, the real reason he hadn't taken on anyone else to manage. "Byron," he said, "we don't need the movie business. If we couldn't do movies, we could do personal appearances for $50,000 a night. And if we couldn't do personal appearances, we could do records. We have gigantic record sales. I wouldn't do it otherwise." But in 1966, RCA again refused the Colonel's request to sponsor a big tour of personal appearances. He'd asked for $500,000 this time, and as RCA's Norman Rackison puts it, "I did not know who the $500,000 was going to." The company had also become concerned about slipping sales as musical tastes changed. An album that might have had a standing order for 2 million copies was down by half, and RCA would soon reduce Elvis's guaranteed advance. But Parker had other plans for Elvis, if he could hold him together. The first order was to get him focused. For that, the Colonel sent a stronger message to Larry Geller. One Sunday, he invited Geller and his wife and children to come to Palm Springs and spend the day at the house. After a swim, Parker asked Larry inside, where he began to probe him about his spiritual beliefs. The telephone rang, and Geller got the strange feeling from the Colonel's opaque mumbles that the conversation might have been about him. He looked at me, and he glanced away, and he said, yes, right now." "Well, yeah, right. But I dismissed it because I had no reason to be suspicious." Parker hung up and suggested they gather the kids and go to Will Wright's ice cream parlor. Afterward, the Gellers made their goodbyes and returned to Los Angeles. "The minute I drove into the driveway, I saw the back door open," Larry remembers. It was a precision strike. The intruders had not taken items of monetary value, but Geller's files on metaphysical topics, parapsychology, astrology, palmistry, and numerology, along with tapes of music from the Self-Realization Church. His clothes, too, were gone. Garbage was dumped upside down in the living room. Devastated, Geller piled his frightened family in the car and drove to see Elvis. He shook his head back and forth a few times and said, "All right, we know who did this." Though Presley set the Gellers up in a hotel until they were ready to return home, Elvis downplayed the incident, saying that at least no one was hurt. But it scared them both. Says Larry, "We just tried to repress it." With Geller seemingly diffused, Parker now attacked the second order of business, getting Elvis married. The strange press release that Parker had written for 1961's Wild in the Country shows that the Colonel had been thinking of this for a long time. During the making of the film, Parker wrote, Elvis was asked if the Colonel would object if Elvis married. "The Colonel would have nothing to say about it," Elvis replied with more than usual emphasis. "I probably would talk it over with him as a friend and as a man I respect, but never in the sense of asking him permission." "When the boy wants to marry, I hope he'll ask me to help him to do it," Parker said. Like a wise father, the press release went on, Colonel Parker takes an interest in the girls Elvis escorts, but doesn't interfere. He probably would step in if he thought Elvis were making some dreadful mistake, but it would be as a counselor, not as a commanding officer. In 1966, however, there was another commanding officer to consider. Priscilla was almost 21 now, and her stepfather, the newly promoted Lieutenant Colonel Beaulieu, was sounding off about Elvis's promise to make her his wife. He'd called in recent months and uttered what Elvis took to be some mild threats, and Parker didn't know how long he could hold him off. If Elvis reneged and Priscilla went to the papers, it could look very bad. The headlines would scream how he'd harbored an underage girl and broken her heart. Priscilla was beginning to think he was never going to marry her, especially as he was dating Anne Margaret, who told reporters she was in love with Presley but didn't know if they would marry. A scared Priscilla had flown out to Hollywood to try to break up the romance, but the Colonel had sent her home to Memphis so no one would ask questions about their relationship too. Suddenly, everyone was thinking seriously about marriage. The Colonel figured it would end Elvis's obsession with religion, keep him away from Anne Margaret and her smart young team of managers, and stem Elvis's growing fixation with guns and law enforcement. Priscilla hoped it would make him grow up. Why did he need all those guys around for slot car races and water balloon fights anyway? And Vernon, who still pretended to take care of Elvis's personal business. "My daddy doesn't do anything," Elvis had once accurately answered when asked Vernon's profession, would be happy if it quelled his son's incessant spending. At the end of 1966, Elvis would negotiate to buy a $300,000 ranch in Mississippi and blow a fortune on trucks, horses, and trailers for his friends. Parker liked to see Elvis burn through his money. It kept him working, but it made Vernon's head spin. Yes, they agreed, Elvis must get married. Furthermore, Elvis shouldn't be so remote. He needed to stay in closer touch with the old Colonel. And so in September 66, Elvis leased a home in Palm Springs where he spent Thanksgiving with his manager. But the stress was taking its toll. On the way home to Memphis, Elvis heard "The Green, Green Grass of Home" on the radio and broke down when he arrived at Graceland, telling Marty Lacker, "I walked in the door and I saw my mama standing there. I saw her, man." Just before Christmas, Elvis proposed to Priscilla. A vague date was set for the following year. Elvis couldn't find it in him to tell Anne Margaret and simply stopped taking her calls. With his skewed moral center, Parker believed that forcing Elvis to marry was an honorable move, even if Elvis himself was not emotionally committed. "When I fall deeply in love, it will happen," he'd told Hedda Hopper 5 years earlier. "I'll decide on the spur of the moment, but it won't be an elopement, but a church wedding." When Elvis reported for wardrobe fittings for Clambake, his 25th film in March of '67, the studio was shocked to discover that he had ballooned to 200 pounds, up 30 from his usual 170. "He ate out of depression," says Entourage member Jerry Schilling. "The movies were boring to him. and when he didn't have a challenge, he always got depressed." Parker was furious. Elvis began trying to melt the weight off with diet pills, but on top of the sleeping tablets and his usual arsenal of mood-altering drugs, the medications made him dizzy. One night at his new rental house on Rocca Place, Elvis got up to use the toilet and tripped over a television cord in the bathroom and hit his head on the sunken tub. By morning, he had a golf ball-sized lump, and he was woozy when he staggered out of the bedroom and asked the guys to take a look. Esposito phoned the colonel, thus setting in motion the events that led to Parker's most egregious attachment of Elvis's earnings. By the time the colonel arrived at the house, along with several white-uniformed nurses and a doctor carrying portable X-ray equipment, Elvis could barely hold his head up. The diagnosis was a mild concussion, but the start of the movie would have to be delayed by several weeks. "The colonel took us out in the hall," Marty Lacker remembers, "and he said, 'God damn you guys, why do you let him get this way? He's going to mess up everything. They'll tear up the contract.' Then he turned to Larry Geller. 'Get those books out of here right now,' he bellowed. 'You understand me? Right now.' Afterward," says Lacker, "the colonel went back in and talked to Elvis, and he said, 'Here's the way it is. From now on, you're going to listen to everything I say. Otherwise, I'm going to leave you, and that will ruin your career, and you'll lose Graceland, and you'll lose your fans. And because I'm going to do all this extra work for you, I want 50% of your contract.'" Parker prepared a new agreement, backdating it to January 1st. In setting down terms for a joint venture, the colonel wrote that he would continue to collect a 25% commission on Elvis's standard movie salaries and record company advances, but all-star shows would now receive 50% of profits or royalties beyond basic payments from both the film and the record contracts, including special or side deals. The commission would be deducted before any division of royalties and profits. Their merchandising split would remain the same. Lacker was surprised at how quickly Elvis had okayed such an agreement, but the foreman didn't know about the clinical depths of Elvis's depression, nor about a conversation that had taken place between Parker and Presley sometime the year before. They were talking about Sam Cooke, the great soul singer who died in a shooting outside a hooker's seedy motel room in 1964. Cooke had also recorded for RCA. In fact, his Live at the Copa album was released the month of his death. But it wasn't the manager of LA's Hacienda Motel who killed him, as the press reported, Parker told Elvis. The mafia got him. Cooke was stepping out of line, the colonel said, getting involved in civil rights, spouting off about things he shouldn't. He was warned, but he wouldn't shut up. Word came down, and the hit was made. The mob wasn't gangsters in the streets anymore, Parker explained. It was heads of corporations like RCA, the East Coast, Sicilian families, men whose last names ended in vowels, men with uncles called Jimmy the Thumb. "Colonel told Elvis, 'You've got to behave yourself. You can only go so far,' says Larry Geller. And Elvis knew the colonel was a dangerous enemy." A week or so after the fall, when Presley regained his strength, Parker called a meeting at Rocca Place. Priscilla and Vernon had flown out from Memphis, and along with Elvis and the guys, they sat around the living room as Parker rolled out a list of changes. 1. Joe Esposito was to be the lone foreman. 2. No one was to talk about religion to Elvis, and Geller could no longer be alone with him. And 3. There was too much money going out. Everyone's salary would be cut back, and several people had better start looking for jobs. In the end, no one was fired, and only one person left voluntarily, when Larry Geller quit the following month. But the guys had never seen Elvis so docile. He never took his eyes off the floor, and he never spoke up. At 9:41 on the morning of May 1st, 1967, Elvis and Priscilla were married by Nevada Supreme Court Judge David Zenoff in a small surprise ceremony in Milton Prell's suite at the new Aladdin Hotel in Las Vegas. She was absolutely petrified, and Elvis was so nervous he was almost bawling, the justice remembers. Afterward, owner Prell laid out a $10,000 champagne breakfast with suckling pig and poached salmon, and then the couple flew to Palm Springs on Frank Sinatra's Learjet to begin their honeymoon. As if it were the colonel's own wedding, Parker arranged every detail. It was the colonel who got the rings, the room, the judge, Priscilla later said. We didn't do any of that. It was all through his connections. We wanted it to be fast, effortless, which meant she and Elvis also allowed the colonel to pick the attendants and the guests, who numbered fewer than 20. Most of the Memphis Mafia were excluded from the ceremony, a painful sight that would leave bruised feelings for years, but invited to the breakfast, where they mingled with Parker's gambling buddy, the comedian Red Fox. Larry Geller, whom Elvis had once asked to be best man, read about the wedding in the newspaper. Stunned, he thought back to the events of the past month. Parker had taken charge of everything in Elvis's life except the one aspect he should have addressed, Presley's drug use. Graylin Landon, who worked with the colonel from 1955 on, first as a vice president of Hill and Range, and then as an RCA publicist, says that Parker himself didn't know about the pills during the MGM years, despite Elvis's ever-present makeup case. But others insist that can't be true. The colonel was informed about everything that went on, and though their meetings were infrequent, there was no way he couldn't have recognized the erratic behavior and abnormal perspiration of an addict, even one whose dependence was on prescription drugs, not street narcotics. But just as several of the entourage members were in denial about their own drug use, Parker, according to his friends, refused to believe that Elvis was truly in trouble. A more plausible explanation is that in the days before the Betty Ford Clinic, the colonel didn't know where to take him for discreet, effective help, and loathed risking the loss of work if the truth got out. As a man who spent his whole life covering things up, Parker believed the decent thing was to conceal Elvis's weakness. Just as Elvis turned increasingly to drugs in periods of stress, Parker, as his difficulties mounted, visited the gambling tables of Las Vegas for the addictive element of excitement and escape. For many gamblers, the satisfaction, even the thrill, is in losing, not winning, since for pathological gamblers with an impulse control disorder, the game is never about the acquisition of money, but about the action itself. Gambling fed the obsessive twins, wisdom and folly, of Parker's personality, which made him, by turns, calculating and reckless, self-protective and self-destructive. Parker's losses were now becoming increasingly apparent to his business associates, who saw him as a chronic gambler. Since 1965, he'd been asking for money early on the film contracts, and new RCA president Norman Rackison was well aware that Parker had a penchant for the tables, as the label had assigned Harry Jenkins to keep the colonel happy. That meant Jenkins spent an inordinate amount of time sitting at the craps tables with Parker in Vegas, the colonel intoning, "Let's go down to the office," as his signal for some action. Jenkins hoped that RCA would reimburse him for the losses he sustained when Parker urged him to throw in a few chips, but the label had no such intention, since it was already occasionally taking care of the colonel's debts. Though Parker grossed unfathomable sums of money, little of it came in steadily. In between deals, he began calling on Hal Wallace, the Morris Agency, and RCA to cover him, the casinos knowing that someone was always going to be good for his money. If not, they gave him credit or wrote it off as a favor. "I'm sure there was an awful lot going on," says Parker's acquaintance Dick Contino, the accordionist who was courted by the mob early in his career and remained a favorite of Sinatra. "It would be an obvious thing. If you've got a problem financially, these guys don't write notes. They ask you what you need. If they like you, you got it. Money is nothing, but respect everything. My guess is that they asked for their favors in return and got them, maybe unbeknown to Elvis. I wouldn't criticize Tom for it. Why not?" Chapter 16. Black Leather Blues, the '68 Special. Sometime in 1965, in near secret, the colonel started taking meetings with Tom Sarnoff, vice president of NBC's West Coast Division. Parker thought Elvis should make a motion picture for television, he told Sarnoff, and after it debuted on the network, he wanted the rights to release it theatrically around the world. The negotiations were long and arduous, and often seemed to stall altogether. Throughout Elvis's movie years, Parker had fiercely protected the exclusivity to put his client on television, again demonstrating his shrewdness in using the medium. Only once had he been thwarted. In 1959, he entered into a deal with Irving Kahn, the teleprompter inventor, for a 100-city closed-circuit television concert to reintroduce Elvis after his return from the Army. Closed-circuit telecasts were commonplace for champion prize fights, but a recording artist had yet to do one, and Parker enjoyed the publicity of the history-making event. But Wallace and Hazen quickly objected, arguing if the paid TV appearance wasn't successful, attendance for Presley's future motion pictures would suffer. Parker scrapped the closed-circuit deal, snippily writing Wallace and Hazen, "I know that both of you must be broken-hearted. If there is anything either of you could do to make me feel better, don't hesitate to go to any lengths to achieve this pleasant goal." From that day, Parker plotted his revenge, drafting long, saber-rattling letters to the producers whenever they aired one of Presley's films on television. Free showings of any Elvis movie diluted the sales impact of his first-run features, Parker huffed, letting Wallace know that if such practices continued, he could very well lose the next Presley picture. But what the Colonel really dreaded was interference as he negotiated a big deal with NBC, which, like RCA, was a corporate arm of General Electric. In October 1967, Sarnoff and the Colonel came together again. This time they talked about a package deal to include Elvis's first TV appearance since the Frank Sinatra special of 1960. 3 months later, they agreed on a price, $250,000 for a music special and $850,000 for a feature film, plus 50% of the profits. The movie, Charo, an offbeat film in the vein of Sergio Leone's so-called spaghetti westerns, would eventually debut in theaters after all. Though the picture would be a dismal failure, it soothed the actor's ego somewhat. "Charo is the first movie I ever made without singing a song," Presley would tell one of the Colonel's chosen reporters. "I play a gunfighter, and I just couldn't see a singing gunfighter." Ultimately, he would agree to croon the title tune. For the last year, the Colonel had been rethinking his strategy, trying to find projects to challenge Elvis, to rouse him from his lethargy and depression. With Easy Come, Easy Go, Parker had attempted, and failed, to have Wallace cast Elvis in a non-musical role. And in March of '67, the Colonel wrote to MGM, encouraging the studio to come up with something meaty for the remaining films on Presley's contract. No more bikinis and no more nightclub scenes, which have been in the last 15 pictures. I sincerely hope that you are looking in some crystal ball with your people to come up with some good, strong, rugged stories. Now, a televised music special along the lines Sarnoff proposed would let Elvis meet the people eye to eye for his first full-length performance since the USS Arizona concert in 1961. Taped in June 1968, it would air that December for the holiday season. Would TV serve to refurbish that old magic, the sort of thing that gave old ladies the vapors and caused young girls to collect the dust from Elvis's car for their memory books? TV Guide asked. Parker thought they would, as did 50-year-old Bob Finkel, one of 4 executive producers under exclusive contract to NBC. Sarnoff brought Finkel to the project even before he signed the deal with Parker. Not only had Finkel made his Emmy-winning reputation with variety shows, but more important, Sarnoff believed Finkel might be a match for the high potentate. Almost immediately, Parker made him a snowman. Finkel carried his card in his wallet. Had to. And the two men developed an easy rapport. But Finkel realized that entertaining the Colonel and keeping him distracted from the show would be a full-time job. He also couldn't get past Elvis calling him Mr. Finkel, and needed someone to whom the singer could relate. That's when he placed a call to Binder Howe Productions and invited them on board. Steve Binder was a 21-year-old, wise beyond his years producer-director who'd grown up working in his father's Los Angeles gas station. He had a rock and roll gut and a primal instinct for what was gold and what was dross, having cut his teeth producing the hip TV music series Hullabaloo and The Tammy Show, a 1964 landmark concert film with a virtual who's who of rock, including James Brown and the Rolling Stones. More recently, he'd done a Petula Clark special that spawned 1,000 headlines in racially uptight America when Clark exchanged an innocent touch with her guest Harry Belafonte. Bones Howe, Binder's business partner and the music supervisor on the shows, was a sound guru, currently producing records for the pop groups The Fifth Dimension and The Association. Years before, he'd worked on a number of Elvis's sessions at Radio Recorders as the assistant to engineer Thorne Nogar. Howe remembered what Elvis had been like before Hollywood choked off his ambition, how he produced his own records, listening to stacks of demos over and over, calling for a guitar lick here, a bass thump there, and then danced to his own playbacks turned up loud. He also remembered how much fun Elvis was, flirting with the girls at the stoplight on Sunset Boulevard, rolling down the window just as the light changed, or talking them up the fire escape at the Hollywood Plaza Hotel. Sometimes he'd flash that crooked grin and invite the teenagers from nearby Hollywood High right into the studio. Binder and Howe decided the only way to do the special was to create the same relaxed atmosphere in which Elvis made his early records. If they could pull that off, in an interview in which Elvis showed how warm and funny he was, or in a live segment where he just talked about his musical roots, people would see the real Elvis Presley, and not the one the Colonel had put on display. Binder told Finkel he was interested only if they could capture the phenomenon of a once-in-a-lifetime personality. "I wanted Elvis to let the world in on that great big secret," he says, and Finkel agreed. In May, at Finkel's next meeting with the Colonel, which included representatives of the Singer Sewing Machine Company, the special's only sponsor, Finkel broached the subject of expanding the Christmas theme. He'd like to embrace material from Elvis's long career, he said. Parker approved, as long as a Christmas song closed the program, and Elvis controlled the music publishing throughout. Finkel then met with Elvis, and afterward wrote a memo saying that the singer was excited about the idea, that Elvis would like the show to depart completely from the pattern of his motion pictures and from everything else he has done. He wants everyone to know what he really can do. 3 days later, on May 17th, the Colonel invited Binder and Howe for a 7 a.m. breakfast at his office at MGM. To stall for time, and to figure how he'd play the relationship, he deliberately mispronounced Binder as Bindle. Parker put his staff through the fire drill routine, demonstrating how quickly they could pack up the office if the studio heads displeased the Colonel, and showed how the scrapbooks he kept as the dog catcher of Tampa. The trio deliberately steered clear of any conversation about the content of the show, other than Parker's handing Binder an audio tape of a hackneyed Christmas program he routinely supplied to radio. "This is what I want my boy to do," he said. To Binder, the genius of the Colonel was that he had grown men terrorized all around him. But Binder was emphatic that he needed a one-on-one meeting with Elvis before he committed to the project. What the producer didn't say was that Elvis was 33 years old and no longer the rough-and-ready hillbilly cat. In Binder's view, the movies had made Elvis an anachronism in his 20s, as musically relevant to the 60s as Bing Crosby. There was no blood and guts of this man left. If Elvis could recapture the magnificent essence he once was, he'd enjoy a whole new rejuvenation. Otherwise, with his MGM contract about to expire, he'd be lucky to return to grinding out B-movies, this time for second-string studios. The test came later that day in Binder's office, in what was known as the Glass Elevator Building on Sunset Boulevard, in the heart of Hollywood. At first, Binder was caught off guard by the enormity of Elvis's presence, which he found surprisingly charismatic and unreal. You certainly knew that this was a special person. His looks were just phenomenally sculptured, without any weak points. But while he found Elvis dynamic, with a great sense of humor, Binder knew he had to talk straight and find out if the greatest white blues singer could relate to the socially conscious 60s. To Binder's relief, "We hit it off pretty well. We joked around a lot." Elvis told him he was uncomfortable in television, that he hadn't understood why Steve Allen had made him look silly singing to a basset hound, and Ed Sullivan had made him seem vulgar, shooting him from the waist up, an idea that Elvis never knew had originated with the Colonel. Binder tried to calm him, saying, "You make a record, and I'll put pictures to it, and you won't have to worry about television." Then the producer eased into the fact that if Elvis didn't do anything else, he would always be remembered as the great rock and roll icon of the past. but to the present generation, he was a relic, a man who hadn't placed a record at the top of the record charts in 6 years. Elvis may have been a highly paid movie star, Binder says in retrospect, but he was not in the business as far as I was concerned. If Elvis was nervous that he had been created by the Colonel, Binder saw it was my job to let him believe in himself and his talent. Both Binder and Howe knew they couldn't come right out and criticize the Colonel, because Elvis wouldn't have tolerated it. Howe thought, Elvis probably felt the guy made a pact with the devil, that without the Colonel he would never have gotten there. On the contrary, the Colonel hadn't been bad for Elvis, Binder allowed. Parker had served his purpose, and he was a marketing genius, though, once he had the stranglehold, he forgot that what he was marketing was built around talent and manipulated the whole thing with smoke and mirrors. Instead of having somebody pay the Colonel $1 million to put Elvis in the kind of plastic commercial movies he'd been doing, Binder added, Elvis should give a great director $1 million to put him in the right movie. He laughed at that and said, You're right, Binder remembers. He told me he'd been burning up inside for years to communicate. But the producer, who knew that Elvis's fear would make him great, also said that television was always a risk. The audience would either see a man who had rediscovered himself, or they'd be looking at a has-been. How was Elvis's gut these days? Would he have recorded Jimmy Webb's progressive and poetic MacArthur Park, for example, if Webb had brought it to him instead of actor Richard Harris? Definitely, Elvis said without blinking an eye. That's when Binder knew that Elvis was thinking of the future and not the past. I felt very strongly that the special was Elvis's moment of truth, says Binder, and that the #1 requirement was honesty. The singer said he was going to Hawaii to get in shape and just relax for a few weeks with his wife and his newborn daughter, Lisa Marie. Binder promised they'd put together a project that they believed in while he was gone. In the interim, the producers brought in writers Chris Beard and Alan Bly, who structured the show around the 1909 theater staple The Bluebird, in which a young man leaves home to find happiness, only to return and discover it in his own backyard. Alfred DeCipio, the Singer sewing machine representative, liked the idea and told the Colonel they should go with it, as it was Elvis's story too, a fact underscored by using snippets of Presley's own music, and costume designer Bill Ballew's now famous black leather suit, a brilliant updating of the 50s motorcycle jacket. Elvis never really wore a motorcycle jacket. It was Brando who popularized it in the movie The Wild One, but millions of viewers thought he had. On June 3rd, Elvis arrived for the start of 2 weeks of rehearsals at the Binder-Howe offices. He looked amazing, Binder remembers, suntanned and 14 pounds lighter from a crash diet. He loved the script, he told them, and then Howe said if they were really going to go in a new direction, he'd like to dispense with Elvis's usual Nashville musicians and bring in some of LA's best session players, guitarists Mike Deasy and Tommy Tedesco, and drummer Hal Blaine, who'd enliven him with a fresher sound. No matter what they suggested, Elvis nodded yes, which gave Binder pause. I wanted him to be not that agreeable and easy to work with. I wanted him to roll up his sleeves and make the show something he contributed to a great deal. The upbeat mood was shattered barely 3 days later when Robert Kennedy was shot in Los Angeles. His murder threw Elvis into an emotional spiral. Already a conspiracy theorist, reinforced perhaps by the Colonel's Sam Cooke story, Elvis showed Binder that he was quite well read on the subject. He told me all the books to read. He was convinced it was not Oswald who killed John Kennedy, and he was obsessed with the plot to assassinate RFK. During rehearsals, Binder began to see a dichotomy in Elvis's personality. On his own or with the guys, Elvis was full of confidence and humor. But in their joint meetings with the Colonel at Burbank's NBC studios, Elvis seemed weak and isolated. He stood with his hands clasped in front of him, his head down. Elvis was scared to death of the Colonel's power, Binder saw. He felt shamed. He was very, very submissive. The producer took note of it as he rolled out his ideas to Parker. He'd like to do some choreographed production numbers with a dance troupe, a straight-ahead concert segment in an arena format, and probably a gospel sequence. Now the Colonel, who had dangled the carrot of naming Binder as the director of Elvis's next motion picture, Charo, seemed not so amenable. I think what pissed him off more than anything about me is that I wasn't one of his lackeys, Binder remembers. Whenever Parker basically told me that I couldn't do what I was doing, the Colonel would look at Elvis and say, "Right, Elvis?" And Elvis would say, "Yes, Colonel." And Parker would say, "So, Steve, we aren't going to do that, are we?" And I'd say, "If that's what Elvis wants, then we won't do it." And then we would walk out of the office, and Elvis would lighten up and jab me in the ribs and say, "We are going to do it. To hell with Colonel Parker." But he never did stand up to him in front of me. Once the rehearsals shifted to NBC, Bob Finkel, or Finkles as Parker called him, did his best to keep the Colonel happy and in tune, playing liar's poker with him and engaging in a series of pranks. When the Colonel presented Finkel with an autographed photo of himself in a Confederate uniform, Finkel donned a ridiculously large hat and had himself photographed in an Admiral Hornblower outfit with a sword at his side and a ribbon across his chest. He signed the picture, "To Colonel Tom Parker from Commander Bob Finkel." The executive producer showed up at work one day to find his office, as well as Parker's, guarded by men from the William Morris office dressed as Buckingham Palace guards, with red jackets and furry hats. "They wouldn't laugh, they wouldn't smile, and they wouldn't let me in my own door," Finkel remembers. "The Colonel was peeping around the corner." A week later, Finkel was preparing to go home when he discovered that his office door had been duct-taped shut from the outside. Binder and Howe, who were also represented by the Morris Agency, were horrified by Parker's humiliation of the young agent trainees, and at his gall in having himself guarded like royalty. But Finkel put up with it all because it kept Parker away from Binder, who would have died on this show if the Colonel had continued to harass him. Finkel had also become fond of Parker, whom he called Tom. He'd heard about his immigration problems and knew that the latest movie contract specified no foreign location shooting. Binder said maybe Interpol was looking for him, and the Colonel feared arrest. Finkel couldn't quite imagine that, but he realized Parker was in a quandary. He couldn't take Elvis to Europe because something prevented him from going through the gate, and he wouldn't let any other promoter take Presley overseas because he was afraid Elvis would run away. On the other hand, Finkel believed the Colonel was misunderstood. I knew a side of him that many people didn't know, and that he was a better person than he got credit for being. He saw it in the way he cared for his wife, Marie, whom he visited on weekends in Palm Springs. The month before, she had undergone the first of 2 hip replacement surgeries, and Parker kept nurses at her side around the clock. One day I said, "Tom, you've been pulling pranks on me all through this escapade," Finkel remembers. "I'm going to do something to you, and I think it'll be the best trick. I'm going to trust you to decide, because you are an honest man. But if you think I topped you, I want your cane." And he said, "You got it." In mid-June, the group faced its first major crisis over the firing of Billy Strange, the one person Elvis had requested on the project. Strange, the show's musical director, had co-written the song Memories, a keynote ballad, which set a poignant tone. But his scheduling conflicts kept him from coming up with arrangements in a timely manner. He and Binder argued about it, and when he taunted the producer, "You can't fire me," Binder replaced him with Billy Goldenberg, Barbra Streisand's former musical accompanist, who had also worked on Hullabaloo. Goldenberg would ultimately change the direction of Elvis's music, creating a sophisticated new sound and moving the singer from a small rhythm section to a 39-piece orchestra. But at the time, the Colonel was not pleased with Strange's removal, especially as a song he co-wrote with Mac Davis, "A Little Less Conversation," would help promote Elvis's movie Live a Little, Love a Little when the film was released in late fall. Parker cornered Binder and told him he was going to pull the plug on his job, and furthermore, there could be no special because Elvis would never accept the fact that Strange was gone. Even Finkel's intervention did not cool the Colonel down. "There was a day of tremendous pressures and tension," Binder remembers. Goldenberg wasn't convinced that he and Elvis could find common musical ground. "I'm a Jewish kid from New York who grew up on Broadway. What am I doing playing hound dog?" And while Elvis accepted the reason for Strange's dismissal, he wasn't sure he wanted anyone tampering with his sound. It scared him nearly senseless when he walked into the studio and saw the horns and the strings, and he called Binder aside and told him he had to promise to send everybody home if he didn't like it. Binder gave him his word, and finally, both Elvis and Goldenberg took a leap of faith. When Elvis heard the first note of the session at Western Records, he loved it, Binder says. He had his sunglasses on and was standing next to Billy on the podium, and he looked into the control booth at me and gave me the high sign, like, "We're going to be okay." He just fell out, and he never once questioned anything that we did musically. That was the one moment when he knew it would all come together. By now, Elvis had literally moved into the NBC studios, the staff converting the dressing rooms into sleeping quarters. At the end of each day, Binder and Finkel were fascinated to watch Elvis jam and cut up with his buddies Charlie Hodge, Joe Esposito, and Alan Fortas, an overgrown sweetheart who reminded Binder of the character Lenny in the novel Of Mice and Men. In contrast, Howe found it boring. Music was Elvis's most interesting side. The rest was just a bunch of guys hanging out in a room telling jokes. I mean, how smart were those guys? But Finkel saw the interaction as comedic. If Elvis put his hands on his hips, two guys in back of him put their hands on their hips. Binder thought they were all spies for the Colonel, but he also saw something else. I wanted to capture in almost a documentary what was going on inside the man. If he could sneak a camera into the dressing room and photograph that informality and playfulness, the audience would get a glimpse of an intimate Elvis that no one beyond his family and entourage had ever seen. "Absolutely not," Parker said, vetoing the idea. But eventually he weakened and gave Binder the right to recreate it, thus inspiring the now famous improv section of the special, in which Elvis sits in a boxing ring of a stage with Hodge and musicians Scotty Moore and DJ Fontana. When Presley balked at the idea of telling stories about his early years, "I'm not sure it's a good idea. What if I can't think of anything to say?" Binder and Alan Bly made a list of topics they'd heard him talk about in private, and threw in a question about modern music to update his image. Fortas was also added to help Elvis feel at home. The Colonel no longer seemed to have dust in his heart, but a larger test came when Binder presented Elvis with a new song, If I Can Dream. The producer wanted to close the show with something that made a statement about how Elvis felt about the world, youth, and the Vietnam War. For that, he needed a big, idealistic, and emotional ballad that showed the core of the man who had reacted so solemnly to the shootings of Robert Kennedy and Martin Luther King Jr., a man who had grown up in the prejudiced South, but who was really above all that. Songwriter Earl Brown stayed up all night conjuring it, and the next day, Binder had Brown and Goldberg go to Elvis's dressing room and play it for him. "That's a hit song," Howe said. Elvis thought it might be a little too Broadway the way Billy rendered it, and Bones said, "You can do it with a real bluesy feel." "Let me hear it again," Elvis said. Billy played it 7 or 8 times, and Elvis looked up. "Okay, I'll do it." Elsewhere in the building, the Colonel stiffened like a flat iron, telling Finkel, "Over my dead body will Elvis sing an original song at the end of the show. We had a deal for a Christmas song." Finkel argued that the script had evolved into a different concept, and now there was no need for a Christmas song. Plus, we got Elvis to take a stand. That in itself was a miracle. Finally, the Colonel said that the song could stay, even though it wasn't Elvis Presley material. But Binder recalls Parker instantly had the copyright registered to protect the publishing. That was all he was interested in. Once recording started, Parker stationed Freddie Beanstalk at the studio to make sure no one interfered with song selection, and Beanstalk instructed Lamar Fike, by then a Hill and Range employee, to pick up deals on anything he could. However, the Colonel still lobbied for a Christmas song somewhere in the program. Finkel says Parker's arrogance wasn't exactly carved in stone. He thought a traditional carol would appeal to more conservative viewers, and he was pondering a new holiday album somewhere down the line. Perhaps he'd also argued out of contract obligation. He'd given his word to Tom Sarnoff that this would be a holiday special, something Sarnoff was willing to ignore. But mostly, Binder holds, his insistence lay in splintering spite. Parker savored a taste of victory. "In my last meeting with the Colonel, Bob and I were asked to go up to Sarnoff's office," he explains. "They said, 'The Colonel's telling us that we cannot air the show unless we have a Christmas song in it.'" Binder listened quietly. All the songs Parker suggested were threadbare standards, tunes Perry Como might have done. The old man glared at the young producer through his antediluvian slits, his energy vehement. The Colonel just sat there staring at me, and instead of avoiding his eyes, I stared right back at him. I remember our eyes just locked on each other, and I said, "Are you ordering me to put a Christmas song in the show, or are you asking me to put a Christmas song in the show?" In essence, it was ordering, and that's how Blue Christmas got added to the improv. His will was so strong that I think he felt in his heart of hearts he could will anybody into anything. On June 23rd, Elvis pre-recorded If I Can Dream in several fervent takes. To Howe and Binder, it was a staggering moment, an almost religious resurrection. Howe put him out on the floor with a hand mic, and he sang the song in front of the strings section, complete with knee drops. The string players were sitting there with their mouths open, Howe remembers. They had never seen anything like this. Yet the more extraordinary performance came later, when the producers sent everybody home, and Elvis recorded the vocal in the dark. So engulfed in the emotion, he ended up writhing on the cement floor, down on his side in a fetal position. After 4 takes, he went into the control room, and Binder played the recording back for him 15 times in a row. Elvis listened with the fascination of a man who is hearing the sound of his own rebirth. Early in the project, the Colonel told Binder he'd never interfere when things were going well. "On the outside," says Binder, "the Colonel was very unhappy with what was happening. But being a good businessman, once he realized that Elvis had bought into what we wanted to do, there's no doubt that he saw we were on to something special and he shouldn't rock the boat." In fact, Parker was more cognizant than Binder imagined. The show had intrinsic value as a program that would also sell albums, but the Colonel had all along planned for the event to be a springboard for the next phase of Elvis's career. Largely on the strength of the television special, Parker would make his client the highest-paid performer in Las Vegas. "The only way you could set it up was to show how Elvis would perform with a group behind him," says Lamar Fike. "That's why Colonel envisioned the special." On June 25th, with an eye toward building Elvis's new public profile, Parker, in a bright blue sports shirt and Tyrolean hat, presented his refurbished attraction to 50 visiting TV editors at an evening press conference on NBC's Rehearsal Stage 3. One reporter wondered if Elvis's curving sideburns wouldn't be old hat in this day of the post-Beatle. He suggests a nice boy trying to be pleasant. But once the Colonel cracked a few jokes to set the mood, the singer, making a grand entrance in an electric blue shirt, black pants, leather wristbands, and a diamond ring as big as a ping-pong ball, captivated the room. Why was Elvis doing TV? "We figured it was about time, before I grow too old." Had he changed? "No, but I picked my material more carefully." Were small towns the backbone of his audience? "Yes, ma'am. I've never done well in big cities." Elvis was smiling, but under his breath, the producers heard him mutter, "Oh, wow, not that one again." Soon the Colonel sprung him in full pitchman style. "Right over here, folks. Get your picture taken with Elvis." And then the big man stood aside to avoid the rush. The following day, June 26th, was Parker's 59th birthday. Finkel arranged a party on the set with a big cake, but the others had a more pointed surprise. Writers Chris Beard and Alan Bly, privy to the Binder-Parker feud, wrote a parody of It Hurts Me, with lyrics including, "The whole town is talking, they're calling me a fool for listening to Binder's same old lies," and ending with the Colonel's rote complaint, "Is it too much to ask for one lousy tired Christmas song?" Elvis sang it to him amid peals of laughter. It was a crucial moment, a public humiliation and stunning defeat delivered in the bright wrappings of celebration. Binder had won his duel with the Colonel, and after wresting control of Elvis away from Parker, the producer had given it back to the artist himself. Now Elvis made a mockery of the man who had guided his every move. "I have no proof to back it up," says Binder, "but I felt the Colonel had the magic power, and I believe that before Elvis did anything, the Colonel would take him quietly into a room and use his amateur hypnotism talent on him. Elvis was very insecure, but 15 minutes later he would come out oozing confidence, convinced that he was the greatest performer who ever walked on the stage." The problem was that Elvis had now met a better hypnotist. During the next few days, Billy Goldenberg came in to watch some of the taping, and invariably passed by Parker's broom closet of an office. The arranger was surprised to see the Colonel always sitting alone, leaning on his cane, never joining Elvis and the guys, or huddling with his client except before a performance. In fact, he'd never witnessed one affectionate exchange between them. Every time I walked by, the colonel would say, "Come on in, boy, and let's talk a little bit," Goldenberg remembers. I'd been told he was the most terrible man in the world, but I liked him. I used to go right in and smile. I wouldn't say that underneath I knew how kind he was, because he never talked about himself. But it didn't seem real, any of it. He always reminded me of the characters that Sidney Greenstreet or Burl Ives or Orson Welles played. He was all those people put together. It was like he was playing a game of some sort, putting on the whole world. Indeed, Parker had a particularly onerous prank in store for Goldenberg and the rest of the team. On June 27th, a day after the colonel's belittling birthday event, Elvis rehearsed the gospel medley, taped an amusement park scene early in the afternoon, and then retired to his dressing room to rest before his 2 one-hour sets in front of a live audience that evening. But when showtime drew near and only 25 people lined up outside, the head of guest relations alerted a frenzied staff. Parker had insisted on receiving all 328 tickets for each show and distributing them to a typical Elvis audience. "You want the blonde bouffant hairdo," flying fans in from all across the country if need be. Now it was clear he had inexcusably bungled the ticket distribution, and Binder believed it was out of pure malevolence, since the colonel had made him promise he wouldn't use the improv if he didn't like it. The staff went scrambling, calling a radio station to jump on the air with the news that seats were still available, and running across the street to Bob's Big Boy restaurant to hustle up an audience. A second crisis fell when Elvis panicked shortly before the 6 o'clock taping, saying he felt sheer terror that he might freeze once he got out on stage. Only once had Binder seen him depressed, when Finkel told him they might need to lighten his hair. "Do you think my hair's too black?" Elvis asked incredulously. But now, he sat in that makeup chair and literally trembled, just really sweated, Howe recalls. He said, "What am I going to do if they don't like me?" Binder forced him to make the effort as a personal favor. "If you get out there and you have nothing to say and you can't remember a song, then say thank you and come back. But you've got to go out there." In his first real performance in 7 years, Elvis hit a level he had not found since his seminal Sun recordings. Although visibly nervous, his hand shook at the start. He joked and bantered about the highlights of his career in a way that both revalidated his achievements and rendered him fresh. And when he launched into the rockabilly and blues that fueled the engine of his life, his energy blazed raw, stark, and palpable, his voice showing a tough exuberance, his look telegraphing a hint of cruelty. By the time he taped the arena segment 2 days later, he'd summoned such confidence that he resembled not so much a man, but a panther, feral in his sleek black leather suit, growling, groaning, shaking, and strutting across the stage. The beauty of the special was in watching the metamorphosis take shape, but there may have been more to it. After the first performance, when Howe remembers they had to peel the suit away, nobody had thought that he'd be so soaking wet you couldn't get it off. Costumer Bill Ballou reported to Binder that they had a problem. Elvis had experienced a sexual emission on stage. "That," says Binder, "is when I really believed that Parker planted the seed through hypnotism that Elvis was the greatest sex symbol who ever existed. I don't think he could have built himself up to have an orgasm unless there was a stimuli there to drive him to do that. I just felt it was not a normal act." Today, the production numbers, including a bordello scene that a corporate censor ordered cut but was later aired and restored for home video, seem dated. But the live segments still sizzle and stand among the finest music of Elvis's career. His performance of "If I Can Dream," delivered against a backdrop of electric red letters spelling out Elvis, is a portrait of a man saving his own life. When the special, Singer Presents Elvis, aired on December 3, 1968, the majority of critics raved about the return of an authentic American original, some finding poignancy in the performance. "There is something magical about watching a man who has lost himself find his way back home," John Landau wrote in I magazine. The program was the #1 show of the season, capturing 42% of the viewing audience, and giving NBC its biggest ratings triumph of the year. Its soundtrack would soar to #8 on Billboard's pop album chart. Binder and Howe had hoped to have production points on the soundtrack, but no one had provided for potential royalties in the producer's contract because Parker insisted from the beginning that there wouldn't be an album. And when Howe brought it up to Parker while Elvis was in Hawaii, Diskin started a whole tirade about how we were hired not by them but by NBC to produce a television special, and we're not discussing records at all. We got calls from NBC saying, "What are you trying to do, sabotage the show?" Parker continued to adamantly deny the existence of a soundtrack album until the day of its release, though late in May, 4 days after Binder and Howe first proposed the idea to him, he had gotten NBC's agreement to turn over the audio tapes of the show to RCA without charge, a deal that would have amounted to millions of dollars in music rights. In the end, Elvis got a free album, paid for out of the budget of the special, and the producers received credit for the show, if not the recording, on the back of the album. "That was the only argument I had with Colonel Parker," says Finkel. "He didn't want any of the Elvis mystique to be eroded by a producer." So much so that after the trade magazines posted credits for Binder and Howe with the first #1 single, their names suddenly disappeared from future listings. A directive, believes Binder, from the Colonel to RCA to threaten to pull its magazine advertising. Binder returned Parker's check for $1,500 for all rights and shook his head in the memory of the Colonel's early promise. "You guys are going to have $1 million experience," his way of compensating for the producer's meager salary of $15,000. In a sense, the Colonel was right. There was no way for Binder to measure the satisfaction of seeing Elvis come back to life as an artist. When they'd screened the whole show after the first edit, 90 minutes which Binder pared to an hour for broadcast, Elvis laughed and applauded along with the staff, and then asked if he could see it again, alone with Binder. He watched it 3 more times, and he said, "Steve, I will never sing a song that I don't believe in, and I will never make a movie that I don't believe in. I want to do really great things from your new things." Elvis had always reminded Binder of Hamlet, sequestered in his castle of Graceland, with everyone around him for a purpose. Now he let the words sink in and offered Elvis a new challenge. "I hear you, Elvis," he said prophetically, "but I don't know if you're strong enough to do that." The singer was taken aback, and Binder explained that Elvis's sense of loyalty was confused with whether he should or shouldn't do things based on his own integrity, and that he was probably still weak when it came to challenging the Colonel's business machine. Earlier in the day, Binder, who during rehearsals walked Elvis out on Sunset Boulevard to prove it was possible for him to enjoy a degree of normalcy, had invited Elvis to a pizza and beer gathering that afternoon at Bill Ballew's apartment. "I can't go," Elvis had said, to which Binder replied, "Why not?" Now, as they left the screening room, Elvis told Binder he wanted to go to Ballew's after all. They sped off to Hollywood in Binder's yellow Mustang convertible, the Memphis Mafia following behind in a Lincoln Continental, only to arrive at Ballew's apartment and find no one there. It was an awkward moment. The look on Elvis's face, and soon they went their separate ways. But back in the screening room, Elvis had scribbled down his private phone number and asked Binder to stay in touch. More than once the producer called and left messages, but they were always intercepted. The walls came down immediately. The Colonel wasn't about to let him get out into the real world. It was tragic. From the beginning of their association, Parker had been afraid that someone younger and more in tune with Elvis's creativity might come along and pose the ultimate threat to his power and control. Always before, the Colonel had been able to huff and puff and stare down an adversary, but Binder had terrified him. Not only could he relate to Presley as Parker never had, but Binder knew what slumbering promise still lay within Elvis. There's no limit to where he can go if he has the material, and had the psychological leverage to help that talent flourish. Parker saw that he must guard against Binder's interference with the same ferocity he used to keep his dark secrets at bay. Elvis's success was not only his livelihood, it was his life. Parker would never admit to nearly being toppled, but he would concede to being topped. When the Colonel returned to Palm Springs a day or so after taping ended, he found the towering electric red letters spelling Elvis set up and flashing on his front lawn, a generator humming Finkel's glee. The Colonel, always honoring a deal, wrapped up his cane with a note. "To Commander Bob Finkel from Colonel Tom Parker." The snowman, was melting. Chapter 17. Las Vegas. Glitz, Greed, and Ruination. 16 days after the comeback special aired in December 1968, the Colonel finalized the deal to take Elvis into the soon-to-be-built International Hotel, a $60 million resort palace that owner Kirk Kerkorian promised would be an oasis of tastefulness on the Vegas desert of glitz and greed. Kerkorian's ties to the town went back to the post-war years, when he began operating a flying service to scurry gamblers from California to Nevada. Eventually, with a personal fortune of $100 million from the sale of his trans-international airlines, Kerkorian began buying casinos, acquiring the Flamingo to use as a training ground for the staff that would run his dream hotel, the International. To book the acts for the International's 2,000-seat showroom, the largest in town, Executive Vice President Alex Schufe tapped Bill Miller, the most respected entertainment director since Jack Entratter. At the Flamingo, where Schufe and Miller worked hand in glove, Miller brought in everyone from Sandler and Young to Tom Jones. Now, for a high-profile act to open the International, he presented 5 names for Schufe and the department heads to vote on, including Jones, Frank Sinatra, and Barbra Streisand, who had just won an Academy Award for Funny Girl. But Miller had wanted Presley since Parker brought him into the frontier in '56. "I made up my mind when I saw him at the time, I'm going to get Elvis." And through Abe Lastfogel, learned that he might be able to make a deal. Miller called Parker at his office at MGM and set up a meeting. The Colonel wouldn't hear of his client going into a new room. Too many potential problems with sound and lighting and other bugs to work out. So Miller signed Streisand, and then went back to Parker to see about booking Elvis to follow. He said, "That's great," as the veteran entertainment director remembers, and the wheels were in motion. Next, the Colonel met with Schufe. During his years at the Sahara and the Flamingo, Schufe, who brought his team along every time he assumed the head of a new hotel, had earned the nickname the Cleaver. Knowing full well that he was in line to become president and director of the International, he watched his every step, and every penny. Of course the hotel wanted Elvis, he told the Colonel, but Presley was unproven as a stage act after so many years in Hollywood, and especially in Vegas, where he hadn't appeared in 12 years. Elvis was a question mark, to tell you the truth, remembers Nick Naff, the hotel's former advertising director, who had also come over from the Flamingo. But the Colonel, set on outmaneuvering Schufe for the best deal, convinced him that the town had never seen the kind of business his client would draw. "You're going to find out what an opening is like when Elvis comes in," Parker boasted, closing his pitch. "They'll come from all over the world." Schufe raised a thick eyebrow, pondered the notion, and then nodded. And so they began to hammer out the details, with the rumor floating through town that Milton Prell, Schufe's old boss at the Sahara, had really been the one to broker the deal for the Colonel. "Prell got money from the mob for putting the deal together," says one longtime Vegas insider. In July 1969, Elvis would begin a 4-week engagement at the International Showroom, performing 2 shows a night, 7 nights a week. No other entertainer had ever committed to such a punishing routine. Most usually enjoyed Monday or Tuesday night off. As compensation for such an all-out run, Parker demanded $100,000 a week, out of which Elvis and the Colonel would pay the musicians and backup vocalists. "Mark my words," Parker said, "Elvis will be the first star in Las Vegas to make money for the showroom, apart from whatever his fans drop out in the casino. You'll never have an empty seat," he added. "I can promise you that." Schufe, a long-faced Canadian with a degree in business administration from St. John's University, mulled it over and ran the numbers. The International would want an option for a second appearance. But Parker had his needs too, including complimentary suites at the hotel for both Elvis and him, and the right to film a concert documentary. Schufe agreed. Then the two shook hands, and Parker lined up the publicity pictures, in which Elvis posed signing his contract at the International's construction site, with Shufy and Miller flanking him in hard hats. It was only for show. Elvis would sign the official contract in April, but the photograph was historic. Never again would the Colonel give the hotel such access to his star. The picture would become a prized possession for Bruce Banky, Nick Naff's assistant, and the executive assigned to look after the Colonel. Actually, I think I was about the third one, and I was the one that stuck. Banky would deliver Elvis's weekly paychecks, order the big floral arrangements Parker placed in the hotel foyer every holiday, and be at the Colonel's constant beck and call. In return, Parker treated him with unusual affection. We were very close. I loved that man. He was like a father to me. In securing Elvis's comeback in Las Vegas, the greatest carnival midway of all, Parker hoped to achieve two goals: to feed the ferocious beast that had become his gambling habit, and to reinvent and validate Presley to a new generation, building on the entertainer's renewed popularity from the television special. The money from Vegas couldn't touch what Elvis would make on the road, but first Parker needed to generate sizzle about Presley's return to live performance. Elvis himself was more concerned with following through on his promise to Steve Binder, to restore his credibility as an artist. To that end, he took the advice of Memphis Mafia member Marty Lacker to make his next album not in Nashville, with its factory-like approach to recording, but in Memphis, at Chips Moman's American Studios. Elvis hadn't recorded in his hometown since the Sun years, and Moman was renowned for his soulful cachet of studio musicians and his hit-making synthesis of pop and rhythm and blues. The combination, Lacker thought, just might help provide the magic to keep Elvis focused and inspired in the studio. Presley agreed, and during the first 2 months of 1969 recorded some of his most enduring music, including Suspicious Minds, Kentucky Rain, and In the Ghetto. However, from the beginning, the project was fraught with tension, as both the label and Hill and Range grumbled at the arrangement. RCA policy dictated that all of its artists record in the company's own studios, using only RCA staff producers. Parker backed Elvis's request to record in Memphis, but sent Tom Diskin to the session, where RCA producer Felton Jarvis and label Veep Harry Jenkins huddled together. Freddie Beanstalk and Lamar Fike, the gatekeepers for Hill and Range, were equally watchful, knowing that Chips was also a songwriter and music publisher, and that Lacker, who moonlighted as a song plugger and often worked with Moman, had been encouraging Presley to reach beyond the tired Hill and Range repertoire to keep pace with the innovative rockers of the 60s. Moman, who had produced more than 100 hit singles, knew that his reputation was on the line with the Presley session. And while Kentucky Rain, a Hill and Range song by up-and-coming writer Eddie Rabbitt, seemed a good choice, Moman found the majority of the songs that Beanstalk and Fike presented sorely lacking. There were a lot of bad songs in there, he recalls, and I told them that if I had to cut all those Hill and Range songs, I didn't want to do it. Only days before the first session, songwriter Mac Davis had brought Moman a song that mirrored the social consciousness of the times. Moman knew that Elvis had never recorded anything as controversial as In the Ghetto, but the song built on the humanitarian spirit of If I Can Dream, and the producer thought it a perfect statement for a man whose music was rooted in black culture. He liked the song, Moman remembers, but after we cut it, there was a big discussion about whether it would be right for his image. Of course, back at that time, the racial thing was still hot and heavy. Freddie Beanstalk had another consideration, since the Aberbox didn't control the publishing, and inquired whether Mac Davis would be willing to give up part of In the Ghetto for Elvis to record the song. Such a practice rankled the producer. I just thought that was wrong. And while Davis conceded, Moman was not about to relinquish even a fraction of 2 songs in his own publishing company, Mama Like the Roses and the spectacular Suspicious Minds, which Elvis had already laid down on tape. A confrontation quickly ensued. I wasn't angry about it, remembers Freddie Beanstalk. Those sessions were very good. I would become aware of what songs Elvis wanted to do, and if the publishing rights were available, I would pick them up. Suspicious Minds was more difficult to obtain than In the Ghetto, because Suspicious Minds had been recorded before, but Chips and I became friends. Moman remembers it differently. Their deal was that they weren't going to record any song that they didn't have the publishing on. I was ready to erase the tapes and just let it go. I ended the session and sent the musicians home and asked all of the Elvis people to leave my studio. As tempers flared, Tom Diskin walked over to the phone and dialed his boss. If Moman wouldn't cooperate, Parker told his lieutenant, they'd either go around him or dismiss him altogether. But RCA's Harry Jenkins recognized that Suspicious Minds could be a career record for Elvis, and took it upon himself to mediate the situation at the next day's session. In all the years that I've been involved with Elvis, Jenkins told the group, I've never opened my mouth about songs or anything else. But that boy, Moman, is right, and we are going to finish this session however he wants to do it. That August, Suspicious Minds became Elvis's first #1 single in 7 years, and the last he would ever have. The American studio sessions would spawn 2 albums. The first, From Elvis in Memphis, garnering a lead review in Rolling Stone magazine. But Parker saw only that Chips Moman had challenged his way of doing business, even as Felton Jarvis altered the producer's recording of Suspicious Minds by adding live horns and a false fade-out at the end. Like Steve Binder, Moman would be banished forever. When Elvis requested that Parker hire Moman's studio band to back him during his upcoming appearance in Vegas, Diskin replied that the group was unavailable. In July, Elvis flew to Los Angeles to begin working up his show with a small group of hand-picked musicians. Later, he would add the International's 38-piece orchestra, led by Bobby Morris, and 2 vocal groups, the Sweet Inspirations, a black female vocal quartet that had backed Aretha Franklin and recorded with Moman, and the Imperials, the male gospel quartet Presley had long admired. As he'd done before the TV special, Elvis slacked off the pharmaceuticals and toned his body, hoping to be in peak physical condition for his grueling performance schedule. Parker, meanwhile, became a constant presence at the hotel. In between readying the advertising blitz for Elvis's engagement, he could usually be found in the hotel's casino or playing the ponies in the race book. In fact, Parker operated as if he owned the place. Slipping into the mode of advance man, he commanded complete control of the promotion, with the hotel footing the bill. The campaign that he produced was unbelievable, remembers Shufy. He had every billboard in the entire city, not only in Vegas, but leading all the way to California. And while Parker left the print ads to the hotel, he fiercely oversaw every detail of the radio spots, many of which lasted only 20 seconds. I did the commercials personally under the Colonel's supervision, but it was really more the supervision under the Colonel's dictation, says Naff. He insisted only the word Elvis be used in the entire commercial, except to tag it at the end where and when he was appearing. So it was just Elvis, Elvis, Elvis. What he tried to do was virtually blanket Las Vegas with the fact that Elvis was in town. Naff was often embarrassed by the Colonel's personal style and found his advertising schlocky as all hell. Once, when Parker requested a particular ad spot that Naff considered beneath the hotel's dignity, he took it upon himself to write a more upscale commercial and planned to sneak on the air. I would listen to the commercials in my office, and lo and behold, the Colonel was passing by my doorway and heard it. He walked in and made me change the whole thing. He wanted everything to be the Colonel's way. But no one could dispute that Parker's way worked. We got calls from all over the world, says Shufy, whose office was decorated with a gift from Parker, an artificial plant deemed the snow tree, with cotton balls glued on its branches. We couldn't accept all the reservations. The closing night of Barbara, remembers Bill Miller, we had a big party. At 5 or 6 in the morning, my wife and I went to bed. We went downstairs, and the lobby was jam-packed. They were standing 3 blocks away to get in to see Elvis that night. And that's the way it stayed. As soon as Streisand ended her engagement, Parker began working into the thin hours of the night to transform the elegant International, with its imported marble walls, into something out of Barnum and Bailey. Though Shufy held his tongue, Naff was horrified to discover a laddered crew plastering Elvis posters just all over the goddamn place. Unbelievable. The Imperial's Joe Moscheo was equally stunned. There were banners and flags and stand-ups of Elvis in the lobby, and everybody who worked for the hotel was wearing straw hats with an Elvis plaque on the front. Even the casino dealers were ordered to don the promotional chapeaus, as well as red, white, and blue armbands festooned with the word Elvis. "They look like riverboat gamblers," says Mosqueo. "Honestly, it was a very strange atmosphere." Parker considered it one of his most impressive promotional campaigns. But to temper the vulgarity, he promised the money from the souvenirs he sold from a booth in front of the hotel would go to a charity of Naph's choice. "I don't have to tell you how much went to charity and how much went to the Colonel," says Naph. "It was a profit-making business." What particularly galled the advertising director was the $125 sale of an Elvis portrait in a carved wood frame that bore the label, "Rinaldo of Italy." "In truth," says Naph, "those frames were made by an employee of ours in the carpenter shop in the basement of the hotel. He was the famous Rinaldo of Italy." Still, Naph found Parker to be a very likable guy, not the kind who irritated people in his demands. One morning, at the height of the Elvis engagement, Naph was delighted to receive a crate of fresh, gorgeous red strawberries as a gift. "At the end of the day, I was taking them to my car, and I chanced to pass by the Colonel. He said, 'Hey, Nick, what do you got there?' I said, 'I've got these beautiful strawberries.' And he said, 'Send them up to my room.' Now, he did it in a very smiling way, so I didn't resent it. But I had to stop and think, what's more important, my association with the Colonel or the strawberries? So I lost them." Oh, he loved strawberries. While Parker reveled in the merriment of Elvis's opening, the star himself wrestled with a serious case of stage fright and depended on Charlie Hodge to help him with pacing and song selection. Soon Elvis would tell Ray Connolly of the London, England standard, "I've wanted to perform on the stage again for the last 9 years, and it's been building inside of me until the strain became intolerable." But once he moved rehearsals to Las Vegas, Presley began to have his doubts. Catching the end of Barbra Streisand's engagement, he whispered to Hodge that the International looked like a hell of a big stage to fill. In the days before his July 31st debut, Elvis suffered debilitating panic attacks, one of which lasted until he took the stage at 10:15, following opening sets from The Sweet Inspirations and comedian Sammy Shore. Now, 34, Elvis worried if his voice would hold up during such a long engagement. Never had he delivered a full-hour set, and especially not twice a night, though this evening he would be called on to give just one all-important performance. If he flopped, word would travel fast. Not only had fans come in from as far away as Europe and Asia, but the Colonel and Kerkorkian had filled the invitation-only audience with such celebrities as Cary Grant, Carol Channing, Wayne Newton, Paul Anka, Fats Domino, and Elvis's old flame, Anne Margaret. In addition, a large contingent of press was in attendance, many of whom Parker had flown in on Kerkorkian's private jet. But when he finally took the stage, Presley hid his nervousness in the bravado of the rock and roll beat. Dressed in a Bill Ballou karate-inspired Cossack costume with macrame belt, he gave the crowd everything he had, falling to his knees, sliding across the stage, even turning a cartwheel in a display of boundless energy. The celebrity audience shouted its approval and stayed on its feet for most of the repertoire, which ranged from early chestnuts like Blue Suede Shoes and Love Me Tender, to his latest material from the Memphis sessions. Afterward, even hardened pit bosses commented they'd never seen such excitement. When the Colonel visited Elvis backstage afterward, he had tears in his eyes. In the rarest of sights, Parker clasped his arms around his client and then left to join Alex Shufi in the coffee shop. One person who couldn't get back to congratulate the star was Steve Binder. Parker had excluded him from the guest list, and after the show, the director went to the stage door guard. I said, "Would you please tell Elvis that Steve Binder's here?" And he got on the phone and then said, "Sorry." It would be more than 30 years before Binder would learn that Elvis had been asking for him. The Colonel had made a point to invite Bob Finkel, the producer of the '68 special, who, on the day of the show, was flabbergasted to see Parker wearing a straw hat and peddling Elvis's albums from under his arm in the casino. As the Colonel's pal, Finkel rated a special treat, a private visit with Elvis upstairs in his suite after the performance. Joe Esposito briefed Presley as to their arrival, and then escorted Finkel and his wife, Jane, to the private elevator, and would deliver them to Elvis's quarters. The singer, however, had retreated into a world of his own. "We went up there, and the elevator door opened," Finkel remembers, "and the suite was pitch black, except for the light from the television set. There was a Western on, and Elvis was sitting there all alone. After everything we'd gone through together, all he said was, 'Hi, Bob,' and then he fired at the television set with a pistol. It scared the shit out of me, and Jane and I got back in the elevator and went down." By this time, sitting in the hotel coffee shop, Parker and Shufi, now the International's president, had roughed out the terms for a new contract on a pink tablecloth stained brown with coffee. Foreseeing that Elvis's would be a record-breaking Vegas engagement, grossing $1,522,635 with an attendance of 101,500, the hotel, Shufi said, would boost Elvis's salary to $125,000 a week and extend its option for 2 engagements a year for the next 5 years. Parker asked him to throw in a little present, a trip to Hawaii for Elvis and 8 companions. Shufi smiled, and the two shook hands. The Colonel had again hit his magic figure of $1 million. But Shufi was astonished that Parker hadn't asked for a sliding scale, considering how much business Elvis brought to the hotel and its beckoning casinos. In fact, the Colonel had negotiated like a novice. He says, "Now tell me again, you'll give me the same money for the 5 years?" remembers Shufi. And I said, "Absolutely. I mean, this was unheard of that anybody would sign for 5 years for the same amount of money, no increase." So he took the tablecloth, he wrote the contract on the tablecloth, and he signed it. He was very receptive, very cooperative, and very easy to deal with. The Colonel soon began bragging that he had gotten the most money for a performer in the history of Las Vegas. But Shufi and his staff did some gloating of their own. "I heard they told someone they had just gotten the biggest name in show business for the least amount of money," says Gordon Stoker of the Jordanaires. "The Colonel could have named any price." Or certainly more than he demanded, given the showroom's 2,200-seat capacity, even as the top chairs were filled for action in the casino. Parker asked for no bonuses for exceeding certain records, and as the hotel later confirmed, when Elvis played the hotel, all the International's revenue doubled, from the slot machines to the restaurants. "Just look at the figures," says Marty Lacker. "They had a $15 minimum, and at even 2,000 people, that's $30,000 a show. At 2 shows a night for 28 consecutive nights, it works out to $1,680,000. But it was really more because 50% of the shows were dinner shows, and actually they got even more people in that room. So the hotel was taking in more than $2 million a month on Elvis, twice a year. Now Vegas knows that most shows lose money, but they book entertainment to get people into the casinos. Elvis was the first act in Vegas history to make a hotel a profit on the show." Just as Parker promised. So why didn't the Colonel ask for more? Theories abound. That Parker wanted to ensure that Elvis stayed at the hotel out of loyalty to a well-connected and powerful man. That continually sold-out shows in the largest Vegas showroom would translate to filled auditoriums when they went out on the road. And most important, that Parker was delirious at being a high roller in the gambling capital of the world, where the hotel showered him with unimaginable perks, from stocking his Palm Springs home with gourmet food. He once demanded prime rib and Dover sole be sent on Frank Sinatra's plane when the hotel forgot to pack it on his own, to forgiving at least a portion of his mounting casino losses. Joe Delaney, the venerable Las Vegas Sun columnist, doesn't believe Parker sold Elvis too cheaply, but likens the Colonel's behavior to that of a double agent. Was he trying to protect his 52-weeks-a-year relationship with the hotel, or his 8-week-a-year relationship with the artist? If he's going to bleed the hotel for every dollar for Elvis, he's not going to get special treatment, although the way he gambled, I'd give it to him anyway. He had 2 things going. He had Elvis, and he had the gambling. And increasingly, the 2 entwined in his mind. Elvis would become, in fact, the Colonel's chit. "He had an open tab, and nobody ever talked about money," says entrepreneur Joe Shane, who would come to know the Colonel well in the following years. "He had the boy do a lot of free shows just to cover his debt." Just how reckless was Parker's gambling? "The Colonel was one of the best customers we had. Alex Schufe later reported. "He was good for $1 million a year." But others say $1 million is too conservative a figure, that Parker routinely lost between $50,000 and $100,000 a night during Elvis's engagements. Therefore, every penny that Krikorian and Schufe paid for Elvis's appearances, they won back on the tables, though most of the time, the Colonel's was marker play. He spread his layouts to make sure he always had money coming back, and each time he won, the casino reduced his bill. Since no money changed hands, Parker developed a lackadaisical attitude about it. Money ceased to be real. "I never saw anybody who could gamble like that man could gamble," says Lamar Fike. "He used to scare me to death. I was up one night about $75,000 or $100,000. He came and took my bet off one number and put it on another, and I lost it. I said, 'I ought to kill you for that.' He said, 'Well, you could have won, too.' I saw him lose $500,000 at a craps table one night between shows. God knows how much money that man lost over a period of years. I'd say an easy $40 million. It was during the first weeks of the engagement that the press began to reference Parker's frequent appearances in the casino, particularly at the roulette table, where the hotel treated him like royalty, security guards roping off a table for his private play, which often went on for 12 or 14 hours at a time. Only games of chance or betting against the house aroused him. Games of skill like poker, at which he might have made a living, left him cold. He especially loved the Big Six wheel, the Wheel of Fortune, so reminiscent of the carnivals, and bet numbers that related to his personal life, such as his birthday or that of Marie, who brought her friend Maybelle Carter to Vegas for low-stakes gambling. Always chasing the magic, he tried his best to hypnotize the wheel to deliver the payoff he wanted. Often he would wager $1,000 on every number, rationalizing it as betting large sums of money but losing in small amounts. "If I don't cover a number and you hit it," he'd bark at the dealer, "you're going to pay me." A throng usually gathered, but as long as no one approached him directly or tried to muscle in on his table, he instructed that they be left alone. He loved the rush of winning with all eyes upon him. The hotel correctly saw him as a high-rolling shill. While Parker only rarely tolerated a female onlooker who got too close, he regarded women as bad luck and would light up a cigar to smoke them out or call casino manager Jimmy Newman to remove them. He often requested a woman roulette dealer. He felt he could intimidate a woman dealer, says Frank Garrell, a former casino floorman. But with either sex, he would walk around the table and say to the dealer, "When I tell you, that's when you spin the ball." He was also a big craps player, and he was going to run the table, not you. He was very sharp. He knew the payoffs better than we did. He'd say, "Don't you cheat me. I know what I'm getting paid." And he did. Affirms Gabe Tucker, "He'd stack 'em up all over and run the men in the club plumb crazy. I don't see how they ever kept up with him." But while Parker loved to win big, tip generously, and watch how the bosses would react, he demonstrated one habit the dealers found peculiar. He was often good-natured when he lost, but when he won at a rough, fast-action game like craps, he liked the boxmen to curse him, tell him to go fuck himself. "He'd throw you in a couple of hundred if you treated him like shit," says Garrell. "He loved that atmosphere when he was winning." Whether the cursing of the croupiers served to reinforce Parker's glee at ripping them off and choreographing their anger into public display, thus garnering Parker greater approval by all gathered at the table, the barking of the gaming dogs echoed the denigration and humiliation he heaped on Elvis's entourage by hypnotizing them to oink or otherwise behave foolishly in front of authority figures. He treated them all as idiotic, sub-evolved lackeys, exposed under the Colonel's power and control. He also seemed to find solace in reprimand, as if being told he was worthless and undeserving somehow assuaged his guilt. According to Julian Aberbach, Parker had $7 million in his Madison, Tennessee bank account in 1969 and had always gambled responsibly. But as he spent more time in Vegas, everything went haywire, and the Colonel could not control his compulsion, even as he recognized it for what it was. "He told me, 'Don't gamble. There is no way in the world that you can ever win,'" Aberbach remembers. "He lost all his money. It is a tragic story. Self-destruction on an unbelievable level, and equal to Elvis's self-destruction. No question about it." With Elvis's spectacular debut at the International, the Colonel began to receive a myriad of offers and immediately settled on two for 1970, after Presley's 4-week return to Vegas in late January. Scrapping a pay-per-view concert film scheduled for March, Parker struck a deal with Kirk Kerkorian, who now headed MGM Studios, to film a concert documentary for theatrical release called Elvis, That's the Way It Is. Filming would begin in July after a June recording session for RCA in Nashville. But first, as a prelude to a national tour, the Colonel would take Elvis into the Houston Astrodome for 6 shows in 3 days in February. Tom Diskin approached Joe Moscheo, the spokesman of the Imperials, about the groups accompanying Presley in Texas. By now, Moscheo, who had signed the Imperials' Vegas contract for $5,000 a week, or $1,000 per member, had discovered why the Jordanaires, who'd originally been offered the spot, turned down the deal. While the hotel rooms were covered, the group received no per diem, and Moscheo was chagrined to learn that other of the musicians received $2,000 or $3,000 apiece. Moscheo told Diskin they'd go to Houston, but that they needed to renegotiate their fee. Diskin said he'd have to talk to the Colonel, but all of Moscheo's efforts to do so went in vain. "He just wouldn't see me," Moscheo recalls. "I knew he always gambled after the second show, so about 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning I went looking for him and found him sitting at a table playing roulette with this big crowd around him. He had a stubby little cigar in his mouth and piles of chips everywhere, and a couple guys in his entourage standing behind him. My guys were going, 'Just talk to him now. Go in and tell him what we want.' So I wiggled my way in to Tom Diskin, who was standing right behind the Colonel. The Colonel still wouldn't talk to me directly, so I had to go through Tom. I'd say, 'We'd really like for you to pay to get our cleaning done.' And Diskin would go, 'Colonel, Joe said that the Imperials would like you to pay for their cleaning.' Then the Colonel would say, 'Tell them to go to hell. We're not paying.' And Diskin would turn around and tell me, 'The Colonel said to go to hell.' It was a 3-way conversation among people standing right next to each other." In the end, the Imperials got a raise, but the Colonel deftly sidetracked other requests. In October 1969, when Elvis took his Hawaii vacation, largely financed by the International, the Colonel got word from Joe Esposito that his client planned to return to Los Angeles and with expedited passports for his party, which included Vernon and Dee, the Schillings, and the Espositos, fly on to Europe. There, Presley hoped to visit some of the cities he'd longed to see since his Army days. "Man, I'll put on a disguise. I got to get out of this country just to see the world," he told Larry Geller, "and maybe scout locations for a foreign tour." But Parker strongly argued that Elvis's European fans would be insulted if he traveled the continent before performing there, and suggested that the entourage fly to the Bahamas instead. The Colonel had contacts there, he said. Besides, they'd enjoy the gambling. Elvis complied, though once there, driving rain and hurricane winds forced him to stay indoors most of the trip, and the couples returned home a week earlier than expected. Priscilla, who objected to Elvis's long absences and frequent womanizing, hoped a European holiday would smooth out the rougher bumps in the marriage, something Elvis would soon allude to in the press, but neither could have anticipated the Colonel's virulent reaction or how he interpreted a benign vacation plan as an impulsive and assertive act. Soon after the couple returned to Memphis, Elvis was visited by 2 formidable businessmen in suits and ties. The men, who identified themselves as employees of RCA, spoke politely but firmly. They advised him of the dangers of his desire to travel to Europe because of his status and universal recognition, says Larry Geller, who learned the story from Elvis when he came back into the entourage in 1972. They told him he would be going eventually, but such things had to be planned out, that they took time and management. Underneath the veneer of cordiality, Elvis felt they were saying, "Hey man, what the fuck do you think you're doing?" It made a deep impression upon him. He took it as a threat. Believing that Parker obviously manipulated the visit, as Geller puts it, the episode must have reminded Elvis of the Colonel's story of Sam Cooke's fate at the hands of RCA's disgruntled image makers and mafia hitmen. It was common knowledge that Parker was deeply into the people in Vegas because of his enormous gambling losses, Geller reports. Elvis became more aware of this as time went by and knew that he was Colonel Parker's bait and ransom, that Parker owned him, and whatever losses Parker incurred, Elvis would ultimately pay off by performing. When Presley opened his second Vegas engagement in January 1970, he appeared so trim and vibrant, with his cheekbones showing when he smiled, that Lamar Fike found him damn near gorgeous. But Fike, who had just rejoined the entourage after his stint with Hill and Range, was chagrined to learn that Elvis was now in the second phase of his drug use, with pills in him roughly 60% of the time. Fike knew it was only a matter of time before his body would show the effects, particularly as Presley was becoming bolder about what he would take. Elvis loved downers, and he loved getting totally fucked up, says Fike. Downers will put weight on you pretty quick. They also added to Elvis's paranoia. During Presley's next Vegas engagement that summer, an incident occurred that heightened Elvis's fears about his safety, which had grown with Charles Manson's horrific murders of actress Sharon Tate and hairdresser Jay Sebring, in whose Los Angeles shop Larry Geller once worked. On Wednesday, August 26th, the International Security Department was notified that Elvis would be kidnapped that evening. The hotel added extra security, and nothing happened. But then the colonel received a similar call the following day. What shook everyone up was the next message, which came to Joe Esposito in Los Angeles early Friday morning. This time the caller, who dialed Esposito's unpublished home phone number, said that an individual planned to shoot Elvis on stage during his Saturday night show and demanded $50,000 in small bills to reveal the name of the assailant. Later, Elvis received a hotel menu with his picture on the front, defaced with a picture of a gun pointed at his head. Written backwards were the words, "Guess who and where." The colonel phoned Elvis's Beverly Hills lawyer, Ed Hookstratton, who notified the FBI. Then the attorney hired John O'Grady, a private detective and former LA police sergeant, to come to Las Vegas to coordinate a ring of defense. Elvis, scared and shaken, called Jerry Schilling, then working as a film cutter at Paramount, and asked him to fly to Vegas to join the other bodyguards and security men who would surround the stage. Downstairs in his dressing room before the show, he told Schilling, "I don't want any son of a bitch running around saying I killed Elvis Presley. If some guy shoots me, I want you to rip his goddamn eyes out." Then he tucked a Derringer in his boot and went upstairs. With an ambulance and a Vegas doctor, Thomas Flash Newman, standing by, a nervous Presley began his show. The only tense moment came several songs into the performance, when a man yelled out, "Elvis!" The singer dropped to one knee and reached for the pistol. Then the voice continued, "Would you sing Don't Be Cruel?" Presley was never sure who was behind the hoax, but his mind raced at the possibilities. Maybe it was Parker playing another trick to keep him in line. Or perhaps the colonel was really the target. Maybe Parker owed a little bit too much at the tables and needed some incentive to pay up quick. Elvis knew the rumors that Parker borrowed heavily from the mob. "I'd say that Colonel Parker did a lot of stuff with people in this town that nobody is ever going to find out about," echoes Frank Garrell. And the latest gossip was even more frightening. Talk had hit that Parker sold a percentage of Elvis's earnings to the mafia as payment for his debts. Whatever the truth, Elvis began to fixate on firearms, cops, and badass effrontery. The following year, inspired by the film Shaft, in which a black private eye tangles with a powerful racketeer, he started dressing in black hipster clothing from the wildest racks on Beale Street. In the next months, he would also obtain a badge to allow him to carry a pistol in Memphis, buy an arsenal of weapons, from small handguns to an M16 automatic assault rifle, and customize many of the handles with his TCB, taking care of business insignia. Eventually, his fascination would border on the ludicrous. Making friends with policemen throughout the country, he occasionally donned a captain's uniform, a gift from the Denver Police Department, and installed a revolving blue light on the roof of his car so that he might pull over speeders and offer assistance at accident scenes. As Elvis slipped deeper into a world of drugs and delusion, he distanced himself from the colonel. Where earlier in the year, Presley had introduced Parker to his Vegas audience, saying he was not only my manager, but I love him very much, they now spoke mostly through an intermediary, usually Esposito. Presley tried to avoid the Colonel at every turn. That became easier to arrange in September when Elvis flew to Phoenix to kick off a 6-city tour, his first extended string of road shows since 1957. Tickets for nearly all the dates sold out within hours, especially since Parker kept the price to $10, less than half of what other major performers commanded. On board to promote 4 of the concerts was a new company called Management.2. The principal partners in the venture were Jerry Weintraub, a 33-year-old former MCA talent agent who was managing the budding singer-songwriter John Denver, and Tom Hewlett, whose company, Concerts West, had set the standard for contemporary rock tours with Jimi Hendrix and Led Zeppelin. Management.2 paid the Colonel $240,000 for the 4 dates, but Parker insisted on handling all advertising and promotion. The 2 men had no trouble with that. They'd been writing Parker for nearly 2 years, wanting to put Elvis into all the big new arenas that were opening up throughout the country. They met with the Colonel for dinners with their wives, and even endured Parker's famous steam room meltdowns. "I make 'em stay until they see things my way," at the spa in Palm Springs. "One of the things Jerry said," remembered Denver, who followed his first big hit, 1971's Take Me Home Country Roads, with a string of chart toppers, "was that if he did his job, and I did my job, I would always be able to work in whatever arena I chose, be it television, films, recordings, or concerts. He's a very, very brilliant promoter. He went to the big arenas and said, 'You want Elvis Presley to come play this place? Then I want Concerts West to be involved in every concert that comes into this building.' And as a result of his influence in the concert market, Jerry had an enormous amount of clout with RCA, and also with radio stations." Just why and how Parker settled on Weintraub and Hewlett isn't clear, especially as he had rejected 2 other concert promoters, Steve Wolf and Jim Rissmiller of Concert Associates, who also attempted to woo the Colonel through a 2-year letter-writing campaign and finally wangled a meeting. The 2 found Parker charming, but a tough negotiator. "He wanted us to pay the costs of producing the show," Wolf remembered, "and then he gave us a cushion and a percentage over a certain amount. He threw it out so fast we had to keep asking him over and over, and he kept saying, 'I told you boys now, for the last time, this is the deal.' He really hits you. He doesn't sit back and let it sink in. You're sorry you asked a question." After much back and forth, Parker finally told them Elvis had no plans to tour, so it might hurt business at the hotel. But if he did, he'd need to honor some obligations that went back to the late 50s. Then, in a matter of months, he signed the deal with Weintraub. "Jerry was very well connected, and a lot went through him," says Joe Delaney. "He was a formidable guy. Still is." But Parker made him sweat for his power. The following month, when Weintraub went back to the Colonel to set up another 8-day tour, this time for Concerts West, Parker demanded a $1 million deposit against 65% of the gate, within 24 hours. There was a test of both the company's bank account and Weintraub's resolve. "Jerry had to go out and bust his butt," says Joe Shane. The money was late in arriving, though not really through Weintraub's fault, and overall the Colonel's student did not disappoint him. As reward, Parker gave Weintraub and Hewlett a piece of the concessions, though the Colonel later felt a need to wire Weintraub regarding ticket accessibility. In guarding against such stunts as a box office manager pulling free tickets for the city council, he was also looking out for the fans, who made Elvis what he is today. As he told Weintraub in a telegram, "We want our fans to be taken care of. When they wait in line for hours and hours, they are privileged customers. They come first." The Presley Roadshow was now a major business, with huge grosses and attendance records, Elvis taking in more than $300,000 and beating the Rolling Stones numbers in 2 shows at the Inglewood Forum in Los Angeles that November. Most of the members of Elvis's entourage traveled with him, Joe Esposito being in top command under Parker, Charlie Hodge acting as stage manager and general assistant, Lamar Fike handling the lighting, and Richard Davis taking care of Elvis's wardrobe. Elvis also added a Memphis physician, Dr. George Nicopolis, who had personally tended to nearly all of Elvis's medical and pharmaceutical needs since treating him for a cold in 1966. At the age of 61, Parker still personally advanced the tour, making a promotional trip 2 months, later cut down to a matter of weeks, ahead of the show. Sonny West, keeping his eyes and ears open for Elvis as Joe Esposito did for the Colonel, traveled with Parker as security chief. Together they obtained the hotel rooms. Elvis and the Colonel each occupied a whole floor at a different location from the show group, and figured out which entrance Presley could use to get to his room without going through the lobby. They also worked with the local law enforcement, the Colonel picking either a captain or a detective to line up as many as 60 uniformed men to police Elvis's hotel and travel route. The entourage was afforded the same protection as a presidential motorcade. He would have it all mapped out, get as many as 4 limos for decoys, and time how long it would take to get to the airport, the hotel, and the venue, remembers former RCA Rep Galen Adams. He planned such details it would scare you. By the time Parker's friend Al Devoren announced, "Elvis has left the building," to calm a frenzied show crowd, Presley was indeed already on his way. Once the tour started, Parker returned to each town the day before the date. He checked on the souvenir sales first. Arena rock of the 70s ushered in the modern era of merchandising, then tended to the box office and promotion. A sellout was a must, and if ticket sales lagged, Parker counted on a pocketful of tricks to turn the tide. Regularly, he forced RCA to buy a block of tickets as giveaways, but most of the time he relied on carny cunning. One time in Salt Lake City, Parker remembered in the 80s, the rest of the auditorium was sold out, and we couldn't sell the last 2,000 seats for anything. Then on the Sunday before the show, Elder Stevens, head of the Mormon Church, died. The show was set for Wednesday. I called the radio stations and canceled all the ads. We weren't selling tickets anyway, and I figured we'd save $1,900. What we did, he was instead of taking the ads, we made an announcement that we were dropping the ads until after Elder Stephen's funeral on Tuesday. Of course, the radio stations gave us all the announcements free. Then on Wednesday, the ads started again, and we sold out all 2,000 seats in 2 hours. It had to be the Mormons who bought the tickets." Another time, much later, in Pittsburgh, they played a 20,000-seat arena and found themselves stuck with 1,100 tickets, all of them way up in the attic, behind a post. We were selling maybe 12 or 15 a day, so we pulled all our ads and put in new ones. We said, "We still have a few seats left. They aren't very good, but it's all we got." When that hit the air, we sold out right away. People liked the honesty. For a man who still rose at 5 a.m., it was a grueling schedule, one that didn't end until well after sundown. If Elvis was flying in that night after his show, as he always did on the later tours, since he had trouble winding down and falling asleep, Parker would wait for word that he had landed. The next day, the show plane arrived. "He made life rough for us on the road," says Kathy Westmoreland, Elvis's high harmony singer, "because we were going to bed at 4 in the morning and getting up at 7:30 to fly to the next city." Yet the musicians looked out their windows to see the colonel leaning on his cane on the tarmac, knowing he would always be there to greet them, no matter the weather. Tom Diskin, standing at his side, handed each musician a key as he came off the ramp and boarded the bus to the hotel. Then, as the group waved goodbye, Parker took off in his plane for the next town. Though he met Elvis in the entourage every evening prior to the first show in Vegas, pulling Elvis into another room to talk business if need be, and sometimes staying for the first show, only rarely did the colonel wait to see Elvis perform on the road. Even if Parker spent the night, he never met with Presley before the concert. Nonetheless, the man who loved playing Santa Claus at Frank Sinatra's Christmas parties found time to entertain the children whose parents traveled with the show. As Uncle Colonel, he delighted the kids with stories of the Gugala, a giant centipede who resided in the colonel's imagination and whose likeness he sketched for the children to take home and tape up on their walls. It was just as well that Presley and Parker seldom met up on the tours, since Elvis was often furious about his accommodations. In Mobile, Alabama, they'd been booked into the Admiral Semmes Hotel, which may have been luxurious the last time Presley stayed there, in 1955, but was a dump by 1970, a total flea bag, without air conditioning. The colonel knew Elvis preferred any modern motel, even a Holiday Inn, to an older place. Hadn't Parker checked it out when he advanced the tour? Presley raved. And why were they playing Mobile anyway? Even Concerts West was confused about that one, and as the tours continued, Weintraub and Hewlett, who brought the colonel a list of cities and dates for him to approve, were equally puzzled about a number of towns Parker picked, such as Monroe, Louisiana, and Greensboro, North Carolina, that seemed off the beaten path for a megawatt rock star. Nobody else went there, which, the colonel said, was precisely the point. Fans in grassroots areas wanted to see Elvis too, and he was guaranteed a sellout. If Elvis had to perform in basketball gymnasiums or on 3-foot stages, which he sometimes did, it helped pay the expenses between larger dates. Weintraub and Hewlett weren't the only promoters out there, and he'd set about proving it to them. What Parker failed to mention was that he yearned to return to the towns he'd first visited with the carnivals and tent shows, where he still had people in his pocket, from the mayor to the cops, and knew how to control just about anything. He loved going back to the old hotels, too, even if some of the rooms on the floors they stayed on were boarded up. Sometimes he did it to repay a favor. Besides, these old places were dirt cheap. Who could argue with that? While Elvis had initially been happy to return to live performance, his pill-fueled behavior had become more erratic in recent months. He obsessed about collecting police badges, bugging John O'Grady for how he could get one that would let him carry a gun across state lines, and schemed to get all the guys deputized to pack a weapon in Memphis, Las Vegas, and Palm Springs. Loaded on pharmaceuticals, he shot a .22 automatic at a car one night in Beverly Hills after the driver made a rude gesture, and even terrorized his friends if they mouthed off at him, sticking a loaded .44 Magnum in Lamar Fike's nose one day and threatening to blow his brains out. In December 1970, as best man at Sonny West's wedding, he would stand at the altar wearing 5 loaded firearms, 2 gold-plated guns in shoulder holsters, a pair of pearl-handled pistols in his pants, and a Derringer in his boot. When he came off the road that November, Elvis began to fixate on the idea of becoming a federal agent. A federal agent's badge would give him not only ultimate power, but also a feeling of invincibility. No one would dare mess with a federal agent, no matter what controlled substances he carried around with him in a little black bag. O'Grady, who had headed up the narcotics unit for the LA Police Department, was hip to Elvis's habits. He'd done a polygraph test on Presley for an annoying paternity suit, and noticed his pulse and breathing rates were below normal. And Elvis had way too many questions about how to become an agent at large for the Bureau of Narcotics and Dangerous Drugs, especially after O'Grady set up a meeting for him with Paul Frees, a voiceover announcer who'd earned just such a badge for undercover work. The unctuous O'Grady liked rubbing shoulders with the famous and told Elvis he might be able to help. He'd get him an introduction to John Finlater, the deputy director of the Narcotics Bureau. Parker, meanwhile, had grown tired of having to speak to Elvis through his father or Esposito, and early in December, on the same day he completed a deal with RCA to extend his annual $100,000 consulting fee for 5 years, he wrote to Elvis, expressing his frustration at not being able to get his client on the phone. Using sarcasm to mildly mask his fury, the colonel cited Elvis's obvious avoidance of him and reminded him of how hard he had been working in his behalf. "Remember," he concluded, "your slogan TCB only works if you use it." Vernon Presley was not pleased to see his son at odds with the colonel, and told him so in a blow-up in mid-December. The time had come to replace the old bastard, Elvis argued, but Vernon told him he'd never find anybody better. Then Vernon started in on Elvis's lavish spending sprees and produced the bills. $20,000 and $30,000 gun-buying trips, $85,000 worth of Mercedes-Benzes for his friends. Such extravagance had to stop. Priscilla agreed, especially as the couple had just put down a deposit on a new home in Beverly Hills, despite the shakiness of the marriage. By now, Elvis was so volatile that, as his cousin Billy Smith remembers, "You especially had to be careful of what you said to him. He was like a caged animal. He was coming out any way he could. You didn't embarrass him, and you didn't scare him, and you certainly didn't ever humiliate him." Feeling restricted and hampered by the colonel, and then by his wife and father, Elvis was about to defy all of them in a demonstration of independence more surprising than they could have imagined. On December 19, 1970, without their knowledge, he slipped out of Graceland, went to the airport alone, and began a journey to Washington to see John Finlater, O'Grady's contract at the Bureau of Narcotics and Dangerous Drugs. Elvis wanted his badge. Finlater turned him down, but Elvis, by now accompanied by Jerry Schilling and Sonny West, had a backup plan. On the plane, stoned, shaky, and woozy-eyed, he had written a letter to President Richard M. Nixon, declaring himself a concerned American. The country was in bad shape, with the hippies, the drug culture, the Black Panthers, and the Students for a Democratic Society, he wrote. He knew so because he had done an in-depth study of drug abuse and communist brainwashing techniques. But if Nixon would make him a federal agent, he could be of service to this great nation, since none of those threats to the American way of life considered him an enemy. "I would love to meet you just to say hello if you're not too busy," he said in closing, and then dropped the letter off at the White House gates on the way to his hotel. The result, Presley dressed like Dracula in outlandish garb, a velvet cape topping a black suede suit, a massive gold belt given to him by the International, glittering chain circling his neck, tinted sunglasses, and a cane, got his meeting with Nixon at the White House, and he got the cherished badge, which became, Schilling says, his most prized physical possession. At last, Elvis was a narc. The colonel, who learned about the visit to Washington after the fact, was gravely worried. The president, for God's sake! Elvis was slipping completely out of his control. He would have to find a way to keep Elvis in check and step up his surveillance of his actions. In March 1971, when Elvis blew up while attempting to record in Nashville, kicking a gun through a guitar and storming out of the session, Parker managed to keep most of it out of the press. The following day, the singer, whose eyesight had been troubling him, was hospitalized for glaucoma. Now, Parker saw his act becoming more fractious with each passing month, and realized he had to create new ways to maximize Presley's earning power. Otherwise, the Colonel would find himself in the same sad straits as his friend Oscar Davis, sick, dependent on Parker's handout of $100 a month, and soon to be dead, never again managing a major star nearly 20 years after Hank Williams' self-destructive ways caught up with him on the way to a show date. Though Parker was constantly renegotiating Elvis's contract with RCA, the latest deal was for the Budget Camden label, yet even then he finagled improved royalties. His first foray into new money came in July 1971, when he took Presley into Del Webb's Sahara Tahoe in State Line, Nevada. The engagement, where orchestra leader Joe Gershio debuted Richard Strauss's Also Sprach Zarathustra as the singer's introduction on stage, was a raging success. Parker had figured out a way to put 8 people at a table that normally seated 4, which allowed Elvis to break the showroom's attendance record. 1 month before, the Hilton hotel chain had taken over the International in a 50% partnership with Kerkorkian and Shufi, renaming it the Las Vegas Hilton. The Colonel would soon use Elvis's Tahoe numbers, plus the fact that he had negotiated a fee of $300,000 for 2 weeks, to cut a new deal with Henry Lewin, the Las Vegas Hilton's new executive vice president of hotel and casino operations, and Baron Hilton himself. Lewin, a German Jew whose family fled the Nazis, already seemed to be in Parker's corner, throwing him a surprise 62nd birthday party that June. Their first meeting came 5 hours after Hilton took over the hotel, the Colonel flying in from Palm Springs. Lewin had been nervous. Parker had a clause in his contract that stipulated that if the hotel were sold, he and Elvis were free to go elsewhere. The Colonel said, "I did business with Kerkorkian. I liked him, and I have no reason not to trust that you will be as good or better," Lewin remembered years later, and as a measure of honor, the Colonel accepted the same contract. Elvis was always paid more than we paid anybody else, and he was still the cheapest. We made more money paying him more than paying somebody else less. You shake hands with the Colonel, you can forget worry. But as Parker loved Las Vegas, and he and Elvis were becoming synonymous with the town, Presley was growing tired of the 7 days a week, 2 shows a night grind, so demanding both physically and mentally. At first, remembers Jerry Schilling, it was great. But going in about the 3rd year, there was no challenge. It was the same songs and the same audience, and we stayed up all night and slept all day. We didn't see sunlight for a couple months. What was once exciting and fun became dark and angry. Elvis was mad, says Lamar Fike. He didn't want to do it anymore. He said, "I want out of this place. I don't want to come back." As a consequence, this seething cauldron of hate built up in Las Vegas. A month after Tahoe, in August 1971, Elvis opened his summer festival at the Las Vegas Hilton to poor reviews. The Hollywood Reporter found Elvis drawn, tired, and noticeably heavier, and the show occasionally monotonous, often silly, and haphazardly coordinated. Still, the fans came, to the point that Parker added an additional show per day to accommodate the overflow crowds. But the strain was too much. On the 6th day, Elvis cut a show short, complained of the flu, and consulted an ear, nose, and throat specialist, Dr. Sidney Boyer, who, like Thomas Flash Newman, would remain in his stable of Vegas physicians. By the last night, he felt strong enough to close the show wearing a heavy rhinestone and jewel-encrusted cape, thrusting his arms in a dramatic stance that would become a hallmark of his performances. But the press preferred to report on Elvis's illness and daily doctor's visits. "He didn't have any breathing room," says Alex Shufi. "It was a continuous thing. I even said to the Colonel one time, 'Give him a breather, Colonel. Gosh, he needs a little rest.' He said, 'Oh, he's young, don't worry. He loves every moment of it.' I think he could have let up a little, given him a little more time off." "Nobody goes to Vegas and plays 4 weeks anymore. They do 5 days, tops," explains Lamar Fike. "And Elvis had such a high-energy show that when he would do an honest hour and 15 minutes twice a night, he was so tired he was cross-eyed. That's why he took that stuff, to keep him going, and because he was bored to tears." According to Henry Lewin, Parker spoke to Vernon about his son's condition. I was there when Colonel Parker pleaded with Vernon Presley, and then they both pleaded with Elvis to understand the importance of taking care of his personal life. But Parker continued to weigh his options. With his gambling debts mounting and Presley becoming more unpredictable, the Colonel, apparently in the fall of 1971, considered selling Elvis's contract to Gordon Mills, the flamboyant manager of Tom Jones. Items to that effect appeared in the American and British press, and an exchange of correspondence between Mills and the Colonel's office concerning a denial of discussions suggests that such talks had in fact happened. Later, John Moran, Jones's publicist, confirmed it to Marty Lacker. The newspapers were more concerned, however, about rumors that Elvis and Priscilla were estranged. As Presley began another tour that November, Elvis replacing the Imperials with J.D. Sumner and the Stamps Quartet, and Parker substituting comedian Jackie Kahane for the alcoholic Sammy Shore, the singer became less guarded about his dalliances with other women. Within months, his marriage would be in tatters. For quite a while, Presley had been getting reports that Priscilla was dating her karate instructor, Mike Stone. The maid at the Presleys' new house in California told Red West that Stone spent too much time there, and 3-year-old Lisa Marie blew the whistle on the pair when she mentioned they'd wrestled in a sleeping bag on a camping trip. Then Sonny West caught them in the shower together and told Elvis. The showdown came during Presley's engagement at the Hilton in February 1972. When Priscilla owned up to the affair, railed against their surreal, life-in-a-bubble existence, and asked for a divorce. Elvis, humiliated and enraged, forced her to have sex in an episode that, according to Priscilla, bordered on rape. Later, he would ask her to reconsider breaking the marriage, but as Priscilla eventually made him understand, it had ended long ago, largely from his own indifference. Throughout such turmoil, the Colonel had more practical matters on his mind. As Elvis performed in the Hilton showroom, Parker sat in his 4th-floor suite of 6 rooms and offices and mused about something that the new RCA president Rocco LaGinestra had casually mentioned, an innovative technology that allowed for live satellite broadcast around the world. Elvis had again been making noises about wanting to go to Europe to perform, citing the number of letters he got from foreign fans. "I'm working on it," Parker grumbled. But before long, when the Colonel was offered $500,000 for 6 concerts in London, he'd repeat that the venues weren't large enough overseas. An unlikely explanation, considering Wimbledon and a myriad of soccer stadiums, though he insisted Elvis himself balked at playing outdoor arenas. Sometimes the Colonel would reiterate that security would be a problem, since European fans were wilder in their adoration, or say simply that the money wasn't right. "Elvis wanted to take all of his troupe with him and his own orchestra," Parker offered years later. "When we checked out the possibilities where he could play, he could sell out and still lose money." But of course, they were never going to Europe, and not just because Parker had no passport. The Colonel was worried about Elvis's stamina. Dr. Nicopolis had to accompany him on all the tours now, and Parker wasn't sure what kinds of drugs Elvis was taking, lately hearing rumors of cocaine use. If Elvis got sick, or customs found some illegal substance, the Colonel wouldn't be able to keep it out of the papers. The risk was simply too great. Yet if Parker understood it correctly, with the new satellite, Elvis could tour the globe in one concert without ever leaving the States. Such a coup, the first entertainment special broadcast live around the world, would keep the boy on top and in the news and maybe lift him from his funk. The Colonel tore a piece of the old International stationery in half and started making a to-do list. Clearances needed on songs. In bold handwriting, with numbers still reminiscent of the European style, he jotted down the costs, backup musicians, rehearsal room, and posed some questions. RCA makes contracts with talent, or do we? LaGinestra loved the idea of an Elvis satellite tour, especially as Parker had already planned to stage it from Hawaii, the site of so many successful Presley ventures. But LaGinestra didn't like dealing with the Colonel personally, and so he handed him off to others in the company, particularly Mel Ilberman, the head of U.S. operations, who admired Parker. "He was a big friend of mine. He was always honest with me, and tried to keep him happy." As part of that goodwill endeavor, the label agreed to set up a concert promotion company. That was something the Colonel had been after for years, and a coup RCA's Joe Galante calls a brilliant move because he had now taken the company's resources and focused them solely on his act. Though the agreement included Management 3, Parker, in effect, controlled everything, with the help of RCA's George Parkhill and Pat Kelleher of the label's promotion department. Their first tour under the new umbrella would begin in April. The frugal Dutchman pinched every penny, paying a promoter in Tennessee only $1,000 to handle ticket sales, and would continue to do so throughout Elvis's touring years. When keyboardist Tony Brown joined the band 2 years later, he was surprised to find that the musicians had to buy tickets for their guests, and that the Elvis show had no catering backstage of any kind, in comparison with lesser stars who provided full meals and liquor. We finally demanded that we get some soft drinks, and eventually they started putting a trash can in our dressing room with Cokes and Pepsis and 7-Ups, but that was it. Occasionally the Colonel would get on the bus and walk down the aisle and give everybody a $10 bill for dinner. Of course, once he left, there was all kinds of snickering and sarcastic remarks. "Where are you having dinner?" That kind of stuff. Anyone who was late for the bus was fined $1 a minute. By now, the Colonel could clearly see that touring was a bigger source of revenue than even Elvis's movies. On February 4th, 1972, a week after he signed the joint venture with RCA, he presented a new contract to Elvis. Parker was changing his basic management fee, he explained. After expenses, which included agency commissions, the profits from the tours would now be split 2/3 for Elvis and 1/3 for Parker. "There were a lot of things that maybe the Colonel didn't collect on like he should have," defends Lamar Fike, but only the Colonel really understood what constituted expenses and what was net. People talk about the 50% and other outrageous splits, but there were times when the Colonel took it all, says Joe Shane. He was hiding the fact that he was going through Elvis's money. To see him negotiate deals for concerts was just unbelievable. A promoter would say, "I want to do 10 dates in the Midwest," and the Colonel would say, "Okay, I'll take $1 million up front and half of it in cash before you sell the first ticket." And he'd get it. He always wanted the cash. The truth was, he needed it. Chapter 18. Geek Fever. Late in March 1972, the Colonel told the Las Vegas Hilton that Elvis would soon begin making his second MGM documentary concert film, Elvis on Tour, and would therefore be unavailable for the rest of the year. In truth, the movie would be completed in less than 2 months, and Parker's announcement was little more than a ploy to revise Presley's Vegas contract. To up the ante, he hinted, by denying rumors to the effect, that in a year or so he might move Elvis to Kirk Kerkorian's MGM Grand Hotel, then under construction. The Hilton caved. In April, the hotel agreed to pay Elvis $130,000 a week for the next 2 engagements, and $150,000 a week for the following 3. Parker, as a consultant to the hotel chain, would also be paid $50,000 a year for the next 3 years. For Elvis's summer tour, commencing in June, the Colonel engaged the Clanton Ross Advertising Agency of Tampa. The Ross was Bob Ross, Marie's 47-year-old son, who suffered from the early stages of multiple sclerosis. A year before, Ross and his wife had divorced, and Bob was now dating Sandra Polk, a spirited Tampa native 17 years his junior, who often flew to Las Vegas with her cousin to attend Elvis's shows. Though Parker's relationship with Ross had always been tentative, the Colonel helped him receive top medical care through friends in Houston. He also continued to throw him business. Bob's agency designed some of Elvis's album covers, posters, and billboards, and before long, Parker would give him lucrative advertising accounts for other big stars whose managers the Colonel befriended. The advertising for the Summer '72 tour held particular sway, as Elvis would play 3 shows at Madison Square Garden beginning June 9th. Parker had deliberately kept his client out of Manhattan, other than for television appearances in the 50s, fearing he might not fill a large arena in such a cosmopolitan area. Now, however, much had changed. Ticket sales for the New York engagement were so brisk that Parker added a fourth appearance, making Elvis the first performer to sell out 4 consecutive shows at the Garden, with grosses at $730,000. Elvis had always been anxious about New York, remembering the stinging remarks of a cynical media that had dismissed him so cruelly at the start of his career. But the counterculture rebel of the 50s was now an establishment darling of the 70s, just as Parker had planned. At a press conference between rehearsals, a confident, relaxed Elvis, dressed in a flashy, high-collar blue jacket, bounded out to a bank of microphones and, with quick, good-natured humor, deflected questions as easily as swatting softballs over a fence. When a woman asked about his image as a shy, humble country boy, Elvis smiled. "I don't know what makes him say that," he said with a slight stutter, and then stood and pulled back his jacket to reveal the gaudy gold belt given to him by the International. Elvis won a laugh for his trouble, and Parker, standing by in a Rube's straw hat, scanned the reporters' faces and knew the coverage would be good. Less than a week before the first show, RCA thought to tape the concerts for a live album and scrambled to get the contract signed and the recording equipment in place. The label kept the plan secret, as not to spook either Elvis or the band, especially as Presley's song selection was so spontaneous that no one ever knew what order he'd choose. Yet the shows came off without a hitch, for everyone except the comic, Jackie Kahane, who was booed off the stage opening night. Elvis heard about it and went to console him in his dressing room. He said, "Mr. Kahane, they're animals out there," Kahane recalls. "Don't let them bother you. You go out there tomorrow and you kick ass." When Elvis finally came out to the billowing strains of Also Sprach Zarathustra, remembers Joe Garcio, the crowd went into a roar, and so many flashbulbs went off that the Garden was almost lit for a second. The New York Times described it as a legendary performance, with a headline that likened Presley to a prince from another planet. Chris Chase, the paper's reviewer, saw Elvis as a special champion like a Joe Louis, Joe DiMaggio, someone in whose hands the way a thing is done becomes more important than the thing itself. He stood there at the end, his arms stretched out, the great gold cloak giving him wings, the only one in his class. Yet as Presley's career moved to a new tier of fame and accomplishment, his personal life crumbled around him. On July 26, 1972, Elvis and Priscilla legally separated. Presley's lawyer, Ed Hookstratton, drew up the papers, secured a lawyer for Priscilla, and worked out the amicable terms of the divorce settlement. Priscilla would receive a lump sum of $100,000 plus $1,000 per month for her own expenses and $500 per month child support. Elvis had already begun seeing the next woman in his life, Linda Thompson, a Memphis beauty queen who babied him and, for the time being, put up with his pharmaceutical habits. Still, Elvis seemed haunted. When he returned to Vegas in August, he received another, though less serious, death threat. One night during the engagement, Wolfman Jack, the popular television and radio personality, came backstage to say hello. "What's it like to be Elvis Presley?" the visitor wanted to know. "I'll tell you what, Jack," Elvis answered. "It's very, very uncomfortable." Despite Elvis's interest in Linda, the impending divorce seemed to weaken his resolve and usher in his third and final stage of drug use, starting with an increase in sedatives or downers. Some days the performer was clear, lucid, and seemingly unaffected, but other times he was obviously under the influence that Jackie Kahane remembers a child coming up to him after a show and asking, "Was Elvis drunk?" His usual protocol, says Lamar Fike, was to take a Valium, a Placidil, a Valmid, some butabarbital, and codeine, all at the same time. Before long, he would add Percodan and liquid Demerol to his potent cocktail. On September 4, 1972, Parker and RCA President Laganestra held a press conference in Las Vegas to announce the upcoming satellite broadcast Aloha from Hawaii, set for January 1973. The show, staged in Honolulu, would reach 1.4 billion viewers, though not all of them live, as the ballyhoo maintained, since both Europe and America would receive it on a delayed basis. RCA Record Tours would produce the show, displacing Management 3 for a year, and the label would also release a double LP of the concert, the first time in the history of the record business, the company gloated, that an album would be issued simultaneously around the world. "It's very hard to comprehend," Elvis said over and over, crumpled in a chair at the briefing. But for some, what was harder to understand was why Presley perspired so heavily, with his speech slurred, his eyes dazed and dulled. As the date of the concert neared, Presley worked hard to get himself in shape, dieting down to a sleek 175 pounds and staying off his drug protocol for 2 weeks. His entourage hoped that Elvis had turned a corner, that the incentive to clean up might last. But just before he went on stage, he asked for a shot of vitamin B12 mixed with amphetamines. "The next morning," says Marty Lacker, "we were supposed to go to the USS Arizona Memorial. We banged on his door, and nobody answered. Finally, Linda came, and she just made a face and shook her head. Elvis was sitting on the balcony, on the top floor of the hotel, stoned out of his gourd. He was sweating profusely, with a towel around his neck, and he could hardly talk. He'd gone right back into it." Aloha from Hawaii was Elvis's last glorious moment, his final appearance as an undeniable superstar. The resulting album would stay on the Billboard charts for 35 weeks and climb to number 1, his first chart-topping LP in 9 years. But there would be no more. Parker seemed to sense it. At 3 a.m., following the broadcast, the Colonel sat down to write Elvis a congratulatory letter. Filled with sentiment, Parker told his client that they had no need for hugging, since they could tell, from seeing each other on stage and from the floor by the stage, how they felt. "I always know that when I do my part," he continued, "you always do yours in your own way and in your feeling in how to do it best. That is why you and I are never at each other when we are doing our work in our own best way possible. You, above all, make all of it work by being the leader and the talent. Without your dedication to your following, it couldn't have been done." Such emotional display was rare for Parker, but lately he had been under unusual strain. It was around this time that the Colonel, now so large he wore size 3X clothing, suffered yet another heart attack, his 4th. Surely he could not go on much longer. And worse, Marie, whose health had been steadily declining since the mid-60s, was becoming more and more addled. She complained of worse headaches, and her speech was affected. "She started getting senile like she was 90 years old instead of 65, recalled her brother, Bitsy Mott. The Colonel phoned her twice a day, and sometimes she didn't recognize his voice or know who he was when he identified himself. Often she hung up on him. Parker, who still went home to her in Palm Springs every weekend, suspected her headaches generated from the metal ball and socket she received in hip surgery. Her doctor, however, believed she suffered from degenerative brain disease, or age-related dementia, though her symptoms weren't always consistent with the condition. Whatever the source, Mott remembered, it just got worse and worse, till finally she was immobile all over. The Colonel mourned the days when he bought her favorite shoes in every color, an attempt to make up for their impoverished years. But as the disease progressed, says Sandra Polk Ross, who became her daughter-in-law in 1973, Colonel started to distance himself from her, keep her home. He would still take her to Vegas, but he would always have someone go with them and be with her. Within 3 years, Marie would be so confused she'd think her son was her first husband and, on a trip to Florida to visit Bob and Sandra, would repeatedly rattle the couple's doorknob, trying to crawl into bed with them. The Colonel's monthly nursing bill climbed to $6,000. Marie, Elvis, himself. It was taking a toll. But Parker couldn't dwell on the negative. The best thing to do was to concentrate on business. Think about the new music publishing companies, Aaron Music and Mr. Songman Music, he planned to form with Freddie Beanstalk, who had earlier been fired by the Aberbachs. Parker had been angered by Beanstalk's dismissal, and in August 1972 met with the Aberbach brothers to liquidate the Elvis and Gladys music firms. "The Colonel always felt the Aberbachs were part of him," Beanstalk explains, but he had a number of resentments against them, and they stopped all social contact with him after I left the company. In teaming with Beanstalk, Parker would show the brothers who really knew the Elvis catalog. By now, the Colonel had a new secretary, Loanne Miller, a spinster from Ohio who had previously worked for Nick Naff. When she first interviewed with the advertising director, she presented me with a little slip of paper listing her personal philosophy of what a secretary should be. Virtually, it said the boss is everything, and you serve him, whether it means washing his feet or rubbing his back. She reveled in it. However, Naff wasn't comfortable with such subservience. I like to get my own coffee. And while Loanne was splendid in her job, her servility clashed with Naff's hands-on attitude. One day, Alex Schufe called and asked if it would disrupt Naff's office too much if Loanne went to work for the Colonel. Secretly, I said, "Great," Naff remembers, but I took the generous posture and said I'd make the sacrifice. He loved that kind of devotion, and working for him made her a significant person, so she was ideal for him. Indeed, she had no objections to helping plan Bob and Sandra Ross's wedding and making the arrangements. Given to airy, New Age beliefs and holistic health practices, Loanne bounced between childlike wonder and tough cookie tenacity. She thought the Colonel hung the moon, and she defended his every action. Most people have no idea how much of a genius he was because they weren't with him enough to understand, she maintains. When she first went to work for the Colonel, he called her one day and said he needed her to fly to Los Angeles to take notes for an important meeting at MGM Studios. Upon her arrival, Parker cautioned her to really pay attention. "There are a lot of very important people in this meeting. Please, come sit next to me." He then led the nervous secretary back to the conference room, where she found a long table with 12 chairs, each occupied by a huge stuffed teddy bear with a pad and pencil in front of him. Though Parker got her on the RCA payroll as an executive secretary to George Parkhill, and she had reason to travel with the Colonel, some at the hotel took it for granted that she was his girlfriend. Others discounted, but Bitsy Mott told his family he had caught them in compromising circumstances more than once. Certainly Parker looked after her. Artie Newman, a casino shift boss who also worked the showroom and became one of the Colonel's chief contacts, always let him know when the women's clothing reps came to town, offering apparel in exchange for gambling losses. Soon, Newman knew to bring dresses in 2 sizes, 7 for the now petite Marie, and 12 for the larger-boned Loanne. Since the secretary was lanky, quick with a smile, and every inch the Colonel's puppet, Elvis's entourage wickedly dubbed her Howdy Doody. When Presley went back into the Hilton showroom for his 8th engagement at the end of January 1973, the singer was tired and lackluster. A week later, he would begin canceling shows, citing a lingering case of the flu. It was a difficult month, made even worse when 4 South American men jumped on stage near the end of Elvis's performance on February 18th. The entourage quickly took control, with Elvis knocking one of the men back into the crowd. "I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen," Elvis told the audience afterward. "I'm sorry I didn't break his goddamn neck is what I'm sorry about." The presumed assailants turned out to be no more than exuberant fans, but Presley, paranoid and delusional, convinced himself that Mike Stone, Priscilla's boyfriend, had sent them to kill him. In the early hours of the morning, high on pills and raging out of control, "Another man has taken my wife. Mike Stone has to die." Elvis ordered Red West to hire a hitman to have the karate champion murdered. A week later, he softened. Priscilla was also on Elvis's mind for another reason. She'd agreed to far too little money in the divorce settlement, she told him, and planned to see a new lawyer about renegotiating the terms. If it came to that, Parker had a good idea where Elvis could get the money. Since the fall, RCA's Mel Ilberman had been trying to persuade the Colonel to agree to a deal. Stymied by Parker's long insistence that Presley's records must not be included in the RCA Record Club or repackaged at mid-price, which meant a lower royalty rate, Ilberman wondered if the manager and his client would be interested in selling Presley's master recordings or back catalog for $3 million. The Colonel was resolute. Absolutely not. To do so would mean the label would never again have to pay royalties on records released before 1973, and Elvis would have no control over how those songs would be used. Vernon, however, saw it as an immediate fix to many of the Presleys' financial straits. Parker argued that the material could be worth more in the future, that they shouldn't sell, but added he would go back and see if he could get the record company to up its bid. Ilberman was now on the spot. "I figured it would take a big check," Ilberman recalls, "but a lot of the people in the company weren't very happy with that, because Elvis's sales had deteriorated dramatically." The Colonel struck what the company saw as a hard bargain, and in the end, Ilberman went out on a limb, paying Elvis $5.4 million for all rights to every song he had ever recorded as of March 1, 1973. With that, Parker turned to Elvis and demanded a new management agreement. All income from Elvis's recordings would be divided 50-50 from the first dollar, meaning Presley and Parker were now locked into a pure and equal partnership. Money from the tours remained at the 2/3, 1/3 split. But Parker also negotiated a new 7-year contract with RCA. Presley would record 2 albums and 4 singles a year for a guaranteed annual payment of at least $500,000. Since the 60s, Parker had an understanding with the label that no pop artist would get a higher royalty than Elvis, but Parker's critics would later call the arrangement too low, considering the success of the Aloha special, even as Elvis had been somewhat devalued as a rock act by becoming a Vegas lounge singer. Under the 1973 agreement, they said, Elvis received only half the rate of such major artists as the Rolling Stones, the Beatles, and even Elton John. The $500,000 sum was subject to Parker and Presley's new 50-50 agreement, of course, and the Colonel would receive extra monies for his side deals of promoting the records and tours, as well as developing merchandising and promotional concepts. At Parker's insistence, Ilberman had to scream at the lawyers to keep the buyout contract down to 3 or 4 pages. As for the Colonel's side deals, says Ilberman, he always had side deals with everybody. That was the nature of the animal. It was almost a game. In the end, RCA paid the pair $10.5 million. Of that, $6 million would go to the Colonel and $4.5 million to Elvis. After taxes, Elvis would retain roughly $2 million for his best work, arguably the most valuable recordings in popular music. And now his wife was asking for a large chunk of it. When the divorce decree was finalized in October 1973, Priscilla would receive a cash payment of $725,000 plus $4,200 a month spousal support for a year, after which the payment would balloon to $6,000 a month for 10 years, and $4,000 a month child support. She would also get 5% of Elvis's new publishing companies and half the sale of their California house. The strain of Elvis's emotional and physical fatigue showed in his performance at the Sahara in Tahoe in May 1973. 30 pounds overweight and lethargic, the singer canceled a number of his shows and went to a local hospital for chest x-rays. But according to Marty Lacker, who was present, he wasn't sick, he was just tired of all that shit. We flew home and he was fine. The Colonel, who was paid $100,000 for his help with the engagement, returned his fee. Once Elvis returned to Memphis, an angry Parker contacted Vernon about the open dialogue between Elvis's friends and family concerning his abuse of prescription medications. The fact that Elvis was in grave danger was apparent even to Presley's young daughter, Lisa Marie, who frequently saw him guzzling pills. "One night when I was about 5 or 6, we were watching TV," she remembers. "I looked up at him and said, 'Daddy, Daddy, I don't want you to die.' And he just looked down at me and said, 'Okay, I won't. Don't worry about it.' I said that to him several times when we were alone together. I guess I was picking something up." According to Dr. Nicopolis, Elvis was a hard addict who already suffered from bladder and bowel trouble, conditions that would soon leave him both incontinent and impotent. Parker didn't like Dr. Nick and suspected he was one of Elvis's main sources for drugs. But where else was he getting them? Through lawyer Ed Hookstratton, the Colonel and Vernon hired John O'Grady to investigate. Over a period of months, the detective uncovered 3 physicians and 1 dentist who kept Elvis supplied with a steady flow of pharmaceuticals. All were summarily threatened and deliveries occasionally intercepted, but nothing seemed to work. Elvis had no desire to stop using, and there were too many people willing to enable him. Some of them were part of Presley's own entourage. Another was a friend of the group whose husband was a doctor. "There was more dope in that outfit, you have no idea," remembered Jackie Kahane. But the FBI thought it knew of a more potent supplier. In a January 31, 1974 informant report about mafia and drugs and entertainment, an agent noted, "Organized crime reaps profits from the entertainers by receiving kickbacks for obtaining their bookings in popular night spots, and in some cases, furnishing the performers with narcotics. Person contacted stated this is true currently in the case of Elvis Presley. Person contacted stated that Presley is currently psychologically addicted to and a heavy user of cocaine. Because of this, he has turned down an engagement in England, which would have netted him several $1,000,000. Larry Geller, whom Parker allowed back into the group in 1972, believing he had hypnotic powers, says that for a short time, Elvis did use liquid cocaine, which he obtained from his California dentist, Dr. Max Shapiro, and administered on Q-tips stuck up his nostrils. Soon, Presley would begin using Dilaudid, or synthetic heroin. Because only junkies shot up, Presley had members of his entourage injected into his hip. Dilaudid, often prescribed for terminal cancer patients, would become his favorite narcotic. As Presley's drug use escalated, his relationship with Parker continued to unravel. In the summer of '73, they fought over a variety of issues, from Elvis's insistence on recording again in Memphis, this time at the legendary Stax Studios, where his initial sessions collapsed when Elvis was too slurry of speech, to Presley adding a gospel group, Voice, in Las Vegas. Not only did Parker believe Elvis paid them too much, $100,000 a year, but suspected one of its members helped keep him in drugs. By now, almost everyone could see that something was wrong with Elvis. The Hollywood Reporter was dismayed at the star's August engagement, calling his opening night show one of the most ill-prepared, unsteady, and most disheartening performances of his Las Vegas career. It is a tragedy, and absolutely depressing to see Elvis in such diminishing stature. The Colonel, who had broken his ankle before going to Vegas, hobbled around on a dark brown bamboo cane, trying to exercise damage control. Ironically, during that same engagement, Presley accidentally fractured the ankle of one of his female guests while demonstrating a karate hold in his suite. It was this mishap that first brought Elvis into contact with Elias Khanem, the Hilton's house doctor, who was called to administer aid. The 34-year-old Lebanese immigrant had been born in Israel as one of 2 sons of a wealthy oil company executive, and after interning at UCLA Medical School, came to Vegas as an emergency room physician in 1971. Currently, he was opening the first of a string of 24-hour medical centers on Joe W. Brown Drive near the Las Vegas Hilton. During his off hours, the doctor could be found at the racetrack or hobnobbing with celebrities. Soon Khanem would become Presley's favorite Las Vegas physician, the entertainer giving him a Stutz Bearcat and Mercedes. But according to Kathy Westmoreland, Elvis was worse after Khanem came around. Not only was Khanem lax with the prescription pad, but, says Westmoreland, he was flaky. He thought he was Elvis in a way. He came into Elvis's dressing room wearing one of his jumpsuits a couple of times, had his hair darkened and everything. Elvis was not amused, yet he would come to rely on Khanem for treatment of a variety of ailments. The doctor recognized that Elvis's health was in freefall, that his weight was in the unhealthy range, his liver fatty, and his colon unnaturally sluggish. More and more, Presley seemed to put himself in life-threatening situations. On October 11, 1973, 2 days after his divorce was final, Elvis, now addicted to Demerol, had trouble breathing while flying home to Memphis from Los Angeles. Dr. Nicopolis put him in Baptist Memorial Hospital for tests. Colonel Parker, who did not visit his client during any of his hospital stays, informed the press that the singer suffered from pneumonia, but in truth, the stay amounted to a detox, as the Demerol incident was one of 3 overdoses that year alone. At Dr. Nick's suggestion, Elvis's next Vegas engagement, in January 1974, would be cut from 4 weeks to 2. Meanwhile, the doctor suggested that Elvis take up racquetball for exercise. When Presley began rehearsals at RCA Studios in Los Angeles earlier that month, he auditioned a new bass player, Duke Bardwell. The Louisiana native, a lifelong Elvis fan, was nervous as a chicken in a yard full of roosters. As the first one there, he picked up a few tidbits. Elvis had gained some weight since the last tour and had been put on a diet of 500 calories a day, plus injections of something that sounded like rabbit urine. When the double doors swung open, Bardwell caught one glimpse of Elvis and thought he was watching a Fellini movie. It was all there: the funky glasses, the cape, the little black chair-root, the high collar, and a big nickel-plated pistol which he pulled out of his belt and handed to one of the boys. We rocked along for an hour or so, and when they decided to take a break, I found myself standing next to Elvis. I said, "I know you have a lot of martial arts training, so I was wondering why you carry a gun." He put that top lip up a little and said, "That's to handle anything from 6 feet out. 6 feet in, I got it covered." I was left pondering that while he walked away. Then he spun around and threw a punch that stopped with one of his big rings actually touching my nose. I never saw it coming, but it left me with a red face, a racing heart, and the realization that he could have missed by a half-inch and driven my nose bone through my brain. Elvis's behavior grew even more reckless once he got to Vegas, shooting out a chandelier, firing randomly when he couldn't find Dr. Hanem, narrowly missing Linda Thompson, indisposed in the bathroom, while aiming at a porcelain owl. Some nights, when the pills dulled the nerves in his esophagus, members of the entourage pulled food from his throat to keep him from choking. More than once his heart stopped beating, and a frenzied Dr. Nick injected the organ with Ritalin to get it pumping again. Such rescues became increasingly commonplace. In May 1974, Elvis took a young fan named Paige to Palm Springs after his closing night in Tahoe. Partying on liquid Hycodan, Elvis accidentally overdosed them both, their body temperatures falling dangerously low in Presley's frigid bedroom. The girl, who had frequently attended his Tahoe shows with her mother, suffered permanent effects. "He said to me one time, 'If I wasn't a celebrity, I'd be put away because I'm crazy,'" Jackie Kahane recalled. "I saw him wiped out, crawling on the bloody floor. I couldn't bear to watch him. One time my wife said to him, 'Elvis, you were great tonight,' and he said, 'You saw the best imitation of Elvis Presley that he's ever done.'" As his client continued deteriorating, the Colonel largely looked away. At least 2 members of Elvis's band maintained that Parker didn't know the extent of the addiction, or how sick Presley was, even as the singer deliberately cut a festering hole in his hand to get stronger drugs. Others say, in retrospect, that the Colonel still didn't know precisely what to do and hoped Elvis's doctors would find a way to help him manage his habit. The Colonel himself later said that he could complain only when Elvis did a bad show, but as every performer has good days and bad days, and Presley balanced the off nights with outstanding performances, he mostly stayed silent. "I suppose I really began to get concerned at the beginning of 1974, Parker would later tell Larry Hutchinson, chief investigator to the District Attorney General of Memphis. "I got worried. He'd gained too much weight and he looked terrible. Now I spoke out, told him he did not look well. He said, 'No disrespect, Colonel, but I know what I'm doing. Stay out of my personal life.'" While most people around Presley were puzzled as to why the Colonel, who had ruled almost every aspect of Elvis's life, stood by as Elvis destroyed himself, Duke Bardwell put it down to Parker's lack of humanity, because Colonel was the only one that could help. "There's no question in my mind that the Colonel knew Elvis was dying," says Byron Raphael, who had been invited back for one of Elvis's Vegas openings. "And not only did he do nothing to stop it, but in a way, through omission, he was a co-conspirator. There was really no strong relationship between the Colonel and Elvis anymore. He had lost his control, and that had to be a terrible thing for him. The real deadliness of Colonel Parker was that he believed the living Elvis had become an impediment to his management style and ambition. He didn't really want him to die, but he knew that was the only way out, and considering the condition Elvis was in, the best thing that could have happened. because Elvis was easier to control dead than alive, and more valuable, too, from merchandising alone. So he just stepped out of the way and let fate take its course. That way, he and Vernon could continue making the kinds of deals that the Colonel always dreamed of making. In planning for the inevitable, the Colonel approached Vernon in 1974 about setting up a company to oversee the merchandising of Elvis's non-performance products, as well as Presley's new music publishing companies. Parker called it Boxcar Enterprises, taking the name from the gambling term for double sixes in the game of craps, and had a logo designed with a pair of dice adorning a railroad car. Boxcar would become the sole entity through which Presley's commercial rights were marketed. But the stock split was distinctly loaded toward the Colonel and his friends, who made up the board of directors and first officers of the corporation. Of the 500 shares issued, Parker owned 200, or 40% of the company, with Elvis, Tom Diskin, Freddie Beanstalk, and George Parkhill, who was leaving RCA to work for the Colonel, each receiving 75 shares, or 15% control. The salaries were also similarly skewed. At the outset, the Colonel paid himself $27,650 a year, while Elvis received $2,750. Tom Diskin and George Parkhill earned $4,750 each for 1974, though by 1976 the salaries would fluctuate wildly, with Parker earning $36,000, Diskin $46,448, and Elvis $10,500. Just why the star received so little of the company built around his legend was never explained. Parker intended Boxcar to be a record company as well. George Parkhill, who actually almost lived with the Colonel, remembered Bruce Banky, was to be in charge of its everyday operation and product, distributed through RCA. Yet Boxcar's one and only long-playing album was Having Fun with Elvis on Stage, an embarrassing spoken-word recording made up solely of Elvis's between-songs prattle, replete with burps, belches, and bad jokes. But the label also pressed one single, Growing Up in a Country Way, by what the Colonel called a greengrass group, Bodie Mountain Express with Kirk Seeley. While the band hailed from California and regularly played Knott's Berry Farm in Disneyland, the incongruous jacket photo showed 4 mountaineerish young men in overalls and straw hats holding acoustic instruments. They stood behind the heavier Seeley, who wore a white suit and shoes, and strove mightily to look like Elvis. The Grand Ole Opry meets Vegas. Parker signed them, says Kathy Westmoreland, because he knew he had to have other irons in the fire. Everyone pretty much knew that Elvis wasn't going to make it very long. Westmoreland, a former beauty contestant, had been picked by the Colonel to be Boxcar Records' premier artist, and he even offered her a management contract. Like others of the Colonel's schemes, however, it didn't fly. Westmoreland balked when she realized that he had no idea how to develop her as a singer. He knew talent when he saw it, but musically, he didn't know what was professional and what was not. By now, the disease of gambling had become Parker's total rationalization in business, his addiction marshaling his every move. At the Hilton, only one establishment around town that held his markers, his debts reached $6 million. He gambled by phone from Palm Springs on the weekends, and in Vegas, if he didn't feel like going down to the casino, he asked for a roulette wheel to be sent to his rooms. He played stupid. They took the limit off when he came to the tables, remembered Bitsy Mott, who watched him play the 2, 3, 7th, and 11th spot in craps, which promised big odds but rarely delivered. He didn't do it with ignorance, but evidently he didn't mind losing so much money. The problem, Mott said, was that Parker had planned on leaving Marie well cared for at his death, with the remainder of his estate going to charity. Now it looks like charity is the casinos. During Elvis's August 1974 Vegas engagement, his performances had been riddled with long, rambling, and often painfully embarrassing monologues on a variety of personal subjects, including the rumor that the singer was on drugs. If he ever learned who started such a foul story, he said in a slurry rage that shocked all who heard it, I'll pull your goddamn tongue out by the roots. One night, he had attempted to introduce the Colonel, who was not in the showroom. The evening before, comedian Bill Cosby had filled in for Presley, who canceled a show from alleged exhaustion. Now, when Parker was nowhere to be found, Presley again went off. "And my manager, Colonel Tom Parker, where is he? Is the colonel around anywhere? No, he's out playing roulette. Don't kid me, I know what he's doing. Him and Cosby are out there talking mash and drinking trash, whatever." The resentment that had built between them in the last several years came to a head the following month. Elvis was blistered about everything, from his indentured slavery to the colonel's refusal to accept a $1 million offer for a string of Australian dates the previous spring. Now an incident at the hotel would lead to their biggest fight ever. In late August, Elvis learned that the wife of Mario, the Hilton maitre d', was dying of cancer. Presley was fond of Mario, who had served him dinner in his suite every day. At his most delusional, the singer believed he had the power to heal the sick, and, with entourage in tow, drove to Mario's home to treat the woman with the laying on of hands. The hotel didn't tolerate fraternization between staff and stars, however, and believing that Mario had crossed the line, terminated his employment. Elvis was livid when he learned of Mario's firing in early September and stormed in to confront the colonel. The hotel had no right to do such a thing, Elvis charged indignantly. But Parker, who disapproved of Mario's habit of accepting $200 tips from fans for front-row tables, told him it was hotel policy and none of Presley's business. That night from the stage, Elvis delivered a furious attack on Baron Hilton. "I think you people ought to know that the big shots at the Hilton are an unfeeling, uncaring group. Baron Hilton's not worth a damn." The colonel was purple with rage when he appeared in Presley's dressing room after the show. How dare Elvis embarrass the people who had treated them so well? The two got into a shouting match in front of Elvis's guys and later continued the tirade upstairs in Presley's 30th floor suite. There, Elvis did what he'd been threatening to do for years. He fired the colonel. But Parker was not to be outdone. Elvis couldn't fire him, he bellowed, because he quit. "I'll call a press conference in the morning and say I'm leaving." Presley yelled back that he'd call one that night. And so it went until Parker, so infuriated that his jowls shook as he pounded the floor with his cane, groused that he wanted only to be paid all the singer owed him and retired to his offices to draw up the bill. Vernon held his head when he saw it. $2 million by most estimates, though Billy Smith remembers it at 5 times that amount. "How could that be?" Elvis asked his daddy. "Well, he's got it listed here," Vernon moaned. "And he says once we pay him, he'll give up the contract." The Presleys retaliated with their own handwritten letter informing the colonel of all their grievances and terminating their relationship. For a week and a half, Elvis and Parker traded insults and accusations through an intermediary, usually Lamar Fike. The resolution came when Vernon informed his son that they couldn't afford to buy out the contract. In fact, before long, they'd have to mortgage Graceland to meet the payroll. "I guess I'm going to have to make up with the old bastard," Elvis told Joe Esposito. They met at the colonel's Palm Springs house, where Parker, realizing what bad financial straits the singer was in, offered to reduce his percentage until Elvis could get on his feet. The singer tore up his list of grievances, forever missing his chance to break free of the servant-master hold. Still, it was a turning point. "It never got better," says Billy Smith. "It got worse." At the end of September, Elvis started a new tour, but seemed in no shape to be on the road. New keyboard man Tony Brown, who'd first joined the show as part of the gospel quartet Voice, saw Presley fall to his knees as he got out of a limousine in Maryland. In Detroit, he cut a show short at 30 minutes. Reviewers expressed puzzlement and dismay over his condition, and both Parker and the doctors agreed that the star needed to take 5 months off. The colonel wrote to the Hilton that Elvis would not be able to fulfill his commitment in January. Elias Hanum, concerned about Elvis's intestinal problems, ordered a series of colon tests. The results themselves were not alarming, but increasingly, Presley's bowels were becoming so irregular that he would travel with a trunk of fleet enemas and sleep with a towel fashioned around him like a diaper. "He would be so damn drugged he couldn't make it to the bathroom," recalls Lamar Fike. "Or he'd get in there and be so groggy he'd fall down on the floor. That's where they'd find him. I used to tell the colonel, 'You're killing this guy. This guy is sick.' And he'd say, Just as long as he can keep doing the dates, we don't have to worry. He'll get himself back together again. But Elvis was only drifting farther from reality. Fearful of odor, yet adverse to frequent bathing, he ingested nullo deodorant tablets 3 times a day, believing they'd kill any type of body odor from bad breath to butt, says Billy Smith, who with his wife Jo moved into a trailer on the Graceland grounds at Elvis's insistence. We used to con him into the bathtub when he was filthy, adds Fike, but you didn't physically make him do anything when he wasn't loaded. He'd fight you like a hawk. Together, Smith, Dr. Nicopolis, and the physician's office nurse, Tish Henley, would attempt to wean Elvis off prescription drugs, particularly after Presley was again admitted to Baptist Memorial Hospital in January 1975 for breathing difficulties. Vernon, who'd recently split from his wife Dee, lay in the next room with a heart attack. Elvis was more concerned about his father than about his own health, and before his stay was over, charmed some of the nurses into bringing him whatever drugs he desired. By the next month, a thinner Elvis was ready to return to Vegas. There in his dressing room on February 18th, he met with Barbra Streisand and John Peters, who hoped to interest him in a movie role, a remake of A Star is Born. Jerry Schilling, who was present at the meeting, recalls that Elvis went for it definitely, and Gordon Stoker remembers Presley talking about how excited he was at the prospect. The Colonel, however, had several concerns, starting with billing and money. Streisand's production company, First Artists, offered $500,000 plus 10% of profits, but no participation in music or recording rights. Parker responded that Elvis needed $1 million in salary, plus $100,000 in expenses and half of the profits, with a separate deal to be struck for a soundtrack. First Artists balked at the arrangement, and the deal fell apart when Streisand declined to make what Parker considered a suitable counteroffer. Mr. Presley has indicated that he would like to make this movie, the Colonel wrote to Roger Davis, a William Morris lawyer, but I advised him not to allow this to become a part of making a cheap deal. Parker would forever be criticized for allowing money to take precedence over revitalizing his client in a challenging film role, something Presley desperately wanted, but he would later shift the blame to Elvis. There was never no plan for him to do A Star is Born. He told me to make the contract stiff enough where they would turn it down, because he did not want to do it. Jerry Schilling says that Elvis was disillusioned, but he knew if negotiations broke down, there was a good reason. He never complained about it that I heard. Lamar Fike believes, deep down, Elvis knew he couldn't play the part, but laid a lot of the blame on the Colonel. Yet others saw a deeper malaise, as if Presley, now 40 years old and terrified of aging, realized the film had been his last chance to prove himself as an actor. People aren't going to remember me because I've never done anything lasting, he said to Kathy Westmoreland in a particularly poignant moment. I've never made a classic film to show what I can do. His one regret, he told Larry Geller, was that he had never won an Oscar. To quell his disappointment over A Star is Born, Elvis buoyed himself with new offers to perform in England and Saudi Arabia. The Saudi dates especially thrilled him, says Lamar Fike, as Adnan and Essam Khashoggi offered $5 million for Elvis to play at the pyramids at Giza. But the Colonel turned it down, only to have the arms billionaires double their offer. Elvis came out to the bus and he said, "It's this now," and he held up 10 fingers. When the deal fell through, Billy Smith remembers, you could almost see the blood drain out of his face. Presley tried to remain hopeful as other offers, including $1 million a night for Germany and Japan, poured in. Still, the Colonel refused, even as he bragged about the money to Mel Ilberman and others at RCA, who thought it odd that he didn't take Elvis abroad, considering the vast number of records the singer sold there. Sometimes Parker hinted it would happen, and other times he turned churlish. I was with the Colonel one time when some people from South America came up and offered him $2.5 million for one show, recalls Galen Adams, the RCA rep. And he was just so nonchalant. He said, well, whenever I need $2.5 million, I'll call you. Yet not only would Elvis soon borrow $350,000 from a Memphis bank, but the Colonel was so desperate for money that he insisted that concert promoters invest advance ticket funds in certificates of deposit under his name. Such profitable foreign dates could have easily solved the pair's financial problems, and Parker could have gotten around the passport dilemma by having Weintraub and Hewlett take Elvis abroad. But the Colonel, fearing loss of control, was too paranoid for that. Lately, he'd heard rumblings that Elvis asked Tom Hewlett to manage him if Presley and Parker reached another impasse. For now, the performer was trying to make amends. In July, hearing that Elton John had given his manager a $40,000 Rolls-Royce, he bought the Colonel an airplane, a $1.2 million G1 turboprop, a kind of companion to his own recent acquisition, a Convair 880 jet to be named the Lisa Marie, which he settled on after first attempting to buy exiled financier Robert Vesco's impounded Boeing 707. Parker understood such impetuous and spontaneous shopping and refused Presley's gift of the 12-seat plane, saying he couldn't afford the taxes. That left Elvis angry, embarrassed, and more determined than ever to dismiss the Colonel for Hewlett. The talks with Hewlett got far enough along, according to David Briggs, Presley's piano player at the time, that we all thought it was going to happen. In fact, the men had already discussed going to Europe. Loanne Miller cites two more reasons why Parker balked at going to Europe: his own bad health and the difficulties of doing business with foreign promoters. Colonel was adamant that the fans not be taken advantage of with extremely high-priced tickets, and everyone who wanted to bring Elvis overseas wanted to charge the equivalent of $100. Colonel knew that most of the fans didn't begin to have that kind of money. Whatever the reasons, the fact remains, says Duke Bardwell, that Elvis never realized his dream. To deny him that was the last nail in the coffin. He didn't have anything to look forward to, and so he just went deeper and deeper into the things that let him hide. Yet more and more there was no hiding much of anything. On July 20th, Elvis embarrassed his backup singers, Kathy Westmoreland and the Sweet Inspirations, with racial and sexual insults on stage in Norfolk, Virginia. 2 days later in North Carolina, he angrily waved a Beretta pistol at Dr. Nicopolis when the physician tried to control his medications, the gun discharging and a bullet ricocheting off a chair and striking Dr. Nick in the chest, wounding him only slightly. By the time Elvis arrived in Vegas in August, he was so loopy that he sat down for most of one performance, and finally lay flat on the stage, prompting yet another hospital stay. After the Norfolk incident, the Colonel got Vernon on the telephone, according to Mike Crowley, who had just gone to work for Concerts West. "I was there," says Crowley, the company's liaison to the Colonel. "He said, you're going to have to take him off the road for at least 6 months to clean himself up. He can't do this to the fans or himself." Vernon replied that Elvis had to work, Crowley says, and if Parker didn't want to take him out on the road, they'd find someone else who would. "I hate that old man," Elvis told Billy Smith shortly afterward. His cousin asked him why. Elvis mumbled something about Parker being senile and rude, and Smith pumped him for more. He said, "The Colonel is too concerned with my drug use. I'm tired of the old son of a bitch threatening me, saying he's not going to book me anymore. God damn it, I've done performances that I didn't want to. They booked me in places that I didn't want to be. We need to stick to our old agreement, where Colonel takes care of the business part and I take care of the performing. It'll work a hell of a lot better." Despite such friction, the Colonel still pondered ways to boost his client to new heights. For New Year's Eve 1975, Parker let Jerry Weintraub take Elvis into the huge Pontiac, Michigan Silverdome as a substitute for the Rolling Stones, who canceled due to illness. But Elvis made a poor showing, hampered by drugs, mediocre pickup musicians, and weather so frigid that one of the players plugged in an electric blanket. Presley was so late getting to the stage that intermission, following several opening acts, including Parker's Greengrass group, lasted more than an hour. "He's really screwed up," conductor Joe Garcio told Jackie Kahane, who emceed the show. Kahane saw for himself as the star said he was scared shitless as he passed him on the stairs. Within minutes, Elvis split his pants and left the stage to change, and when he returned, he was so discombobulated that he kept on singing once the orchestra stopped for the countdown to midnight and the playing of Auld Lang Syne. Then when the band went into Happy Days Are Here Again, Elvis launched into a hymn and segued into I Can't Help Falling in Love with You, the last song of the show. "He didn't do 20 minutes, Kahane recalled. "I figured they'd kill him. But the Silverdome booked him back before he even left town," says the comic. "That was the magic of Elvis." The Colonel would tout the appearance as another Elvis first. With 62,500 fans in attendance, the show grossed more than $800,000, the biggest sum ever generated by a single artist in a one-night performance. After expenses, Presley and Parker divided $300,000 by their 2/3, 1/3 agreement for the night's work. However, 23 days later, the Colonel presented Elvis with a document that called for Parker to receive a larger share of such profits, or a 50-50 split on all live appearances. "It is hereby understood by both parties," the contract read, "that these tours are a joint venture and that Elvis Presley is responsible for the presentation of his stage performance and Colonel Tom Parker and his representatives for the advertising and promotion of the show. This authorization and agreement will run for 7 years from January 22, 1976. Elvis signed without hesitation, though he was so strapped for cash that Parker took his old 1/3 commission for a time, Presley agreeing to pay him back when finances weren't so tight. Now Parker turned his attentions to fulfilling Elvis's recording obligations, the source of much rancor between the label and the star. Neither the Colonel nor Felton Jarvis had been able to get Elvis into the studio for nearly a year. Finally, in early 1976, the record company saw it had no choice but to take the studio to him. On February 2nd, engineers from RCA Nashville pulled up at Graceland in the big recording van, which amounted to a mobile studio. Elvis's guys helped move the hideous Polynesian furniture out of the den, and the crew rolled the baby grand piano in from the music room. Then they did their best to blunt the acoustics, draping the walls with heavy blankets, nailing plywood sheets together to set up partitions, and bringing in extra carpeting to try to isolate each musician's sound, a necessity since Elvis held fast to the old way of recording, where everyone played at once. Jarvis had hoped to glean 20 new masters from the sessions and budgeted more than $74,000 for 6 nights of recording. But Elvis, popping pills, wearing his cop's uniform and ranting about his plot to rub out all the drug dealers in Memphis, gave everyone fits, stretching Felton's budget by another $30,000. One night, he stopped everything to fly off to Denver for a peanut butter sandwich. Felton would come back and say, "It just wasn't good," remembers RCA's Joe Galante. The company was at the point where it wasn't a matter of control or direction anymore, but just containment. On the 4th day, as if to police the goings-on, the Colonel himself made an uncustomary appearance, historic both for his showing up at a recording session and even more for visiting Graceland. David Briggs, who played electric keyboard, flinched as Parker walked in during the playback of a pornographic version of Hurt, which Elvis had recorded as a joke for the players. The Colonel almost shit when he heard it. He said, "Get rid of that tape," though by then, too many people already had copies to keep it out of circulation. On the last day, Elvis refused to come downstairs, and the session was canceled. Eventually, Presley would lay down enough tracks for the Moody Blue album, though it would require additional recording in October to get just enough songs to pad out an LP. Even then, the sessions dragged on as Elvis played pool and ate chicken. "We'd come to the house and wait all day long, sitting in the living room," remembers Tony Brown, who played piano on the fall sessions. "One night he was singing a track, and he excused himself. We were all there, J.D. Summer and the Stamps, the Sweet Inspirations. Maybe 2 hours later he comes downstairs with a hat and a trench coat on and a shotgun, pretending to blow everything up with it. For the next 4 hours he explained that gun to us and told us how many guns he owned, and then the session was over." Another time, he abruptly ended rehearsals when a truck arrived with a delivery of motorcycles. To some, Elvis appeared to simply want company. One particularly difficult night, unable to shake the loneliness, he disappeared, and Felton went looking for him, eventually finding him outside in the dark. "Why are you sitting out here, Elvis?" The singer let out a weary sigh. "Just so tired of playing Elvis Presley." Things were no better when Elvis went back on tour in the spring. "There was a lot of dissension in the band there at the end," says Tony Brown. and I think it was frustration over Elvis not being at the top of his game. Some nights it just sounded awful, and we were all looking like fools. We were always thinking, is he going to be on or off tonight? 90% of the time, he was pretty much off. Backup singer Cheryl Nelson was instructed to double Presley on the high notes in case he couldn't sustain them. By now, Elvis's drug regimen for the road was so specific that Dr. Nicopolis prescribed it in 6 stages. Stage 1, administered at 3 p.m. when Presley arose, consisted of a voice shot that Dr. Hahnemann concocted, 3 appetite suppressants, medication for dizziness, a laxative, vitamins and herbs, and testosterone. Stage 2, delivered an hour before he went on stage, was made up of another voice shot, a decongestant with codeine, an amphetamine, a pill for vertigo, and Dilaudid. Stage 3, timed just before his performance, included more Dilaudid, dexedrine, and caffeine. And Stage 4, designed to bring him down after the show, included a pill to lower his blood pressure, some diluted Demerol, a sedative, and an antihistamine. At bedtime, Elvis received Stage 5, a Placidil, a Quaalude, 3 additional sedatives, an amphetamine, a blood pressure pill, and a laxative. If Elvis couldn't sleep, he advanced to Stage 6, made up of Amitol, a hypnotic sleeping pill, and more Quaaludes. These extreme up and downs were taking their toll. When private investigator John O'Grady caught Presley's show in Tahoe that April, he had locomotive attacks where he couldn't walk. I really thought he was going to die. O'Grady reported what he'd seen to attorney Ed Hookstratton in L.A. In June, Hookstratton, Priscilla, and I did everything to get him in the hospital for 3 or 4 months, O'Grady recalled, referring to the drug treatment program at the Scripps Clinic in San Diego. They also considered taking him to a private hospital on Maui and one in the Mid-South. By now, Elvis suffered a host of physical problems, from blood clots to hypoglycemia to an enlarged heart. His liver was 3 times its normal size, his colon twisted. In 3 years, his weight, on a diet of junk food and downers, had zoomed from 175 to 245, something he tried to camouflage with darker jumpsuits and an elastic corset that held in his girth. Secretly, Presley told Kathy Westmoreland he had bone cancer, asking her to keep it quiet. "I don't want anybody to know how sick I am. I don't want people coming to see a dying man." But Elton John, visiting him backstage in Maryland in June, saw it anyway. He had dozens of people around him, supposedly looking after him, the Englishman later said, but he already seemed like a corpse. In July, Dr. Hahnemann moved Elvis into a wing of his house for one of several sleep diets, a kind of rapid detox in which the patient ingests only liquid nourishment and sedatives, slumbering through withdrawal. Elvis's feces had lately been as white as chalk, a certain sign of liver trouble, probably from ingesting massive amounts of pills. While a host of physicians contributed to Elvis's problem, Tennessee records would later show that Dr. Nicopolis alone had supplied a staggering 1,296 amphetamines, 1,891 sedatives, and 910 narcotics for the year 1975. That number would escalate dramatically for each of the next 2 years. When Elvis returned to Memphis, he was withdrawn, sullen, depressed. Nothing became of the plan to hospitalize Presley because no one enforced it. Certainly not his manager, who couldn't forget his own institutionalization 43 years before, nor the spineless Vernon, and least of all the Memphis Mafia, which was powerless to do much of anything. The entourage was largely made up of younger men now. Dean Nicopolis, son of Dr. Nick, and Elvis's stepbrothers, David, Billy, and Rick Stanley, the latter of whom had been arrested in August 1975 at Methodist Hospital in Memphis, trying to use a forged prescription for Demerol. Too often they looked at the job as a paycheck and reflected glory. Joe Esposito lived in California. Jerry Schilling, also on the West Coast, had little contact with Elvis anymore. And Presley was somewhat estranged from Red and Sonny West for, among other reasons, their rough handling of fans, one of whom was bringing a lawsuit against the star. Parker himself felt shut out of Elvis's life and complained about it in a letter to him on June 16th, more than a week after the singer ended an 11-day tour. As I told Vernon today, I have not heard from anyone since I got back, neither from Sonny or from any other member of your staff. Just wanted you to know in the event you feel that they are in contact with me, but they are not." Still, on the whole, whether out of depression or compulsion, the colonel seemed less concerned with managerial vision than continuing to play the numbers. "I was gambling at the Las Vegas Hilton," remembers Mike Growney, general manager of the Gold Coast Casino, "and there was one man sitting there, and I noticed that a security guard would keep coming over and bringing a stack of $100 chips. He would put the whole pile down and bet the number, and then they would spin the wheel. Then the security guard would bring over another stack of chips, and it's $10,000 at a time. I said to the floor man, 'What's going on?' And he said, 'That's Colonel Parker. He's lost $1 million.'" Despite such willful extravagance, the colonel kept an eye peeled for anyone who tried to fleece him out of $1, which was how he met Joe Shane, then a 26-year-old merchandiser from Paducah, Kentucky, who'd sold thousands of Elvis Presley Aloha from Hawaii t-shirts by running ads in TV Guide and the National Enquirer. Shane was just about to close a deal with J.C. Penney's 1900 stores when he ran into a snag. He didn't own the licensing rights. "I understand you're trying to sell some merchandise to my boy," Parker rasped into the phone. "Yes, sir, I am." "Do you pay me any money for that?" "No, sir, I do not." "Well," the manager said evenly, "I think you'd better start." If the young merchandiser wanted to continue selling Elvis shirts, he needed to give the colonel 25% of retail. Shane gulped. The usual fee was 10% of wholesale, and agreed. "Then you better get out here," Parker beckoned from California. "Let's put this deal together." The colonel prefers to give his contracts to people who are hungry, people on the way up, but still not at the top, people stretched a little thin and willing to take a smaller piece of the pie, as one of the colonel's former associates explains. Shane fit the bill. "We had a nice camaraderie because he saw some Carney in me," he says. And Parker, who never attempted mass merchandising through magazines, was fascinated that Shane had been able to sell 1,500 shirts a day from an ad. But his big concern was why he didn't sell more. A few days after they struck their deal, Parker took him to the William Morris Agency and signed the papers to make Shane the only other licensed Elvis merchandiser in the world. As Parker forged a new alliance in California, an old one was breaking up in Memphis. On the morning of July 13, 1976, Vernon placed 3 phone calls, the first to Red West, the second to Sonny West, and the third to Dave Hebler, one of Elvis's newer bodyguards, who'd been hired mainly for his karate expertise. All 3 were being terminated with 1 week's pay. Vernon explained that it had been a difficult year, and he needed to trim the payroll. But the real reasons ran more to the pending lawsuit and the West's tendency to cause friction among the group. Red, who had been Elvis's friend and protector since high school, was particularly stunned not to have received the news from Elvis himself. Presley, too, was upset, but, not knowing what to do or say, remained silent. 10 days later, as Elvis began his 5th tour of the year, his stage moves were little more than perfunctory, his voice worn and tired. The colonel, distraught at reports of a string of bad shows, confronted Elvis in Hartford, and again bellowed that if Elvis didn't shape up fast, he was in danger of losing not only his fans, but his Vegas contract and recording deal. Presley, shaken by the encounter, sought out Tom Hewlett for solace. "You are the biggest entertainer there is, and everybody loves you," Hewlett said reassuringly. But Hewlett, too, knew that Elvis couldn't go on much longer. In Houston, on August 28th, Elvis gave such a dismaying show that critic Bob Claypool described it as a depressingly incoherent amateurish mess served up by a bloated, stumbling, and mumbling figure who didn't act like the king of anything, least of all rock and roll. For more than 20 years, Claypool wrote, Elvis had been breaking hearts. Saturday afternoon in the Summit, in a completely new and unexpected way, he broke mine. "It was really bad," says Lamar Fike, who'd replaced Sonny West as security chief. "We almost lost him in Houston, but nobody would say it, even though it was just tearing us up, ripping us to shreds. I felt like some sort of voice in the wilderness. I said, God almighty, guys, look what's happening here. He's going on us. Larry Geller was equally disturbed, but, like Fike, found most of the people around Elvis in denial. It took him more and more time to get ready for the show. I would go to people's rooms and literally cry. I'd say, "Look at him. He's sick, and something's got to be done." And they'd say, "No, man, in 20 years, Elvis is going to look better than he does today. He's going to pull out of it." But Dr. Nicopolis knew better and, with the help of Billy Smith, stepped up the efforts to quell Elvis's craving, diluting his shots, draining his capsules, and substituting placebos for the harder pills, delivered as attack packets at appointed hours by Elvis's stepbrothers. Like any drug addict, Presley caught on quick, demanding more and stronger stuff. If Nicopolis refused, he'd fly to Vegas or L.A. to find another source. Despite Elvis's physical condition and faltering shows, the public had no knowledge of the extent of Presley's drug habit, believing he was simply ill. All that was about to change. In September, rumors swirled that Red, Sonny, and Dave Hebler were writing a book about their life with Elvis, intending to reveal his terrible deterioration as a kind of wake-up call. Jackie Kahane had encouraged members of the group to go to the newspapers months before. "What would the point be?" Joe Garcio asked him. "To save his life. He's on dope. He's on everything," Kahane said. "Forget it," Garcio told him. "You look like an ass." When Elvis found out about the book, Larry Geller remembers, he was so hurt. We were in Mobile, Alabama. I can still see him, sitting in bed with tears running down his cheeks. He said, "How could these guys do this to me? They could have anything they want." He wasn't so worried about how it would impact him, but rather his family. He kept saying, "How is it going to affect my father and my little girl? When she grows up, what is she going to think about her daddy?" Through Vernon, Elvis asked Parker to have the book stopped. The manager hired John O'Grady, who learned that the tell-all was being co-written by Steve Dunleavy of the tabloid Star, and offered the Wests and Hebler $50,000 to cancel the project. But the bodyguards refused. Nothing more was ever done. Geller believes the Colonel didn't find a way to stop the book because he wanted it to be published. Fike says that Parker tried to halt it, but by the time he learned of its existence, the authors had already signed their contracts. Elvis, however, believed the matter had been taken care of, though his obsession with the book caused him to overindulge his love of fattening foods, his weight ballooning even higher. When he returned to Las Vegas that December, Elvis was so large that Bruce Benke couldn't believe his appearance. I said, "He's putting us on. That's got to be padding in there." His belt buckle was down below his belly. He injured his ankle on stage, railed about his frustrations, cursed the tinny microphone, and one night told a perplexed audience, "I hate Las Vegas." Bill Burke of the Memphis Press Scimitar wrote what everyone was thinking, but few would say. One walks away wondering how much longer it can be before the end comes. By the last months of '76, Linda Thompson tired of watching Elvis self-destruct, and, feeling that I wasn't worth anything without him, had all but phased herself out of his life. In November, he met 20-year-old Ginger Alden, another dark-haired Memphis beauty queen who currently held the title of Miss Mid-South Fair. Ginger reminded Elvis of a young Priscilla, but several factors hampered the courtship, including Elvis's physical condition, the 22-year difference in their ages, and Ginger's feisty independence. Unlike other of Elvis's girlfriends, Ginger refused to build her life around Presley's, preferring to be with her friends much of the time instead of spending the night at Graceland or going on tours. In January 1977, when she was to accompany Elvis to Nashville for a recording session, she changed her mind at the last minute and refused to go. Elvis, moody and angry, checked into a Nashville hotel, but never made an appearance at the studio, complaining of a sore throat. He returned to Memphis the next day, prompting the Colonel to once more lay down the law. "Get off your tail and fulfill your commitment, or there will be no more tours." The canceled recording session made its way into the Nashville Banner, where a columnist reported Presley's aides contend the singer's new girlfriend is absolutely running him ragged. Later that month, Elvis presented Ginger with an 11.5-carat diamond engagement ring. Then in March, he took her family on vacation in Hawaii, bringing along several of the guys. Larry Geller was among them. When the men were alone, Geller spoke to Elvis about his health, advising him on his diet and suggesting food and vitamins to strengthen his immune system. Elvis needed rest, he told him, and the singer vowed to take off 6 months to a year and come back to the islands to relax and restore his well-being. He also pledged to make other changes. "He was adamant about firing the colonel," says Geller. "I'd never heard him so resolute, and I'm convinced he was going to get rid of him." In several conversations, Presley brought up the '74 incident, saying he was sorry he hadn't gone through with it then. He even had the time picked out when he was going to make his move, and he was certain he wanted Tom Hewlett to manage his career. He said, "Larry, I promise you this is exactly what I'm going to do." He would see to it after the last tour wound down in August. Several days later, Elvis cut his vacation short after suffering an eye infection, and when he went back on the road at the end of the month, he did not appear well. Billy Smith could barely get him on the plane. In Alexandria, Louisiana, on March 30th, he stumbled through Can't Help Falling in Love and finally improvised his own prophetic lyric, "Wise men know when it's time to go." The next day in Baton Rouge, Elvis woke up feeling ill and summoned Dr. Nick, Joe Esposito, and Larry Geller to his suite. "I told Daddy and Nick I'm sick, man. I can't go on tonight," he moaned. "I'm canceling the rest of the tour." But Geller had obtained galley sheets of the West and Hebler book through a fan and knew that the tabloids would see a cancellation as verification of the story. The awful details were already beginning to appear in the British press. Presley's entourage had kept the news from the Star, but now Geller thought he should hear it. Elvis exploded in anger. "Get me the colonel," and was so traumatized that Dr. Nick felt the need to sedate him. When he awakened, he insisted on flying back to Memphis and going into the hospital, as much for insurance reasons as health. The colonel would add the canceled dates on to a later tour, but the crowd in Baton Rouge would never forget the bizarre way Parker handled the last-minute cancellation. "He had us go on stage and take our places as if Elvis was coming out," remembers Kathy Westmoreland. "Then he faked a blackout and whisked us out of the building into police cars. Tom Hewlett said they were trying to get everybody out without getting hurt. In fact, there was a riot afterwards." 3 weeks later, with Ginger in tow, Elvis was back on the road for his third tour of the year. One review described the performer as seeming not to care. A Detroit columnist wrote, "He stunk the joint out." Although a few industry insiders knew the relationship between Parker and Presley had broken down, perhaps irretrievably, a story in the Nashville Banner in late April came as a surprise to most. The Colonel had put Elvis's management contract up for sale, and a group of West Coast businessmen had expressed interest, the paper reported, quoting sources in Nashville, Memphis, and Los Angeles. The reasons were said to be the Colonel's failing health and financial problems, particularly his high rolling habits. Parker and Presley had reportedly not spoken in 2 years, wrote columnist Bill Hance. By the next day, Parker, in St. Paul to advance the singer's concert, was on the phone to dispute the story, telling Nashville's morning paper, The Tennessean, he had absolutely no plans to sell Elvis Presley. "I'm here working with Elvis, I'm in good health, and I don't have any debts, at least none that I can't pay." Joe Esposito, who parroted the Colonel's words, also dismissed the report that the two men didn't talk. "They're on the road together all the time, and the Colonel just spoke to Elvis yesterday." What prompted the story isn't known, but clearly Parker was exploring new directions, including one he had shied away from for so long. Around this same time, he contacted Peter Grant, the corpulent manager of the British rock group Led Zeppelin, whose U.S. dates were handled through Concerts West. Could Grant promote a European tour for Elvis since Parker was too busy stateside to accompany his star? They made plans to talk about it after Presley's last shows of the summer. But in truth, Elvis was not up to performing. By May, on his fourth tour of 1977, he wore the same white Aztec calendar jumpsuit 13 days in a row. It was the only one that fit him. In Knoxville, a doctor who saw Elvis backstage reported that he was pale, swollen, he had no stamina. Then in Landover, Maryland, he left the stage, tossing 2 microphones to the floor to answer nature's call. A week later in Baltimore, he again walked off for 30 minutes. At the finale, Variety wrote, there was no ovation, and patrons exited shaking their heads and speculating on what was wrong with him. Presley himself knew the signs. Not long before, he'd invited the songwriter Ben Wiseman to come up to the suite in Vegas. Elvis, his face puffy, sat down at the piano. "Ben," he said, "there's a song I love called 'Softly as I Leave You,' but it's not about a man leaving a lady. It's about a man who's going to die." Before the taping of a CBS TV concert special in Rapid City, South Dakota, Elvis showed Kathy Westmoreland a blue jumpsuit he planned to wear that evening. "I'm going to look fat in that faggy little suit," he told her, "but I'll look good in my coffin." Westmoreland found herself unable to say a word. "Because I knew that it was inevitable and could come at any moment. He wanted me to wear white, not black, at the funeral." Westmoreland consoled herself with the news that after the 5th tour ended in June, Elvis would have the entire month of July to himself. Though the Colonel often gave the band very little notice, the next dates weren't scheduled to start until August 17th, and Lisa Marie was coming for a 2-week visit. Ordinarily, Elvis liked to work, and other than the times he was ill, he never thought of Parker as pushing him to tour, even asking him to book more shows when the Colonel suggested he slow down. But now he knew he needed time off. "I'm so tired," he told Westmoreland. "I don't want to go out on this next tour, but I have to. The Colonel owes $8 million. Elvis, too, was feeling the pinch. Recently, he had issued Priscilla a deed of trust to Graceland, guaranteeing her nearly $500,000 still owed on the divorce settlement. Lamar Fike also looked forward to Elvis's last show before the midsummer break, which fell in Indianapolis on June 26th, the Colonel's 68th birthday. Like Geller, Fike had encouraged the singer to go to Hawaii and change everything he hated about his life. Now Fike wondered if it might be too late. On stage, Elvis had summoned new strength, giving his best performance in months, and ending his 80-minute show with impassioned renditions of Hurt and Bridge Over Troubled Water. But moments before, he'd looked so fatigued, as if the life had already drained out of him. "He'll never see the snow fly," Fike told the entourage. "I promise you." The Colonel had seen irrefutable evidence of Elvis's dire condition himself as late as May 21st in Louisville. Larry Geller was in the anteroom of Elvis's hotel suite, waiting for Dr. Nick to finish administering the drugs that would transform Presley from a sick, lethargic man to an energized performer. Suddenly, Geller heard a loud knock at the door. He answered it to find an angry Parker leaning on his cane. Geller was shocked. Never had he known the Colonel to come to Elvis's room on tour. "Where is he?" Parker demanded. Geller said he would let Elvis know he was there. "No, I'm going in," the Colonel said curtly, brushing Geller as he passed. The Colonel opened the door to a devastating sight. Elvis, semi-conscious and moaning, with Dr. Nick working frantically to revive him, kneeling at his bedside, dunking the singer's head into a bucket of ice water. The Colonel banged the door behind him. For a moment, Geller's heart sank. Then he felt relieved. Finally, the Colonel had seen Elvis at his worst. Surely now he would talk to him, pull him off the road, take steps to get him help. Yet 90 seconds later, the manager thundered out. Larry rose. "You listen to me," Parker shouted, stabbing the air with his cane. "The only thing that's important is that he's on that stage tonight. Nothing else matters." And then the Colonel was gone. "I thought, oh my God," Geller remembers. "What about Elvis? Doesn't Colonel understand that this man is in dire straits? I was horrified. I can only surmise he acted out of stupidity and denial, but still, how could he be so callous?" The answer to that question was one that almost no one knew, with origins deep in Parker's carny past. As a young man on the circuit, one of his jobs had been to befriend the geek, the pathetic dipsomaniac who sat in a pit and bit the heads off live chickens in exchange for a daily bottle. Periodically, the poor soul would run off and hide in the fields, unable to face another bloody performance. Parker would find him, shuddering and desperate, then wave the bottle as bait and reward. and bring him back to do the show. Parker and Presley represent the convergence of two characters from carnival culture, the poor country boy who grabs the brass ring and the mysterious stranger who fleeces the innocent, Richard Harrington wrote in the Washington Post. But Parker's gambling had morphed him into a combination of the two, and then some. As Elvis prepared for his next tour in August 1977, the Colonel's gambling debts at the Las Vegas Hilton reached a staggering $30 million. It is in that sad fact that the lines begin to blur between the geek, his keeper, and the chicken, dancing or otherwise. In the late 1950s, Parker invited Byron Raphael to Grauman's Chinese Theater for a showing of his favorite movie. Produced in 1947 as gritty and disturbing film noir, Nightmare Alley perfectly captured the sordid netherworld of the small-time carnival. In the picture's evocative opening, Tyrone Power, as the ambitious young sideshow hustler Stanton Carlyle, encounters his first gloaming geek. At the sound of frenzied squawking, the crowd gasps, and a shaken Carlyle asks the show owner, "How does a guy get so low? Is he born a geek?" By the end of the film, after relying on fakery and illusion to climb to Chicago's supper club and society level, Carlyle learns the horrific answer firsthand. The inevitable fall of Stanton the Great results from his unyielding need to manipulate and mislead, and from his inability to separate himself from the marks he deceives. The fascination Colonel had with that picture was unbelievable, remembers Raphael. He sat there so engrossed that he never moved, though God knows how many times he'd seen it. He talked about it all the time, for years. Parker identified with the dark morality tale not just for the haunting, vulgar realism of the sideshow milieu, with its depictions of mitt camps and tarot card readings, but because the character was very nearly him. As drawn in William Lindsay Gresham's potent novel, Stanton Carlyle began life with a too strict father, a deep love for animals, and the knowledge that he's a bit too fond of his mother. As he slips into a life of deception and fraud, he causes the accidental death of a friend, and later, in a miracle worker spook scam gone wrong, brings on the stroke of a client he's bilked out of a fortune. Lost and desperate, with the police on his trail, Carlyle sinks into the violent underworld of the fugitive, riding the rails and living with hobos. But in his eventual return to the carnival, he sentences himself to a living damnation he could not have imagined, as the most debased of the sideshow freaks. "I never thought Colonel would wind up as the geek," says Raphael, "but in becoming the most horrendous of compulsive gamblers in his later years, that's exactly what he did. He turned into the very thing he despised. All those years nobody could touch him, and so he destroyed himself." In the movie's frightening finale, Carlyle, wild-eyed, screaming, and deep in the grips of psychosis, "The geek's gone nuts!" yells an onlooker, finds himself chased by a mob with a straitjacket. McGraw, the carny boss who'd hired him only that morning, stops with a roustabout to watch. For the first time, the boss recognizes his new geek as the famed mentalist of old. "Well, he certainly fooled me," mutters McGraw. "Stanton the Great." "How can a guy get so low?" asks the roustabout, echoing what the young Carlyle said long ago. McGraw, who's seen it all, shakes his head. "He just reached too high." Chapter 19. We Think He OD'd. The Death of Elvis. On the sweltering evening of August 15, 1977, Elvis Presley slipped out of his blue silk lounging pajamas and, with the help of his cousin, Billy Smith, climbed into a black sweatsuit emblazoned with a Drug Enforcement Agency patch, a white silk shirt, and a pair of black patent boots, which he wore unzipped due to the puffy buildup of fluid in his ankles. At 10:30, after a night of motorcycle riding with girlfriend Ginger Alden, the singer stuffed two .45 caliber automatic pistols in the waistband of his sweatpants. Then he donned his blue-tinted chrome sunglasses to slide behind the wheel of his Stutz automobile. With Alden, Smith, and Smith's wife Jo in tow, Elvis steered his way to the office of his dentist, Dr. Lester Hoffman, in East Memphis. A crown on Presley's back tooth needed fixing, and he wanted to tend to it before he left the following evening for Portland, Maine, the first date of a 12-day tour. When the couples returned to Graceland around midnight, Elvis and Ginger went upstairs, and the Smiths retired to their trailer. Sometime around 2 a.m., Elvis spoke with Larry Geller. Geller recalls his friend was in a very good mood, looking forward to the tour and making plans for the future. Around 4 a.m., Elvis still felt energetic enough for a game of racquetball and phoned Billy and Joe to join him and Ginger. As the foursome went out the back door and down the concrete walkway to Elvis's racquetball building, a light rain began to fall. "Ain't no problem," Elvis said, and put out his hands as if to stop it. Miraculously, Smith remembers, the rain let up. "See, I told you," Elvis said. "If you got a little faith, you can stop the rain." Despite his sudden burst of energy, Elvis was exhausted from several days of a Jell-O diet, the latest in a series of desperate attempts to trim him down to fit into his stage costumes. He tired quickly on the court, and the couples resorted more to cutting up than concentrating on their game. After 10 minutes, they took a break, then returned to the court. But they quit a second time when Elvis misjudged a serve and hit himself hard in the shin with his racket. Limping into the lounge, Presley fixed himself a glass of ice water and then moved to the piano and began singing softly, ending with "Blue Eyes Crying in the Rain." Afterward, upstairs in the house, Smith washed and dried his cousin's hair. Presley again obsessed about the Bodyguard book, Elvis, What Happened, which had hit the stands 2 weeks before. Yelling wildly out of his head, Elvis fumed he'd bring Red, Sonny, and Dave Hebler to Graceland, where he'd kill them himself and dispose of their bodies. Then his mood dimmed, and he rehearsed a speech he planned to give from the stage if his fans, shocked to learn their idol spent $1 million a year on drugs and doctors, turned on him in concert. "They've never beat me before," he said, "and they won't beat me now." Billy knew what he meant. "Even if I have to get up there and admit to everything." Numb, frightened, and weary from dread, he cried pitifully, shaking. Billy petted him, cooed baby talk to him. "It's okay," Billy soothed. "It's going to be all right." As Smith went out the door, Elvis, the cousin who was more like a big brother, turned to him. "Billy, son, this is going to be my best tour ever." At 7:45 a.m., the singer took his second attack packet of 4 or 5 sleeping pills within 2 hours. The third would come shortly afterward. He'd had no food since the day before. Sometime around 8 a.m., Elvis climbed into bed with Ginger. As she recalled, she awakened in the tomb-like room, always kept at a chilly 60 degrees, to find her aging boyfriend too keyed up to sleep, preoccupied with the tour. "Precious," he said, "I'm going to go in the bathroom and read for a while." Ginger stirred. "Okay, but don't fall asleep." "Don't worry," he called back. "I won't." Behind the bathroom door, Elvis picked up A Scientific Search for the Face of Jesus, a book about the Shroud of Turin, and waited for his pharmaceutical escort to slumber. As Elvis's day was ending in Memphis, the Colonel's was already in full swing in Portland, the big man holed up in the Dunphy Sheraton and riding herd on Tom Hewlett, Lamar Fike, George Parkhill, and Tom Diskin to oversee every detail of Elvis's 2-day engagement there. Fike had flown in from Los Angeles on the red-eye and immediately went to work setting up the security and arranging the hotel rooms for the band and crew. Then he grabbed a quick bite to eat and went to bed. Just before noon, Billy Smith walked over to Graceland and spoke with entourage member Al Strada, who was packing Elvis's wardrobe cases. Smith inquired as to whether anyone had seen the boss. Al said no, that Elvis wasn't to be awakened until 4 p.m. Billy wondered aloud if one of the Stanley brothers had checked on Elvis and started up the stairs to do so himself. No, if they ain't heard from him, God, let him rest, he thought. He needs it. At 2:20, Ginger turned over in Elvis's huge bed and found it empty. Had he never come back to sleep? She noticed his reading light was still on and thought it odd. Ginger knocked on the bathroom door. "Elvis, honey?" No response. She turned the knob and went inside. Elvis was slumped on the floor, angled slightly to the left. He was on his knees, his hands beneath his face, in a near praying position. His silk pajama bottoms bunched at his feet. Inexplicably, he had fallen off the toilet and somehow twisted himself into the grotesque form. But why hadn't he answered? Ginger called again. "Elvis?" He lay so still, so unnaturally still. Now Ginger bent down to touch him. He was cold, his swollen face buried in the red shag carpet, blood dotting the nostrils of his flattened nose, his tongue nearly severed in two, protruding from clenched teeth. His skin was mottled purple-black. She forced open an eye. A cloudy blue pupil stared back at her lifelessly. Elvis Presley was dead at the age of 42. Not wanting to believe the worst, a frightened Ginger pressed the intercom, which rang in the kitchen. Mary Jenkins, the cook and maid, took the call. Breathless, Ginger asked, "Who's on duty?" "Al is here," Mary answered, and passed the phone to Strada. "Al, come upstairs," Ginger said. "I need you. Elvis has fainted." Strada rushed upstairs, took one look, and with fear in his voice called downstairs for Joe Esposito. Joe bounded up the stairs and turned the body, stiff with rigor mortis, on its side. Already Esposito knew the awful truth, but still he called for an ambulance. Then, after some delay, he got Dr. Nick on the phone with the news that Elvis had suffered a heart attack. With the ambulance screaming through Whitehaven, Joe called down to Vernon's office. Suddenly, the upstairs was filled with people. Charlie Hodge crying and begging Elvis not to die. Vernon recuperating from his own heart attack 6 months earlier, collapsing on the floor. 9-year-old Lisa Marie, visiting from California, peering wide-eyed into the scene. "What happened to him?" asked Ulysses Jones, one of the emergency medical techs. Al blurted out the truth. "We think he OD'd." The paramedics were puzzled. Why was everyone so emphatic that they bring back a man who was so obviously dead, and who had been dead for hours? Who was he, anyway? Jones was shocked to learn the answer. The body was so discolored, he later said, he thought he'd been working on a black man. At Baptist Memorial Hospital, the emergency team did its best, but no measure, whether frantic or heroic, could save Graceland's master. Finally, Dr. Nick, his face orchid white, entered the private waiting room, where Esposito sat with Hodge, Strada, Smith, and David Stanley. "He's gone," said the doctor, who had prescribed 19,000 pills for Elvis in less than 3 years. "He's no longer here." The men cried shamelessly and held on to each other for support. Dr. Nick asked Maurice Elliott, the hospital spokesman, not to make the announcement until he'd given Vernon the terrible truth, worrying that the old man's heart might not be able to take such a shock. Dr. Nick immediately left for Graceland to perform the crushing duty. Vernon, suspecting that his son would not be coming home, had already prepared Lisa Marie. When the final news came, Elvis's daughter dialed her father's old girlfriend. "It's Lisa," she said into the phone. Linda Thompson cooed. "I know who it is, you goobernickel." Then came the words that Thompson had dreaded so long. "Linda," said the small voice, "Daddy's dead." As Dr. Nick left the hospital, Joe asked Maurice Elliott for a private line. The public relations man led him into a conference room off the ER. There, Esposito called the colonel in Maine. George Parkhill answered and gave the phone to his boss. "I have something terrible to tell you," Joe began, his voice wavering. "Elvis is dead." 30 seconds, maybe more, passed before Parker spoke. "Okay, Joe," he said, his voice flat, devoid of emotion. "We'll be there as soon as we can. You just do what you have to do. Tell Vernon we'll be there. We have a lot of work." Esposito sensed that beneath the calm the colonel was shaken. "Like me," Joe later wrote, "he would do whatever had to be done. Cancel the tour and let everyone know it was all over." Lamar Fike was still sleeping when Tom Hewlett banged on his door. "Lamar," he called, "the colonel wants to see you right now." Fike was groggy and spent. "Fuck him," he yelled back. "I'm tired. I'm sleepy." Hewlett persisted. "Lamar, answer the door." Fike slipped the chain off. Hewlett had his head down. I said, "What's the matter with you, Tom?" He remembers. Hewlett said, "You need to come down to the room and talk to the colonel right now." The hotel was built in the round. I remember walking around the circle to Colonel's room. I went in and he was sitting on the side of the bed, hanging up the phone from Joe. Everybody was looking down at the floor. I said, "What the hell's going on here?" I had my arm on the television set. Colonel got up and walked over to me and stood maybe 10 inches away from my face. He said, "Lamar, you need to go to Memphis and meet with Mr. Vernon. Elvis is dead." Fike was shattered, but hardly surprised. Only the coldness of Parker's attitude shocked the aide. I said, "That's it?" Colonel said, "Yeah, that's it." I said, "Well, it took you a while, but you finally ran him into the ground, didn't you?" Parker challenged him. "What did you say?" And Fike was resolute. I said, "You heard what I said. He couldn't run anymore, could he?" Lamar looked around the room, searching the faces of the others, his anger building. "I kept telling you guys, man. None of you listened to me." That night, the advance team would go downstairs to dinner as planned, though no one felt like eating. "I don't want anyone making any scenes," Parker ordered. "We're going to show respect, and we're going to put on the best face possible." In Las Vegas, Parker's Hilton contact, Bruce Banky, was in his office when he got a call from Robert Macy, a friend at the Associated Press. Macy told him he'd just gotten a bulletin that Banky needed to hear. The PR man recognized the background sounds, 4 bells on the teletype machine, to signal a major news story, and said, "Bob, I hope to hell World War III has just broken out." Macy told him no. It was worse. Banky found Baron Hilton meeting with the hotel's senior officers. "I must have been just pale as a sheet because I walked in and the entire meeting stopped, and everybody turned around and stared at me." Hilton said, "What is it, Bruce?" Banky had just stopped speaking when the phone rang. It was the colonel calling from Portland. The show plane, which had departed from Los Angeles, having stopped in Las Vegas to pick up Joe Garcio, was en route to the East Coast. Suddenly, the pilot announced that the plane would land in Pueblo, Colorado. Jackie Kahane remembers how puzzled everyone was. Marty Harrell, the trombone player and Garcio's assistant, got off in Pueblo and went inside the terminal, where he found a note to call the colonel. Parker minced no words and gave him his orders to make the announcement and fly back to Vegas. Drawn, Harrell put down the receiver and reboarded the aircraft. "Would everybody get off the plane?" he asked. Only the sweet inspiration's Myrna Smith refused. "Please," Harrell begged. "I have something to say, and I can only say it once." Smith obliged, and Harrell, standing on the runway, cleared his throat. "I hate to tell you guys this, but Elvis is dead." Several of the men began softly crying. Myrna Smith took off running around the airfield in a wild frenzy of grief, only to be caught and sedated with Valium. Kahane tried to call his wife. Both his phone lines were busy, so he dialed the operator to break through for an emergency. "The operator was crying," he remembers. "She said, 'Do you know that Elvis Presley died?' The people in the show were the last to know." While the most devoted of Presley's fans began a pilgrimage to Memphis, the colonel booked a flight not to Tennessee, but New York. "I can't waste time mourning," he explained later. "There's plenty of people ready to come in and cut the ground from under our feet." After canceling the tour, Parker flew to New York to meet with RCA, for whom his client had sold more tapes and records than any performer in recording history. The old carny rightly expected that every store in the country would sell out of Presley product within 24 hours. Now he put the squeeze on RCA to keep a rich river of Elvis records churning. Next he met with Harry the Bear Geisler, a 48-year-old former steelworker and third-grade dropout who had just made a fortune overnight with Farrah Fawcett posters and T-shirts, putting up $300,000 for the rights in early 1977 and paying out some $400,000 in royalties to Fawcett's agent that summer. His company, Factors Etc. Inc., had also acquired the merchandising licenses for tie-ins for the movies Star Wars and Rocky. the Bear was a hustler to be reckoned with. In preparing a likeness of an artist and selling it, from Eddie Arnold on, Parker may have innovated concert merchandising, but mass merchandising was beyond him, which is why he'd brought Hank Saperstein into the split in 1956. Now he needed Geisler to do the same. But the Colonel also wanted to include his young friend Joe Shane, the Kentucky merchandiser he'd taken under his wing and given the exclusive worldwide rights for the name of Elvis Presley. He knew exactly what was going to transpire, Shane recalls, and he was wise enough to know that he couldn't stop it. I got him on the phone as soon as I heard Elvis was gone, and he said, "Joe, this thing is going to get out of control. You better get protected." And I said, "Yes, sir." Shane played tough with the off-fly-by-night companies that called, but he knew scaring off Geisler was out of the question. The Bear said, "We're not asking you, we're telling you that starting tonight we're going to put out a line of Elvis Presley posters and iron-on transfers," Shane remembers. We got into a little shouting match, and I said, "I hope you sell 1 billion because I've got the rights." And he said, "I will sell 1 billion, and you won't get anything." He was really gruff. On August 17th, as tens of thousands of fans from around the world lined up in front of Graceland and down Elvis Presley Boulevard, snaking up the driveway for a last look at the famous face laid out in the huge copper casket in Graceland's foyer, Shane and the Colonel talked again. They agreed to meet at the William Morris office in Los Angeles in the days following Elvis's funeral to finalize the contract with Geisler. Shane would assign his rights to Factors for a 1% royalty. I couldn't police the industry, and he could, and that was his big selling point. But as part of the deal, the 27-year-old Shane would take over the merchandising of Factor's rock and roll contracts for Grease, Saturday Night Fever, and the Bee Gees. The Bear said, "Son, you are going to be one of the richest men in the country." Their contract included a provision that Factors Etc. Inc. would sue the bootleggers who horned in on the territory, thus giving both Shane and Presley a percentage of the illicit sales without Parker having to dirty his own hands. "The Colonel really looked after me," he said. "Whatever you do, don't give up your rights to the boy." Of course, once I had assigned my rights to Factors for a royalty, I wasn't really in control anymore. But the Colonel felt as long as I had an association with him, I was okay. He paged me at an airport between flights and said, "Are the people treating you right? Let me know if they are not." Because anybody who wanted to sublicense had to have the Presley estate's approval, and it wasn't Vernon or Lisa Marie or anybody else, it was the Colonel. He was calling all of the shots. Without question, Shane says, he was like, "The boy's dead and how much money can I make?" But in doing what he did, when he did it, Parker legitimized the value of merchandising after an artist is no longer living. The industry owes him a debt of gratitude for doing that, because the numbers became overwhelming. But the Colonel didn't strictly have the right to negotiate such deals until after he arrived in Memphis for Presley's service, along with celebrities Anne Margaret and husband Roger Smith, James Brown, and Caroline Kennedy, who covered the event for the New York Daily News. With the tabloids' helicopters circling overhead and the droning screech of cicadas hanging heavy in the Memphis humidity, Parker cornered Vernon in the Graceland foyer. He explained that pirates and scam artists would come out of the woodwork to cash in on Elvis's memory now, and that Vernon, the executor of Elvis's estate, was in no physical or emotional shape to deal with them, especially as he had other worries on his mind. The estate would eventually be valued at $7.6 million, but that was before taxes, and lately Elvis had been in the habit of mortgaging Graceland to make his payroll. Shouldn't they just continue business as usual? The Colonel could advance the estate $1 million to pay off debts and make it look as if Elvis had some cash in his depleted checking account. Besides, "Elvis didn't die. The body did," Parker said, and would repeat for days on end whenever reporters got close. "It don't mean a damn thing. It's just like when he was away in the Army. This changes nothing." The Colonel would go on managing Presley's memory, and on August 23rd, Vernon signed the official letter, drafted, one suspects, by Parker himself. "I am deeply grateful that you have offered to carry on in the same old way, assisting me in any way possible with the many problems facing us," Vernon allegedly wrote. "I hereby would appreciate if you will carry on according to the same terms and conditions as stated in the contractual agreement you had with Elvis dated January 22, 1976, and I hereby authorize you to speak and sign for me in all these matters pertaining to this agreement." While the colonel had business on his mind the day of the funeral, several of the mourners gathered in Graceland's music, dining, and living rooms for the 2 p.m. service on August 18th found his behavior more peculiar than ever, beginning with his dress, a Hawaiian shirt and a baseball cap, from which protruded unruly tufts of gray-brown hair. "If Elvis looks down and sees the colonel all dressed up, he's going to say, 'What the hell is that?'" Parker explained later. "This is the way I always dress, informal. No point putting on airs now." When he saw Tom Hewlett dressed appropriately in a tie and black suit, the colonel told him to go change into his usual jeans and loafers. But what galled everyone was that Parker refused to be a pallbearer, and, as Jackie Kahane remembers, every time he would go past the coffin, he would avert his eyes. Larry Geller also found it strange. He remembers the colonel being stoic. "He didn't talk to many people, and he was way in the back. He certainly wasn't sitting in the front room, and he could have been right down there with Grandma, Minnie Mae Presley, and Vernon if he'd wanted." Afterward, Geller expected Parker to have a private moment at the casket before the lid came down for the last time, and a white hearse trailed by 17 white limousines carried the body to Forest Hill Cemetery. But it never happened. He wouldn't walk up. He didn't even look. You could almost see him struggling not to look. Kathy Westmoreland was upset with the colonel for the way he was dressed, but rationalized his actions. "I could see there was pain in his eyes, and he didn't want to show it." Years later, Parker boasted that he never once wept at the funeral. "No, sir. If anybody had seen my eyes messed up for a second, they must have had their hands in my pockets." And if Parker wondered just what killed his client, he spoke of it to no one in Presley's camp. Jackie Kahane thought he had a fairly good idea. "Elvis committed suicide, for want of another term. It saddened me to see such a big talent kill himself." On the plane, the comedian wrote a eulogy, which he read at the service between performances by gospel groups and remarks by evangelist Rex Humbard. "When I joined the TCB group 7 years ago," Kahane began, "I was given simple instructions by Colonel Parker. He said, 'Jack, keep it clean.' As an entertainer, Elvis was the embodiment of clean, wholesome entertainment. But as a private citizen, he was something else. A prescription drug addict, not much different from a gutter junkie, except in his drugs of choice. Yet what had killed Elvis Presley? Dr. Elias Hanum told friends he was certain Elvis had fallen off the toilet and suffocated in the shag carpet, and pointed to his lolling tongue as proof. Others speculated that Elvis had mistaken the codeine tablets given to him by his dentist for Demerol and had ingested all 10, suffering an allergic reaction. But a grief-stricken Vernon believed his son had been murdered, either by a member of the entourage or, he suspected, by Parker himself, especially in light of Elvis's growing interest in finding another manager and the colonel's monumental gaming debts, his association with nefarious circles, and his inability to sell Elvis's contract in California. For that reason, Vernon authorized both a private investigation and an autopsy. On October 18th, Dr. Eric Muirhead, chief of pathology at Baptist Memorial Hospital, took a team to Graceland to explain the autopsy report to Elvis's father. According to The Death of Elvis, What Really Happened, by Charles C. Thompson II and James P. Cole, the toxicology report showed that Elvis died of a drug overdose, or polypharmacy, the lethal interaction of a number of drugs taken concurrently. The following day, October 19th, the Memphis Commercial Appeal ran a story by an enterprising staff journalist named Beth Tamke, who reported that Vernon had been told that tests ordered by Baptist Memorial Hospital showed at least 10 different drugs in the singer's system. Tamke's story went on to speculate that the interaction of the drugs might have affected Elvis's heart and caused his death. But to reporters who contacted him later, Vernon insisted it was too early to say whether drugs played a role in his son's demise, and added a baffling statement. "I can't straighten it out by telling another lie." On October 21st, Dr. Jerry Francisco, Shelby County medical examiner, appeared at a news conference and passed out a press release that said Elvis Presley died of hypertensive heart disease with coronary artery disease as a contributing factor. According to Francisco, who had signed the death certificate the day before, Elvis died of cardiac arrhythmia, although he conceded that no fewer than 8 drugs had been present in Presley's body. Prescription drugs found in his blood were not a contributing factor, Francisco said. Had these drugs not been there, he still would have died. Earlier that month, CBS TV aired Elvis in Concert, which had been taped in Omaha, Nebraska on June 19th and in Rapid City, South Dakota on June 21st. The special, which many fans and entourage members say never should have been broadcast, revealed a legend colliding with myth. Too fat to move and too often short of breath. Big and bloated, Elvis stumbled through his lyrics, slurred his speech, and sweated like a man on fire. In the end, he was all chins, gut, and gospel singer hair, a shocking caricature of a once brilliant talent. 3 years after Elvis's death, Parker told Larry Hutchinson, chief investigator to the district attorney general for Memphis, that he first noticed Elvis's drugs in the late 60s. Not that it specially concerned me, as Elvis always showed up to do his work in the movies. But other than their confrontation in 1974, when Presley told his manager to stay out of his personal life, I couldn't get involved, the colonel said. After that, Parker insisted, he was oblivious of any real problem. I was aware he was treated by physicians in Las Vegas and Palm Springs, but I had no personal experience of his visits. Sonny West told me one time that he was getting prescriptions in other people's names, but I didn't know about that. Yet while he knew that Dr. Nick was often in the dressing room before a performance, Parker testified, I never saw Elvis being given drugs, though I know that Dr. Nick has said he prepared medications for Elvis before he went on stage and when he came off. Likewise, I never heard of him being admitted to the hospital for an overdose of drugs. I was concerned sometimes, but I couldn't talk to him about it. It's a sad situation. I had no control over him. That was Elvis's choice. In September 1978, the Colonel staged a fan festival, Always Elvis, at the Las Vegas Hilton, where he, Vernon, and Priscilla would dedicate a life-size bronze statue of the singer in the lobby. The convention was booked into the hotel's new pavilion, where Elvis was to have performed that year. Always Elvis, which offered, for a price separate from the $15 general admission, a multimedia show that Jerry Weintraub later took on the road, was the first of many events that would prove the Colonel right. Elvis didn't die after all. It was just like when Elvis would be there at the Hilton for the summer festival, says Presley collector Robin Rosayan. Banners hung outside the Hilton and from the rooftops. Carnival was the atmosphere, and money was the name of the game. The Colonel was in his glory, working the crowd as the Memphis Mafia mingled with the fans. When the statue was unveiled, fans packed the showroom, and a throng of entertainers, including Robert Goulet and Sammy Davis Jr., sat in the plush booths as if waiting to see Elvis himself. Indeed, his clothes were already there, on ghoulish display and draped on mannequins, inspiring a now famous Saturday Night Live sketch in which Elvis's coat toured the nation. Nothing was too outlandish. Charlie Hodge charged $5 to have his picture taken with fans, and the Colonel, sitting in a vendor's booth with a cigar clenched between yellowed teeth, hawked and signed his own Elvis poem for $1. Robert Hilburn, rock critic for the Los Angeles Times, happened upon the Colonel that day and drew the old man out. We made a hell of a team, Parker said once the crowd cleared. I thought we'd go on forever, but... He stared out into the huge room, leaning on the pearl-handled cane that had become his favorite, and paused as if trying to think of something more to say. Sure, he finally added, answering a question that Hilburn never asked. Sure, I loved him. I sat with him there for a week, signing autographs, says Jackie Kahane, who emceed the event. And in the course of talking, he referred to Elvis as being like a son. But I don't think Colonel was capable of demonstrating love. That was always the problem. A larger test of Parker's fatherly attention came closer to home in the months just after Presley's death. Suddenly and without warning, the Colonel inexplicably pulled all his advertising accounts from his stepson, Bob Ross, and, according to Ross's widow, Sandra, gave the business to Jerry Weintraub. By that time, through the Colonel's influence, the Rosses had handled accounts for Rick Nelson, Tom Jones, Engelbert Humperdinck, Frank Sinatra, and Olivia Newton-John. It all dried up, and the couple sustained huge financial losses, just as Bob's multiple sclerosis worsened. With the added stress of the economic strain, Ross suffered a fatal heart attack and died 10 days after his 53rd birthday in July 1978. "You could say the Colonel killed him," Sandra offers. "But when Bobby was dying, Colonel called him 3 times in one day to see how he was." Bobby said in amazement, "3 times in one day? He really does care." And I think he did. He just didn't understand the ramifications of what he did. Parker sent Tom Diskin to the funeral. Marie, now lost to the ravages of her disease, never knew her son was dead. A matter of weeks after Bob Ross's death, his widow opened the door to see a ghost. Billy Ross, Bobby's 51-year-old club-footed brother, whom Marie had given to the Florida Children's Home as an infant, stood in the transom. "I thought I would die. He looked so much like Bobby, and even sounded like him." Sandra found his story heartbreaking, but the visit upset her terribly. "It was just too much, too soon, and I didn't know what he wanted out of me." What he wanted was his heritage. Adopted by a Plant City dirt farming family, Billy had endured a difficult life. They had worked him like a mule in the fields, and their natural children had never accepted him, even barring him from sitting with them at their mother's funeral. For years he had tried to discover his real identity. Once he had gotten his birth records unsealed, his search led him to Bitsy Mott, who referred him to Sandra and the Colonel. Billy was bitter that his real mother had lived a luxurious life as the wife of a famous entertainment manager, and resentful that his brother, Bob, had led such a grandiose existence, mixing and mingling with starlets in Hollywood and hanging out with Elvis Presley. Now he demanded 2 things: a meeting with Marie and his share of the pie. Otherwise he would write a book about his story. He had, in fact, begun a manuscript. He intended to petition the courts to restore his name to Ross. Both Sandra and the Colonel explained that Marie was in no shape to see him, and that if by some miracle she did understand who he was, the shock might kill her. But Billy persisted, hoping he could somehow restore his mother's mind and win her heart. Parker, who remembered the importance of a mother's love, wrestled with the problem for a time and finally acquiesced, flying Billy and his wife and children to Palm Springs to see Marie, who had no idea why this stranger had come to meet her. Billy's book never appeared. Sandra Ross believes the Colonel simply bought him off to protect Marie's reputation, the way he'd handled so many problems before. However, the Colonel was to realize a new set of problems in the events that began on June 26, 1979, when Vernon died on Parker's 70th birthday. Elvis's father had resisted naming Priscilla the new executor to his son's estate, but she had cajoled him into it, citing the interest of Lisa Marie, Elvis's sole beneficiary. To keep the money straight, Vernon named Joe Hanks, Elvis's certified public accountant, and the National Bank of Commerce in Memphis as co-executors. Immediately after Vernon's death, Parker approached Priscilla about carrying on his arrangement with the estate. By now, she and the co-executors had put together an impressive board of directors to maximize income from one of the most famous names on the planet. In 1979, the estate's income would be $1.2 million, much of it from the 160 licenses the Colonel had arranged. Parker would get half of the money, and sometimes more. That year, Dennis Roberts, Elvis's optician, got a call from the Colonel about designing a line of eyeglasses to be licensed through Boxcar. Roberts met Parker at his office at the RCA building in Los Angeles and, in the course of conversation, made a casual inquiry. I said, "You know I made 488 pairs of eyeglasses for Elvis," as Roberts remembers. He went, "Yeah." I said, "What happened to all of them?" The Colonel said, "I don't know. I was never social with the man." I said, "Colonel, Elvis spent over $250,000 on glasses. The EPs and the TCBs that I designed are 14-karat gold. Some of them have diamonds and sapphires in them." He said, "You gotta be kidding. and he picked up the phone and buzzed some aide to call Graceland, and when he got him on the phone, he said, "I want you to round up all of Elvis's glasses and overnight them to me immediately." And that was the last anybody ever saw of Elvis Presley's eyeglasses, except the very few that have shown up at auction. Roberts wasn't thrilled with the way his boxcar deal turned out. "It cost me about $135,000 for licensing and inventory, but it never really gelled because the Colonel didn't come through with his promise to promote them. He was more consumed with his Elvis musical whiskey decanters. He thought those were the rip-off of the century," he said. "We're getting $200 for these things." But if Roberts wasn't pleased with Parker's efforts, the co-executors were. Even as Priscilla admits, it was a shock to all of us that Elvis had left so little money. 3 days after Vernon's death, on June 29, 1979, they wrote the Colonel a letter directing him to carry on pursuant to his agreement with Vernon. All income for the estate would be forwarded to Parker, who would then deduct his 25% to 50% and forward the balance to the estate. In May 1980, the co-executors filed a petition to approve Parker's compensation agreement and ratify all payments of commission, even as the estate's lawyers raised an eyebrow. "We weren't aware of the extent of Parker's commissions until Vernon died," says D. Beecher Smith II, one of the Memphis attorneys who helped settle Presley's estate. "Vernon had been relatively secretive about it. We filed a petition with the probate court to rule on the propriety of the commissions." The decision would alter the Colonel's saga in ways no one could have imagined. Chapter 20. Living Too Long. Litigation and Loneliness. When Priscilla and the co-executors petitioned Shelby County, Tennessee probate court to allow Parker to continue representing the estate, they expected a quick rubber stamping of the agreement. But Judge Joseph Evans was astonished to discover that the Colonel had been guaranteed half of Presley's income while the singer was alive. As such, in a move that stunned the executors, he appointed a 38-year-old Memphis attorney, Blanchard E. Toole, to investigate Parker's compensation agreement and to represent and defend the interests of Lisa Marie Presley. In legal terms, Toole was to act as the 12-year-old's guardian ad litem. Toole spent 4 months looking into Parker's financial dealings with the estate. On September 30, 1980, he filed a 300-page report that concluded that it was inappropriate for the executors to rely on the January 22, 1976 agreement as a basis to continue a full relationship with the Colonel, and argued that all agreements with Elvis Presley terminated on his death. He recommended that the court not approve the 50% commission Parker received for administration, as it was excessive, imprudent, unfair to the estate, and beyond all reasonable bounds of industry standards. And he implored the court to immediately order all monies due the estate be paid directly to the executors and not to Parker, and to enjoin the executors from paying the Colonel any further commissions pending the conclusion of his investigation. Finally, in what would become the most infamous part of the report, the lawyer, who had conferred with 3 nationally recognized music business attorneys, charged that Parker had been guilty of self-dealing and overreaching, and that he had violated his duty both to Elvis and to the estate. As proof, Toole cited the boxcar agreement, which gave Parker 56% control of the company, apart from the 50% individual commission. But the Colonel was not the only one who came under fire. The guardian ad litem also found fault in Parker's handling of the royalty revenue from Presley's publishing agreements. Toole chided the executors for not giving the Colonel definite guidelines and limits in writing, and for refusing to challenge Parker's statements, which the guardian ad litem found unsatisfactory and failing to clarify if the figures were gross or net. Such reports, he said, were totally unreliable in determining what actual monies passed through Parker's hands. He asked that the Colonel provide a statement of his present net worth as well as his past income tax returns, and he demanded that the executors secure a full audit from RCA, since Parker's agreements did not contain the standard auditing clause customary in every recording contract. Additionally, Toole called for accountings from all of the entertainment companies with which Parker did business, from the William Morris Agency to Factors to the movie studios to Concerts West. Toole's findings rocked the music world and shocked Presley's fans, as, rumors notwithstanding, no manager-client dealings had been as veiled as those of Colonel Tom Parker and Elvis Presley. Most agreed that the 50% commission was particularly egregious, since the majority of personal managers received 10% or 15%, and only rarely 25%. But the ratio was more complicated than it appeared. "I'm sure a lot of people see him as just this money-grubbing curmudgeon," points out Parker's friend Mike Crowley, "but it wasn't 50% of everything." The colonel, who reacted to the report with anger, was not without sympathy beyond his circle. Says music attorney and author Stan Sucher, "You can't paint Parker as an angel because the overreaching was clear. However, the particularities of the Elvis Parker RCA situation may not fully apply to the industry-wide standard. A lot of this was a very tough call." "Most people would say the 50% commission is highway robbery," concurs David Skepner, the manager who built country singer Loretta Lynn into a national figure. "But he was working under very abnormal conditions, including the drugs, so getting anything accomplished was a miracle." And, points out RCA's Joe Galante, "while he kept getting a higher proportion of the take, he was bringing in more revenues than other managers." Indeed, then, if Presley's gross earnings totaled an estimated $200 million, why shouldn't the man who wrangled such sums receive more than the industry standard, if not 50%? In 1968, the British journalist Chris Hutchins asked Parker about a wild rumor floating through the industry. "Is it true," he ventured, "that you take 50% of everything Elvis earns?" For a moment, Parker seemed speechless. "No," he finally answered. "That's not true at all. He takes 50% of everything I earn." And that's the way he saw it. The colonel spent many more hours plying the Elvis trade than Elvis did. And even though he had side deals with the very companies with whom Elvis did business, from RCA to the Hilton to Management 3, Parker gave Presley undiluted attention in refusing to represent other acts on a grand scale. Elvis himself never balked at the arrangement, and, echoes Barry Coburn, the manager who brought country singer Alan Jackson to prominence, the practices of the industry of the 60s shouldn't be compared to the business ethics of today. "How can you argue with the legacy that remains?" he asks, especially one that continues to influence managers and music executives alike. In short, the colonel was all the things that he appeared to be, both good and bad. And if Parker was the very definition of shrewd, the morality of his decisions was not always discernible as black or white. Surprisingly, the estate itself had difficulty making that assessment. Less than 3 months after Toole delivered his first report and began gathering information for a second, the executors balked at the Guardian's requests. They argued that he had overstepped his authority and should be removed. They attempted to prevent Toole from continuing his investigation, a move the judge quickly quashed. Dr. Beecher Smith III, one of the estate's Memphis attorneys, denounced Parker as a shaman, but also praised his doggedness. "When he was working for Elvis, he could negotiate the gold out of people's teeth." Furthermore, Smith cited contractual barriers to the recommendation that Parker no longer be a conduit for all of Presley's income. "I'm not prepared to paint Parker black," Smith said some years later. "There were villainous elements, but he was instrumental in establishing many of the things the estate benefits from today. His greatest sin was not being savvy about the state of the industry during the last 5 or 10 years of Elvis's life." In late 1980, as the investigation continued, Parker received what some considered fateful retribution when he suffered a fall at the RCA building in Los Angeles, where he continued to keep an office on the 7th floor. Tripping at the entrance to the elevator, the old man lay beneath his own weight as the automatic door opened and shut repeatedly, breaking and slamming his right shoulder in relentless assault. The injury would forever limit the mobility of his arm and neck, and age him, in the opinion of friends, by 10 years. Until he healed, he insisted that George Parkhill accompany him to the casinos to pull the handles on the slot machines. Subsequently, he referred to the one-armed bandits as his exercise. Shortly after the incident, Toole flew to California, where he held a meeting with Parker and the estate in the colonel's hospital room. In a newspaper interview in December 1980, the lawyer said he felt strange during the visit, expressing his surprise at how the executors sandbagged him and refused to question Parker's 50% commission. "I got the feeling the executors and the attorneys were afraid of Colonel Parker," he said. "Every time he would laugh, they would laugh. Every time he said yes, they said yes." Toole was stunned at the hold Parker seemed to have over the very people he had defrauded out of a fortune. $7 million or $8 million in the last 3 years alone, he estimated. But still, he admired his cunning. He had it from the eyebrows up. The Guardian ad litem's second report, delivered July 31, 1981, was even more damning than the first, and elaborated on what Toole considered Parker's poor management. Foremost was the RCA buyout, the worst decision ever made in the history of rock and roll, motivated, Toole charged, by Parker's gambling debts and recent heart attack, and the conscious decision to make as much money as he could from Elvis before his inevitable premature death. Toole also hammered on the surprisingly low figure for which Elvis played Las Vegas, and Parker's failure to register Presley with BMI for performance royalties as a songwriter. The latter discovery was a sweet victory for Joe Moscheo, the leader of the Imperials, whom Parker had treated so shabbily in Las Vegas. In 1978, the singer had left the road to go to work for BMI, where, in learning the system, he routinely checked up on royalties for his songwriter friends. Moscheo was bewildered when he typed in Presley's name and saw N.A., not affiliated. Elvis had 33 songs that he was credited as either writing or co-writing, including some big ones like All Shook Up, and he never received any writer performance royalties from BMI from 1955 to 1978, says Moscheo. In investigating, he learned that the Colonel would not allow Elvis to sign anything that Parker didn't understand or agree to, and evidently he didn't understand what all of this performance thing meant. It was just an oversight, but there were hundreds of thousands of dollars that Elvis never received as a songwriter. Priscilla was furious. Toole was likewise enraged, but saved his knockout punch for Parker's rampant self-dealing. He boldly charged the Colonel and RCA with collusion, conspiracy, fraud, misrepresentation, bad faith, and overreaching, asserting the record company paid off Parker to keep Elvis quiet and obedient while the label cheated the most popular American folk hero of this century. The manager's side deals with the company constituted a clear conflict of interest, Toole said, as Colonel Parker could not possibly deal with RCA at arm's length on Elvis's behalf when he was receiving that much money from the label. As late as February 1980, RCA paid Parker $50,000 for services with respect to promotion, merchandising concepts, and packaging suggestions. On August 14, 1981, when thousands of fans gathered in Memphis to pay tribute to Presley on the 4th anniversary of his death, Judge Evans ordered attorneys for the estate to halt further payments to the manager, as the compensation received by Colonel Parker is excessive and shocks the conscience of the court, the judge wrote in a heated opinion. Additionally, he required the executors to file suit against Parker for alleged fraudulent business practices and ordered an investigation into RCA Records' dealings with Presley and the estate. Finally, the judge admonished the executors not to enter into any future agreements with Parker without the court's approval. The Colonel was not in attendance, and his attorney, Jack McGidds, denied all allegations of impropriety leveled against his client. Parker's allies, speaking out in his favor, wondered if Toole's report would have been different if the Colonel, then 72 years of age, were younger and healthier. But Parker was fully capable of defending himself, he said in interviews with newspaper reporters. Courting the press where he'd once put a price on his time, $25,000 for small talk, $100,000 for a long conversation, he began to lift the curtain, if only slightly, around the great Elvis and the Colonel construct. Parker was shocked, he said in a written broadside, at what occurred in the probate proceedings, as he had made every effort to honor Elvis's name and preserve his memory and dignity. Such allegations not only attacked Parker's reputation, but also are unfair and insulting to the memory of Elvis and his father Vernon. The fact that their relationship lasted 21 years should say it all, he added, and insisted, Elvis knew that I provided services for others. He was satisfied with our arrangement, and it worked. Yet within a month, As lawyers closed in and public sentiment turned vicious, Parker felt the need to speak again. The man with the hide of a rhinoceros had nervous energy in his voice as he talked with a reporter from the Memphis Press Scimitar, insisting that Toole hadn't given the whole picture of his relationship with the late singer, and for the first time he criticized his client. Far from being malleable and easily controlled, Elvis was moody and headstrong, Parker said, and had to be forced to honor his commitments. Though he refused to discuss Elvis's drug problem, the Colonel hinted that theirs was not an easy relationship, and that Presley, lacking self-motivation, was often desultory, his actions unpredictable. "Sometimes," he told the reporter in an uncharacteristic display of emotion, "it was such a heartache to keep him going." But what the Colonel really hoped to convey revolved around the issue of fiduciary trust. According to Parker, Elvis frequently refused his advice on important business deals. "He wanted to always make the final decision," Parker said. "That's the way it was. He had a mind of his own." At the heart of his argument was the RCA buyout, which the Colonel claimed was greatly misunderstood. "Keep in mind," he said, "that Elvis approved all of the contracts with RCA. Elvis was fully aware of the entire transaction, and it was his decision. I had absolutely nothing to hide." Despite the fact that Presley's older songs weren't selling and earned very little, he said, "When RCA approached us about the buyout, I was not interested. I thought it was a stupid idea to even consider it." However, both Elvis and Vernon really pushed for the deal and instructed Parker to counter the offer of $3 million. In getting the price to $5 million, he ended the uncertainty of regular income from royalties. As a result, Elvis's decisions in 1973 were correct, he maintained, adding that the agreement was the best deal under the circumstances. The Colonel also patted himself on the back, though he negotiated a new recording contract at the same time as the buyout, Parker said. Elvis failed to produce the required albums every year. To prevent the label from balking on the guaranteed royalty, the Colonel assembled tape recordings of live concerts, which RCA accepted in lieu of studio recordings. Thus, Parker argued, he kept Presley from violating his contract. As for having no auditing clause, most of the artists of the day didn't have one, but he had been smart to insist on dollars and cents per unit protection. Still, the accusations flew, and soon the executors took a different legal tack, asserting Parker never had a permit to act as Elvis's manager. Yet with its limited resources, less than $5 million in real cash, the estate was on the brink of bankruptcy and loath to tie itself up in expensive litigation, especially as the Internal Revenue Service had recently demanded payment of $14.6 million in additional taxes. The estate had undervalued Graceland itself, the IRS charged, as well as the worth of Elvis's royalty rights for films, records, and television specials. And, executors knew, Parker would fight back. In March 1982, he filed suit, calling his relationship with Elvis a partnership and citing the January 2, 1967 agreement as proof. "I never saw anything to indicate it was a partnership," says Toole. The Colonel maintained he was due $1.6 million that he advanced Elvis in the months before his death and asked a Nevada court to order the Presley estate liquidated. In the meantime, he sought the right to promote Presley's name and to gain full control of the business that he and Elvis shared, the profits to be divided between him and Lisa Marie. With litigation already stretching from California to Tennessee, in May 1982, RCA Records filed suit in U.S. District Court in New York against the executors, Toole and Parker. That's when the Colonel played his toughest card. Flushed out by Albert Goldman's book Elvis, which in 1981 reported that Parker had been born Andreas van Kouk in Breda, Holland, Parker spoke publicly for the first time about his European origins and forfeiture of his Dutch citizenship. In legal papers filed in response to the suit, he claimed that he could not be sued under federal law because, "I am advised by my attorneys that the court lacks jurisdiction over the subject matter of the complaint and the cross-claims herein, since I am not a citizen of the United States or any foreign country for purposes of diversity jurisdiction." Or, as Parker told Variety, "Yes, I am a man without a country." The revelation drew gasps from Parker's acquaintances and spawned additional newspaper headlines, but still it failed to trigger an INS or FBI check. "The old son of a bitch was some kind of magician," his foes whispered, "unless someone like Lyndon Johnson fixed things for him." But either Johnson acted in secrecy, a well-placed phone call, a discreet note on private stationery, or the oversight of the Immigration Service was exactly that. There is nothing in the Parker-Johnson correspondence to indicate the former president was cognizant of Parker's citizenship problems. Blanchard Toole likewise found no proof that Parker had been befriended by government leaders and believed that Parker could still be sued in federal court, despite his claims to the contrary. But in June 1982, the estate, acting on the order from Judge Evans and following the directives of the Toole report, formally brought suit against the colonel in Memphis Chancery Court. Charging contract manipulations and exploitation for personal gain, duping Presley out of more than $1 million, the executors asked that Parker's rights to any contract with Presley and the estate be forfeited. To bolster its claim, the estate cited 6 interrelated documents dated March 1, 1973, which paid Parker $6.2 million over a 7-year period, while Presley received $4.6 million. The agreements, all related to the RCA buyout, collectively provided the colonel with 57% of all income, plus another 10% of RCA's net profits from tours. "I did not receive more than Elvis did from the music or the motion pictures, only for the extra deals I made," Parker later insisted. The lawsuit, which sought to negate Parker's claim of a joint venture, also criticized the manager for failing to instigate tax and estate planning and for refusing to set up foreign concert tours, presumably because Parker never obtained an American passport nor attempted to become a U.S. citizen. But with the estate groaning under the weight of mounting legal fees, Toole and the executors reached an out-of-court settlement with Parker and RCA in November 1982, though full resolution wouldn't be reached until the following June. Toole, who was well aware of Parker's heart condition, had considered the colonel's ill health in making the decision. "We figured the colonel might die before we finished litigation and we would have to deal with his estate," he says. "But if Elvis had lived and we tried a case against the colonel, Elvis would have won." And yet, in a nearly mythological display of fortitude to withstand any tide or torrent, Parker not only prevailed with another slick deal, but again succeeded in finding someone else to pick up his tab. The settlement eliminated the colonel's future share of income and prohibited him from commercially exploiting the Presley name for 5 years. But in exchange for turning over master copies of Elvis's audio recordings and 350 concert, movie, and TV clips to the estate, RCA would give Parker $2 million, doled out in payments of $40,000 a month, $60,000 each June, until May 1987. In addition, the colonel collected $225,000 from the estate for his shares in Boxcar Enterprises and agreed to provide it with a sampling of his vast Elvis memorabilia, including costumes, personal items, and stage paraphernalia. Now he felt vindicated. As he told his brother-in-law, "Bitsy, if I was doing something wrong, why are they trying to buy me out? Does that make sense?" By the time the final documents were signed in 1983, the estate had undergone profound changes. Priscilla Presley and the board of directors were about to turn Elvis's memory into a profitable business through the licensing of souvenirs, just as Parker had envisioned with Boxcar. They would also make Graceland a top tourist spot. Of the nation's famous private residences, only the White House would receive more visitors each year. Though the settlement demanded Parker sever ties with Priscilla and Lisa Marie, the colonel had no such intent. Since the lawsuit began, he finagled a way to resume a relationship with both of them, sending Elvis's daughter a toy found in storage that she had treasured as a child. "A couple of weeks after we opened Graceland in June 1982, someone walked into my office and said that a man is on the phone who says he's Colonel Parker," remembers Jack Soden, CEO of Elvis Presley Enterprises. "I got on and he said, 'You've got a big challenge ahead. Call me any time. This battle isn't between you and me. You don't have anything to do with it.'" As Graceland developed into a $15 million a year business, sales of all things Elvis would top $37 million a year by 2002. The colonel formulated his own strategy for cashing in on the legend. In the late 80s, he began telling Elvis fans that he was opening his own museum, the Wonderful World of Show Business exhibit, in his Madison home. Friends say he never really planned such a thing and simply hyped it as a bluff to sell Graceland the remainder of his memorabilia. Still, he put up a convincing ruse, obtaining an occupancy permit, paving his front yard for a parking lot, and installing chain-link fencing and security lights. He also insisted that he had a Japanese bidder who offered top dollar. Though the negotiations would drag on for years, the estate would eventually cough up his $2 million asking price, the Graceland movers arriving in the dead of night to load an estimated 35 tons of material: business records, photographs, newsreels, telegrams, letters, artwork, acetate recordings, and Elvis's famous gold lame suit, into 7 semi-trucks for their secret move to Memphis. With the lawsuit resolved, the Colonel's old friends rallied around him to help boost his reputation. In 1984, Janelle McComb, a Tupelo, Mississippi friend of the estate, who had spearheaded the building of the non-denominational chapel on the land behind the house where Presley was born, staged a private banquet for him in conjunction with a fundraiser for the Elvis Presley Foundation. Rick Nelson, whom Parker casually counseled through his manager Greg McDonald, a Palm Springs-based promoter and another of his adopted sons, performed a benefit concert, and the Colonel signed photographs of himself with a rubber stamp held in his left hand, leading the attendant members of Presley's British fan club to wonder if the 75-year-old had suffered a stroke. At the same time the Colonel worked to redeem himself with the estate and Elvis's fan base, he tried hard to mend his image in the industry. Since Elvis's death, he had continued as a consultant for Baron Hilton, though he had worked without a contract since 1978. As he explained it, "I didn't hear from them when the time was up, so I wrote them a nice thank you letter and said, 'If you ever need me,' and I got a letter back that said, 'Perish the thought of you ever leaving my team.'" Many thought it was an arrangement by which Parker worked off a fraction of his gambling debts, as that same year, 1984, People magazine would report that the Colonel's $30 million tab had been paid in full. The Colonel insisted his employment was anything but a way to write off his losses. "I've had offers far more financially better since those new hotels went up, but Baron knows that I do a job." Despite his lofty title, Parker's tasks hearkened to those he performed as an advance man for the carnivals. While someone else booked the acts into the showroom, the Colonel handled promotions, arranging billboard rentals, finishing posters, and buying radio spots. He successfully teamed country singer George Strait with Jerry Weintraub to make the movie Pure Country after Strait broke Presley's attendance record at the hotel. But Vegas old-timers saw him as little more than a public relations figure, a walking Elvis souvenir, the live companion to the Presley statue in the foyer. Anytime the Colonel came into view, it was the old Elvis picture from way back, even if he was just there in the casino, says Variety's Bill Willard. Yet despite the enduring stardust of the Colonel's name, by 1984 Baron Hilton had had enough of Parker's escalating gambling tab. The rumor circulated that the hotel casino, like other places around town, had cut off Parker's credit at the tables and relegated him to the $25 slot machines. It was a humiliating come-down. While the Colonel was welcome to a small office in the hotel, the suite of rooms on the 4th floor was also no longer at his disposal. So Parker leased apartment 23G in Regency Towers, a high-rise located on the golf course in the Las Vegas Country Club Estates on Bel Air Drive, behind the Hilton. Marie, a bedridden invalid from 1975 on, remained at the couple's home in Palm Springs. In 1982, mute but still alert, she was operated on and found to have a massive benign brain tumor, undetected for perhaps 20 years. She would die in November 1986 of chronic brain syndrome. "Marie's a vegetable," Parker would say point blank when anyone asked about her. "You wouldn't want to see her now." And so Loanne moved to the high-rise with him and made it look like a home, replete with the Colonel's vast elephant collection, which he proudly showed to visitors. Residents regarded the duo as wonderful neighbors. On the surface, nothing had changed between Parker and the Hilton. In 1987, on the 10th anniversary of Presley's death, the old entrepreneur brought Wayne Newton into the showroom for a tribute to Elvis, and the hotel opened Presley's 30th floor suite to the public. There, the Colonel set up a mini-museum of his life together with Elvis, plastering the walls with memorabilia and photos, and taking fans on guided tours of Presley's bedroom. Though Parker was adamant that nothing be sold. "To me, that's not a real tribute when you sell a lot of merchandise." Fans were given a free poster of the Colonel on the way out. The gesture did little to assuage the majority of Elvis's faithful supporters, who still saw him as a black-hearted villain who traded the singer's soul for the demon dollar. To publicize the event, Parker appeared on Ted Koppel's Nightline. "He wanted me to come to New York. I said, no, you bring a satellite to me." From the start, the Colonel was combative, correcting the host and lambasting critics who charged that he stunted Elvis as an actor with a steady diet of beach and bikini movies. "If they know so much, they ought to go into the management business," he huffed. "Elvis knew that he could do whatever he wanted." But at a Vegas press conference, he mostly waxed nostalgic. "I'll never manage anyone again. After Elvis, where do you go?" It wasn't true that the two never shared a meal, he said. "We may have had dinner 3 times a year. And while Elvis had been the highest-paid performer in Vegas, I feel ashamed to tell you what Elvis made for his shows back then." Still, he denied that he booked Presley for overlong engagements. "Elvis worked 2-hour shows for 200 nights a year. If you add that up, he worked about 4 months a year," and insisted his client had only one goal that he never accomplished, and that was to stay alive. The Colonel feigned deafness when questions turned to drug use. "We're here to honor his memory. I think I didn't hear you very well." Parker steadfastly maintained that his only concern was to keep Elvis's name before the fans. But others say the estrangement from the estate weighed heavily on his mind. When Alex Schuffy's ex-wife visited him in the Elvis suite, he confided his dismay. He thought he had been given the shaft, that the family had done him wrong, and Priscilla should have lived up to the deal, says Joan Schuffy Richardson. "It was the only time I ever saw him angry." And so it was an emotional Parker who accepted Jack Soden's invitation to come to Graceland for 2 days in June of '87, both to talk about selling the remainder of his memorabilia — the estate would finally announce the acquisition in 1990 — and to be welcomed back for special projects. Shortly after, a reporter asked if the visit held special memories. "None of them are memories for me," the Colonel said. "You relive it every day." Several months later, Parker was back in Memphis for the observance of what would have been Presley's 53rd birthday. Fierce snowstorms crippled the country, and although the canceled flights turned his trip into a grueling 2-day ordeal, Parker appeared humbled and on his best behavior at a gathering of media and fan club members. "Why did you come this year, Colonel?" someone shouted. "Well, it's been too long," Parker answered, casting an eager glance at Soden. "But things are working out." Soden nodded his head. "Yes, they are, Colonel. Yes, they are." Wearing a round fur hat and a heavy camel's hair coat, Parker resembled a friendly Khrushchev as he settled into a jovial mood. A woman from Arkansas cornered him, he joked, and told him of an Elvis seance. "I said, I'll give you my new phone number. Tell Elvis to call me." "Colonel," a woman chirped, "why did you decide to be Elvis's manager?" "I didn't decide. I received a telegram from his father and mother asking if I could get Elvis a record contract. It just happened, that's all." "Do you think if Elvis were living today," called another voice, "he'd still be playing the same style of music?" "Well," Parker shot back, "let's ask him that when I talk to that lady in Arkansas." And then it was over. "Okay," he shouted off mic. "If you want a picture with the Colonel, no charge." A woman stepped up. "Just don't kiss me," he said. "I got the measles." But when Parker appeared that evening at a Graceland-sponsored banquet, the fans greeted him with no more than polite applause, saving their enthusiasm for Steve Binder, the man who rejuvenated Presley's career and spirit with the 1968 television special. The Colonel poked fun at himself as he took the podium, and then made his peace with the producer he'd fought with years before. "I don't think there was any producer who could ever get the talent out of Elvis like Steve." But when he quipped that his plaque should be larger than Binder's, "Colonel will send it out and get you a bigger one," he was assured. An undertow of disgust roiled through the crowd. "I think," says Soden, "that Colonel Parker hoped history would treat him kinder." Certainly Priscilla Presley extended herself to him in ways that made many wonder if their legal settlement had amounted to an armed truce. Both Priscilla and Lisa Marie made a video to be played at the banquet, in which they said a special hello to an old friend of ours, and lauded the manager-singer duo. One Priscilla guessed would never be duplicated in the history of show business. Suddenly, the estate began spinning a revisionist take on the Presley-Parker past and planning an Elvis and the Colonel museum. The two men shared an abiding friendship that is often overlooked and misunderstood by the press and the general public, as Soden later put it. That stance put Soden and company in an awkward position when author Chet Flippo came down hard on the Colonel in the introduction to an estate-sanctioned book, Graceland, The Living Legacy of Elvis Presley. No one at Elvis Presley Enterprises read Flippo's manuscript before it went to press, and Priscilla unsuccessfully put pressure on the publisher to pull the volume from distribution. "As I recall," says Flippo, "Parker read the book, blew up, and called Priscilla, who demanded to have it killed." The work was immediately removed from the Graceland gift shops, and the estate soon set up the Colonel Parker Tribute Committee to issue a 32-page magazine, Elvis and Colonel Tom Parker, the partnership behind the legend. Like the estate, Baron Hilton was publicly loyal to the end. In June 1989, the hotel staged a gala dinner for the Colonel's 80th birthday, with former Tennessee Lieutenant Governor Frank Gorell, who had long handled Parker's charitable contributions, as master of ceremonies. Celebrities winged in on the Hilton's tab, RCA executives hovered and fawned, and scores of others, including President George Bush, Bob Hope, and Bill Cosby, sent cheery telegrams of congratulations. "They window-dressed it pretty nicely," says Joe Delaney, the Las Vegas Sun columnist. "The Colonel held court." 2 months earlier, the Colonel and Loanne, a single man and a single woman, as the deed read, jointly bought a townhouse in the Spanish Oaks area, an old, upgraded neighborhood. While $300,000 homes were not uncommon in the gated community, the residence was modest by comparison. They lived simply, shopping at Vaughn's Grocery at Decatur and Sahara, where Parker often waited outside on a bench and talked to passers-by while Loanne did the marketing. She bought his clothes off the rack at JCPenney. By all accounts, Loanne was good for him. She hung on his every word, laughed at his stories, and bragged on him to others, seeking not so much respect for herself, but for him. More important, she served as an indispensable nurse, doling out his daily medications, watching his cholesterol and his diet to stave off the gout that swelled his extremities, and driving him to Alias Hanum's medical clinic for the slightest ailment, even as Parker's loyalty to the doctor who gave his clients so many drugs seemed to some perverse. They made an odd couple, she tall and angular, towering over him, he squat and shorter than anyone remembered, balancing his bulky body on a bamboo cane and leaning heavily on her arm in his increasingly unsteady walk. She was also his most vigilant watchdog. When Marilyn Potters, a reporter for The Sun, visited the house for an upbeat story to mark Parker's birthday, she found the couple guarded, insisting on conducting the interview in the front courtyard instead of in their home. He wouldn't answer certain questions regarding Elvis, Potters remembers, and often, when he began to ramble, Loanne put the lid on. Her usual technique? Glancing over and raising an index finger to halt him if she thought he revealed too much. "I think the Colonel was sharp enough to realize that he needed a guardian," offers Joe Delaney. "Loanne was a completely faithful servant." And so, at the urging of May Axton, Parker married Loanne at the home of lawyer John O'Reilly on October 26, 1990. The Colonel was then 81, Loanne, who took on the unofficial title of Mrs. Colonel, 55. A month after the ceremony, Parker signed a will that established a trust for talented youngsters, left monetary gifts to friends, and provided for his new wife. What few people knew was that in relative terms, the Colonel was no longer a wealthy man. While he remained a loyal contributor to the Sun Camp Fund for Needy Children, donating $14,000 in the last 6 years of his life, buying his soul out of hell, charged one wag, he largely lived off U.S. Treasury bonds, which he'd let mature and roll over. Occasionally, he put in appearances at fundraisers around town, including one for presidential candidate Bill Clinton, whose mother, Virginia Kelly, became a gambling buddy. But the invitations were gratis, and Loanne kept her eye on every penny. Though he still sent cash to treasured acolytes at Christmas, twice in coming years Parker would add codicils to his will to reduce or rescind his financial gifts. Loanne hoarded money to keep him from pissing it away at the tables, as Jackie Kahane recalled. While the Colonel gambled, she sat quietly reading a book. Privately, Loanne told people Parker was often cold to her, but in public their interaction was playful and childlike. He said, "Without her I wouldn't be living," remembers a friend, and when she tried to give him his pills, they would just fuss. But that was part of the game. They were like two little kittens. She added those extra years to his life. In the early 90s, the Colonel suffered what some said was his second stroke. Milder than the first, it was still an ominous sign, given the correlation between strokes and heart disease, the twin harbingers of the death that was beginning to take the lives of so many of his family members in Holland. Josephus, the eldest boy, had died in 1984, and then Adriana, the eldest girl, succumbed in 1989, 8 years after she had written her estranged brother in America, begging to hear word of him. Her letter had been hand-carried by the Colonel's one-time compatriot Lamar Fike, who, working with the Dutch reporter Dirk Verlenge, helped Albert Goldman uncover Parker's European past. "When his sister walked into that room in Breda, I almost had a heart attack. She looked like a twin of Tom Parker. It was like finding out your daddy wasn't who he said he was." The Colonel just stared at Fike when he put the letter in his hand and didn't make a comment either way. Adriana received no reply. Now, Angelina was ill with cancer and wanted to tell her brother goodbye. In November 1989, her daughter, Mika Donsmas, introduced herself to Bill Burke, the American publisher of Elvis World magazine, at a meeting of the Dutch Elvis Presley fan club. She asked his help. Burke directed her to the Las Vegas Hilton, and for months she faxed Parker letters and left phone messages, but all went unanswered. Finally, Burke gave her Parker's private number. Mika got Loanne on the line and explained she was the Colonel's niece. In halting English, she told her of her mother's last request and of how the other family members loved their brother Dries and cried at the mention of his name. Loanne listened patiently, went to deliver the message, and returned with one curt sentence. "The Colonel said he doesn't wish to speak with anyone from Holland." The family remains mystified as to why Parker refused contact. "I suppose he just wanted to cut those ties, and any information about Holland muddied the history he had created for himself," says Mika. Unless, that is, his fate had become entwined with that of Anna van den Enden 60 years before. If so, a second tragedy for Parker, his family, and his famous client may have been the Colonel's ignorance of the fact that he was never named in the police report for the murdered woman. Under Dutch law, the longest any suspect would have been wanted for questioning was 30 years, and then only if he had been sought or accused. After 1959, whoever knew the ultimate truth about the death of Anna van den Enden was a free man, able to travel the world without restrictions. Loanne insists Parker was proud of being a Dutchman and spoke with great love and affection about his country. He never forgot his roots. Certainly, they were often on his mind. He made his charitable contributions on his birthday, a European custom. And in casual conversation, he told acquaintances that he and Loanne had adopted a son, poignantly producing a picture of a large, club-footed rag doll. Its name? André. Still, he remained diffident about old-world contacts. When a young Dutch couple, Angelo Summers and Hanneke Nuitken, sent him a $100 box of cigars with a letter explaining their wishes to establish a Colonel Tom Parker Foundation in Breda, he returned their carefully decorated gift unopened. Dutch newsmen fared no better. Constant Myers tracked him down at a slot machine in the Hilton Casino and explained his plans to make a documentary film about Parker's integral role in the history of rock music. The man who'd once threatened to have a publicist's job because she had not included him in photographs now wanted nothing to do with the media in his native country. He talked a little bit of Dutch to me, and then he held on to the coins with one hand, and he waved me away with the other, saying, "You're from Holland? Thank you, no, bye-bye. I know about Holland, I've been there." Freelance videographer Jorrit van der Kooi had a similar experience, approaching Parker at the slots on his birthday. Van der Kooi spoke to him in Dutch, and after a brief exchange about Parker's heritage, delivered the news that Ad van Kuik, the brother who had visited Parker in the States, had died. The Dutch journalist was rebuffed in his attempt to snag an interview, but captured chilling footage of his angry subject. As van der Kooi's camera whirred on, the colonel, wearing dark cotton gloves to keep the handle from sullying his hands, continually poured what was left of his fortune into the eager slots, his face contorted with rage. Though his stroke had left him weak, he still went out for lunch every day, and then on to the Hilton. Nothing kept him from the twilight world of the Las Vegas casinos, where the ringing of the slot machines sounded like so many old-time carnival bells, and the croupiers called out like pitchmen. Loanne helped him into a wheelchair and pushed him through the crowds to the high roller section. "He continued to gamble until the day he died," remembers Nick Naff. "But it's awful hard to play roulette from a wheelchair, so he would sit and have 2 or 3 people pull the slot machines for him. Usually he insisted on feeding the machines himself, sometimes 4 at once, but often he was so feeble or stiff that he dropped the tokens, attendants scrambling to pick them up for him as they skittered across the floor. When the occasion called for it, however, he could rally, as he did at a ribbon-cutting ceremony for the Elvis Presley commemorative postage stamp at the Hilton in January 1993. Inside Edition reporter Craig Rivera covered the event, mostly to corner Parker for comments on Elvis and the Colonel, The Untold Story, a made-for-TV movie set to air later that month, starring Beau Bridges in a dismally unflattering portrait of the man who made the king. Parker denied he was upset by the portrayal. "Now, when they've done all they could with Elvis, they're picking on me a little," but found himself in his toughest interview yet. He denied trading Elvis's services for gambling debts. "My gambling has never had anything to do with Elvis," and laid the blame on Presley for never playing overseas. "I had a whole staff that could go to Europe with him. He didn't want to go because he didn't want to play outdoors, and if you don't play outdoors, you can't make it." Finally, Rivera skewered him on the 50% commission, which Parker still defended as a partnership arrangement. "I know of 4 or 5 big stars that have a deal like that. But my deal was not 50% of the profit. My deal was 50% of work I created where he did not have to perform. On the motion pictures, the hotel, and the music business, 25%. Never no more. I sleep very good at night, and Elvis and I were friends." The Colonel would be uncharacteristically sentimental about his client in latter years, telling reporters, "Every once in a while I sit by myself in my old rocking chair and talk to myself about Elvis. Some of the best deals we made were when we argued together because we came up with a better solution. It's hard to convince people how close you can be to someone." And with reason. When Chris Hutchins visited Parker at home in 1993 for a book he was writing on Elvis and the Beatles, he was surprised to find the Colonel's secret shrine to Presley, made up of letters, telegrams, and photographs. Yet he found Parker as emotionally hard-shelled as ever. "Do you miss him?" Hutchins asked. "Frankly, no," came the reply. "There's no point missing what you haven't got." The reporter gazed at the vast collection of gold records lining Parker's hallway. "Which of these records do you play the most?" he inquired. "None of them," Parker said. "The only records I keep are business records. That's what he paid me for." In fact, the manager was fond of relating he never took the time to listen to Elvis's last 3 albums or watch his final movies. But down deep, Hutchins probed, wasn't Elvis the son the Colonel never had? The bulbous body leaned forward. "I have to be honest," Parker answered. "I can't say yes to that one either. I never looked on him as a son, but he was the success I always wanted." Normally, Parker told interviewers he was saving his Elvis stories for his autobiography, which he planned to call How Much Does It Cost If It's Free? His would be only a favorable account. "I've turned down more books for big money, a $2 million advance, because my story they will not print. They said, 'No, we want the dirt.' I said, 'Well, I'm not a dirt farmer.'" Parker had been claiming the autobiography was underway since 1957, of course, leading one journalist to muse that the book seemed designed more to intimidate a number of lifelong business acquaintances than to herald a switch to the world of letters. The Colonel waved off such critics. "I got the book right up here," he would say, tapping his forehead. "I don't know if a guy should put out a book too soon if he's still alive. If I were to expire before completing it, Mrs. Parker here has all the information to finish it." But as late as 1994, he privately admitted he had yet to write the first word. "He freezes," Loanne said, "when I take out a tape recorder." "I teased him about it a couple of times," remembers Bill Willard. "I saw him at a breakfast over at Leo's Celebrity Diner, and I said, 'How's the book coming along?' And he grumbled and grumped and turned away. Loanne looked at me and just shook her head." By then, most of Parker's oldest friends were dead or dying, unable to confirm or deny the Colonel's mythology. When he wasn't in the casino or working for Baron Hilton, he said he spent his time reading. "I've got plenty to do. I think a lot. People take up exercise, but I exercise my brain." To do so, he wrote doggerel poetry and sent it to friends such as Jerry Weintraub. And even though he still got up at 5 a.m., he watched Elvis's movies on late-night TV. But he was more entranced by the television evangelists, particularly Pat Robertson, who built a $20 million studio with viewers' contributions, Parker told one visitor, a gleam in his eye. And he never quit dreaming up promotions, entering into a business deal with Vegas entrepreneur Hank Cartwright to sell Back to the 50s memorabilia via catalog. Mostly, he stayed on the telephone and dictated letters to Loanne, who wondered why there were no Colonel fan clubs in Europe, considering the amount of overseas mail he received. "He just got lost after Elvis died," says June Carter Cash, whom Parker represented in the early 50s. "He would send me little notes saying he was still thinking about me and still loved me. Anything to make him feel like he was close to the old days and to the things that really started it all." While he took great pride in boasting how many old pals like Gene Autry and others kept in touch, "Eddie Arnold calls me probably at least once a month," the truth was that he often did the calling, greeting familiar voices with his usual, "Kid, how you doing?" He particularly made comforting calls to the sick, phoning the cancer-riddled Alan Fortas every Sunday, and keeping in daily contact with British fan club president Todd Slaughter after Slaughter's heart transplant in 1994. "He was a lonely old man who came over from a foreign country alone and terrified," says a friend of 30 years, "and he didn't know how to accept somebody who loved him for just being the Colonel. But he wanted to be loved more than anybody I ever knew." Others saw it too. Elvis's piano player Tony Brown thought Parker had mellowed in old age, finding him surprisingly very nice when the two met again in the Colonel's last years. To some extent, it seemed to be true. Though he never forgave Byron Raphael for leaving the fold and largely cast him out, like a king would banish you from the court, as one observer notes, he made up with a number of people he had cast aside. The still infatuated Trudy Forsher, for example, or whose feathers he had ruffled, including Julian Eberbach and Lamar Fike. "We hadn't spoken in probably 10 years, says Fike. He said, 'Do you still love me?' And I said, 'Yeah, I still love you. How could I not, for crying out loud? You're part of my life.' He acted like nothing ever happened." But he never lost his paranoia. When psychologist-author Peter Whitmer contacted him for an interview for his book, The Inner Elvis, a psychological biography of Elvis Aaron Presley, Parker felt so threatened he telephoned Joe Esposito and Henry Lewin, the retired president of the Hilton, and warned them about what to say. And after the publication of Elvis Meets the Beatles, author Chris Hutchins was shocked to get an irate phone call. Parker shouting very loudly because Hutchins had written about the Colonel's secret shrine. It wasn't like a manager lecturing an errant journalist. It was more like a father telling off his son. He was quite a bitter old boy. The real problem, says Lamar Fike, is that Parker expected to die by age 70 and never thought he'd outlast his enemies. And if living to old age was his punishment, Parker began wearing every day of it on his face and on his body. His eyes still snapped, but his skin, so thin it seemed translucent, was speckled with liver spots. The backs of his hands mottled to an almost solid brown. His flesh hung in crepe-like folds at his neck. His eyes sank into bottomless blue wells. Plagued by congestive heart disease and a recurring bronchitis that often slipped into pneumonia, he looked not old, but ancient. His arthritis was so painful that he sometimes canceled engagements, and it took all his strength to hoist his weight off a chair. But, he insisted, I'm healthy up in my mind. For the most part, he pretended all was well, keeping secret his hospital stays and appointments with several cardiologists. If people asked why he'd given up his beloved cigars, he claimed they cost too much and never mentioned his persistent cough or difficulty breathing. When he insisted on going to Los Angeles to take the children of one of his favorite vendors to the circus, he faltered, out of breath and ghostly pale, on the walk to the top of the arena. He made his last two major public appearances in 1994. In March, he returned to Palm Springs for the ceremony to unveil 3 stars in the sidewalk at the corner of Palm Canyon Drive and Tockwitz Canyon Way, one for Elvis, one for Rick Nelson, and the last for Parker, an honor arranged by the Colonel's former protege and Nelson manager, Greg McDonald. That June, the Hilton threw a sumptuous bash for his 85th birthday, and Priscilla Presley, among others, flew in from Los Angeles. Only a month before, Parker had spoken brazenly of Lisa Marie's marriage to Michael Jackson, spewing disdainfully that Elvis would not have approved. And he had taken other jabs at the estate, insisting he had never exploited Elvis as much as he's being exploited today. Yet at the party, all seemed well. Jack Soden testified to his help and suggestions in running Graceland since it opened to the public, and Priscilla dutifully hugged and kissed the Colonel and Loanne. I'm still working for you, Elvis, an emotional Parker said, wiping his eyes and pointing a finger skyward. He'd arrived in a golf cart, not wishing to use his wheelchair. Everyone knew this was the last of the big birthdays. Throughout 1995, his health continued to deteriorate. When his old friend Gabe Tucker saw him the following year, he knew he was dying. He never said nothing about it, but he didn't want us to go. God, he was in bad shape. I seen him breaking fast. By September 1996, he was essentially housebound, but still potent and quick with advice. He entertained a few visitors, such as Jimmy Dale Gilmore, the Texas singer managed by Parker acolyte Mike Crowley. Gilmore was enchanted. He said Elvis was as hard a worker as he ever knew, and it looked like tears were coming to his eyes. Anyone who demonized the Colonel, Gilmore said, will never convince me. Such visits buoyed him. In the last years, Freddie Beanstalk offers, he had hardly any business. People had shunned him, or he shunned them. He would tell me I was the closest friend he had. The two last spoke in November 1996. I was supposed to go out that fall, and I told him I couldn't make it, but I'd definitely be there in February, and he said, I'll be here. I'm not going anywhere. But by December, the Colonel could barely speak. When friends called, Loanne had to talk for him and relay messages back and forth. Still, at 87, he clung to his entrepreneurial dreams. In one of his last visits with Jerry Weintraub, they schemed about putting their own relationship on film. He was my mentor, my teacher, my father figure, says Weintraub. He told me he loved me, and I said, I love you too, and I kissed him and he kissed me. I'm glad we had that moment. On Monday afternoon, January 20th, 1997, Parker was at home in his living room, perusing a pile of Christmas cards and letters. Loanne, in another room, suddenly heard a thud. She called out to no answer and found him slumped in his chair. The Colonel had suffered a stroke. At Valley Hospital, Loanne got on the phone and called her husband's circle. Bruce Banky, Parker's loyal contact at the Hilton, arrived to find the Colonel still in the emergency room. Banky leaned over and took his hand. Colonel, it's Bruce. The old man opened his eyes, squeezed his friend's finger, and then faded. I was the last person he saw, Banky says. He never regained consciousness. The following morning, just before 10, he died. Loanne arranged for his cremation, though the final resting place of his ashes, not in Palm Cemetery as reported, would become as mysterious as the rest of his peculiar life. His death certificate would list his birthplace as Holland, but his citizenship as American. 4 days later, the invitation-only guests who filtered into the service at the Hilton were a predictable lot, a few famous faces, Eddie Arnold, Sam Phillips, mixed in with hotel honchos, record company execs, highbrow carnies, and swarthy men in dark, moneyed suits. Elvisographers, large and small, paid their respects, as did Phyllis McGuire, once Sam Giancana's girlfriend. Ron Jacobs, the radio personality Parker had befriended in Hawaii so long ago, draped a fresh mailele around a giant picture of the Colonel. Almost no one noticed Tom Diskin, who, after leaving Parker's employ upon Elvis's death, had finally made a life for himself, marrying a French Elvis fan and producing a daughter. Scrimping through the years, he had nonetheless invested his stock and bonuses wisely, buying a luxurious California mansion before moving back to Nashville. He would die the following year in a traffic accident, leaving a multi-million-dollar estate, much of it in property and land. As with the classic ant and grasshopper tale, the boss Diskin had come to mourn this January afternoon, a man who had earned an estimated $100 million from Elvis Presley alone, left behind only $913,000 in savings bonds, securities, and memorabilia. Much of that would go to Marie's grandchildren, Parker's secretary Jim O'Brien, and Mary, Patty, and Tom Diskin. Hush money, some would say. The charitable trust disappeared in probate. How and where do you begin to celebrate the memories of a man who's been so dear to us? Asked Parker's Las Vegas lawyer and master of ceremonies, John O'Reilly. Speaker after speaker sobbed in eulogizing a very emotional man whose eyes were but windows to the world of kindness and love. Jerry Schilling read a letter from Tommy Sands, who thanked the Colonel for making all his dreams come true. And Henry Levin remembered that to work with him was actually working for him. "You and Elvis are together again," Levin mourned in his heavy German accent. "I know you both looked forward to this moment." Of those who lauded the man who had promoted his client's name into the consciousness of 2 generations, only Priscilla Presley was matter of fact. Elvis and the Colonel made history together, and the world is richer, better, and far more interesting because of their collaboration. And now I need to locate my wallet, because I noticed there was no ticket booth on the way in here, but I'm sure that Colonel must have arranged for some sort of toll on the way out. Loanne, who announced she hoped one day to erect a monument to such a great man, had planned carefully for this day, accenting her simple dress with a glittering diamante brooch fashioned in the shape of a snowman. But Mrs. Colonel had none of her late husband's power. The new head potentate was Priscilla Presley, who, in a year's time, would send her late ex-husband back out on the road to fulfill his dream to tour abroad. Elvis the Concert would pair live performance from 50 of Presley's former instrumentalists and singers with video of their old boss on stage. For 2 hours, a virtual Elvis, circa 1970 to 1973, would sing, strut the stage, show off his karate moves, and mumble to the band, all on a 20-foot screen. Colonel Parker's idea for the satellite-beamed Aloha from Hawaii had been brilliant. Presley traveled the world without ever having to leave the States. But now Elvis wasn't even required to be alive. His jumpsuited specter would sell out shows and earn rave reviews in America, Europe, Australia, and Japan, many fans reporting the event was as good or better than seeing him in the flesh. Such bodacious sleight of hand was a weird and wonderful bit of humbuggery, a tribute befitting the greatest carny conmen of them all. The Colonel, The Extraordinary Story of Colonel Tom Parker and Elvis Presley, was written by Allana Nash and read by Gibson Fraser, with an introduction read by the author. The introduction was recorded by Ann Gauthier at La La Land in Louisville, Kentucky. Editing and post-production by Common Mode, Paul Fowley, Technical Director. This has been a presentation of Simon & Schuster Audio. The Colonel, The Extraordinary Story of Colonel Tom Parker and Elvis Presley, is available in print from Simon & Schuster.